Hi, everybody. What a glorious Umineko Friday it is. We join together in communion to celebrate our beloved witch, Beatrice. Give her a look-see. Look at that beautiful painting. We all love it. We all know it. But unfortunately, as much as we love this woman, we have to start off with the detestable man, KINZO USHIROMIYA, who has finally shown up to the family conference. They finally convinced him to come on down and have some eggs. And unfortunately, I think he missed the memo because people started to die after he came downstairs. Now, normally, I would be all with them. I, too, would want to die as soon as KINZO came downstairs, but unfortunately, it was not a willful death. So, somebody should communicate to him that something has gone wrong. Without further ado, though, let's get into it and see how bad he fucks it up. Flesh and deep red blood splattered all around, leaving a massive amount of deep red spatter marks on the relatives' faces and the pure white tablecloth. There was silence. Despite the massive number of deep red blotches left on the tablecloth, even still, no one could understand why Natsuhi's head was half smashed, nor why she was hanging her head as though she had dozed off in her chair. And they watched these events in silence. Those sitting on the right-hand side from Natsuhi were silent for a relatively long time, but those sitting on her left were not, because the people sitting on that side had been shown how her head had been smashed open like a watermelon or a pomegranate, and could even see inside her.
Natsuhi. That's one. Natsuhi, I see. A luckless woman to the end. Next!
00 firing. In the same way, 00 scratched the empty air to ready her bow and fired. Just like the golden arrow 410 had released, it flew around and around at high speeds, drawing a convoluted trail, after which, as he looked at Natsuhi in shock, it smashed half of Rudolph's head in the same way, killing him instantly. This time, everyone did not stop thinking altogether. They realized that a terrible murder had been carried out right in front of them, according to KINZO's words. And they understood that KINZO would probably kill again. I don't know who each one is. Random person. Who are you? Shrill screams burst out. Even now, they still didn't know what to do, so they could only keep on screaming and flapping their wide-open mouths like goldfish. Father, what do you think you're doing?
You dolt! Hurry up and run!
As Ava asked KINZO that in total shock, Hideyoshi, who had come to his senses and risen from his chair faster than anyone else, pulled at her arm from behind. However, merciless fate's choice for the third sacrifice was Hideyoshi. Just like the two before him, half of Hideyoshi's head was neatly smashed. And the right side of his head, which happened to be facing that direction at the time, was blown away, chunks of its contents thrown everywhere like a watermelon or a pomegranate. So still holding Ava, Hideyoshi toppled backwards and fell down. Still held by her beloved husband, Ava fell over backwards with him. Honey? Honey? Ava screamed, and who could blame her? The face that she had been looking for had been half lost, and the crushed skull, the squelchy exposed brain, and the crushed jaw were all bare.
45, impact on target.
Spectacular. Fire again. 3 remain. Father! What are you doing?
Kraus stood up forcefully and was about to rush KINZO when 00 blocked him. Despite her slender-looking body, she held back Kraus's body with just the palm of her right hand. He still tried to resist and attack KINZO, so 00 lifted Kraus up by the collar and twisted into his Adam's apple with her thumb. It seemed to be very painful, and Kraus was overcome with agony.
Everyone, run! Get the police! Emergency services! Quickly! Everyone, let's escape! Escape!
Nanjo's sharp words finally broke the spell that had been holding them down in their chairs. As Goda and Kumasawa made a mad scramble to escape from the dining hall, 410 teleported to that spot, blocking the way.
You sure are slow, Nya. Did you think I'd let you escape, Nya?
Help me!
Goda-san, duck! At the sound of Kyrie's sharp voice, Goda, in a state of complete confusion, ducked. Then, a burst of air rushed above his head. Kyrie had taken a big swing with the chair to mow 410 down. But 410, still wearing a contemptuous expression, easily caught that widely swung chair with one hand.
You're a scary woman, Nya. You really want to follow your husband that bad?
From the sleeve of the arm that she had used to catch the chair, something like a shining gold snake appeared, coiled itself around the chair, and with a huge crunch, burst it into splinters. It was a fearsome power, far stronger than any vice. When Kyrie realized that the being in front of her, which looked like a girl, was actually a being that surpassed human knowledge and which a human could not even begin to oppose, her head was filled with a great alarm bell that welled up from inside of her. Even with a scene like this before their eyes, Genji, Shannon, and Kanon, the servants permitted to wear the one-winged eagle, continued to stand calmly at attention by the wall, making them look very bizarre and eerie. For an instant, Kyrie thought that the source of their calmness was that they were with the enemy and had been guaranteed that they wouldn't be killed. But no sooner had she thought that the sight of Genji's face was blown away before her eyes.
Genji-san.
45, impact on target.
Oh, Genji. Now that is unfortunate. Rest in peace, my friend. Your death will not be wasted. You will become one of the 13 keys essential to the resurrection of my beloved witch.
The half of Genji's expression that remained was as indifferent as ever. He tilted, fell in a heap, and sent a blood-red splatter out across the floor.
Genji-san.
We're nothing more than the witch's pieces. Nothing more. Nothing more. From the meek and frustrated, no, resigned expressions on Shannon and Kanon's faces, you couldn't feel any naive expectation that they would be saved. That's right. Kinzo was, in the truest sense, carrying out these murders at random. In the truest sense, he was killing like it was a game to see who would be saved and who would be killed.
Well then, who'll we go for next, Nya?
410 looked at Kyrie for a second. In that second, Kyrie prepared for her own death. But once she had readied her golden bow in midair, 410 looked at someone else over Kyrie's shoulder. So, as shameless as it was, Kyrie sensed that she had been saved. Again, an ugly sound of something cracking and exploding rang throughout the room. Who was it this time? When Kyrie turned in the direction of the sound, she saw Ava collapse onto her husband's chest, gushing blood like a fountain. Of course, her face was half smashed just like her husband's. 410 had mercilessly targeted Ava as she clung to her husband's body, sobbing. Let go of Nissan! Let go of Nissan! Just stop it, father! Just stop this brutality!
Run, Rosa!
Rosa's protestations weren't reaching Kinzo as he continued to laugh loudly in the blood-splattered dining hall, and nor was she able to lessen Krause's pain as 00 lifted him up by the collar. So Rosa had no choice but to use force. She raised one of the chairs beside her over her head and gave a warning. Father! Order her to let go of Nissan! Just make them stop all of this!
I think not. If that's what you desire, then prevent it using your own power. Cut a path open for your own fate with your own hands. You, who have always hid behind the backs of others in fear, show me the final bit of self-mastery that dwells within you.
father. The chair that Rosa had lifted up swung down at the father who had reigned as a symbol of terror for her entire life. It was the greatest and final act of bravery and self-mastery in Rosa's life. Kinzo might have been right. If she had grasped that courage much, much sooner, her life might have been more free, unrestrained by anyone else. Then, a loud bursting sound. The sound of Rosa's chair fiercely hitting Kinzo. It was not. Still lifting up the chair, she neatly lost half of her head and fell with a thud. While still holding Kraus up with one hand, 00 had stuck her other hand out towards Rosa. The golden snake released from that arm had constricted Rosa in a helix and chewed a hole through her head. Defensive firing. I apologize for the discourtesy of a point-blank shot, sir.
It matters not. So, this makes 6.
Yes, Lord Goldsmith, sir. This makes 6. After declaring this with indifference, 00 let go of Kraus, who she had been lifting up this whole time.
So, the sacrifices of the first Twilight were Ava, Rudolph, Rosa, Natsuri, Hideyoshi, and Genji.
It was a massacre that happened in an instant. The interior of the dining hall was dirtied with blood splatter, and the 6 unlucky victims lay with their heads brutally exposed. Fittingly, it was Kinzo's abnormal laugh alone that echoed in that abnormal space.
The curtain has finally risen. It's the beginning of the ritual to revive Beatrice. You lucky ones who have managed to escape the first Twilight, allow me to introduce you to my friends. Arise, my friend! Ronove!
When Kinzo called Ronove's name, the demon butler appeared out of thin air, bowing deeply and respectfully. Ronove, one of the 72 great demons, serves a master in exchange for various forms of compensation. Presently has a contract with Beatrice as her butler, head furniture. Has multiple underlings trained in housekeeping, and he himself is extremely capable as a butler. Employing him has become kind of a status in the high society of witches. Furthermore, the cookies he bakes are superb, and witches will often line up to demand them. Should possess enormous magical power, but as he always shows deference to his master, his power level is an unknown quantity. Also, I think somebody asked me to check Kinzo's profile on this side before at the end of the last stream, so let me do that real quick. Kinzo's name as a mage is Goldsmith. His skills as a summoner are legendary for the modern age. In terms of summoning ability, there are times when he surpasses even Beatrice. However, he is very mismatched, and while he does excel in some areas, he is fatally lacking as a mage in others. He cannot even perform the trifling magic to reheat a cup of tea, yet he can summon demons capable of using magic to boil the oceans. His system of magic is his own, and has its origin in mathematical miracles. Beatrice later reworked her own system of magic based on this.
It is a pleasure to meet you all. And to those of you for whom this is a long overdue reunion, good day. It seems we once again have a spectacular mess on our hands. I care not. This level of stimulus is necessary to wake me from my days of waking dreams. Allow me to introduce you, my friend, reliable butler and one of the 72 great demons, Ronove. I'm pleased to make your acquaintance.
Just who was he aiming that introduction at? Kraus and Kyrie, who were still down on their backsides, and Nanjo and Goda and Kumasawa, could only look up in shock at this middle-aged gentleman who they had never met before. Only Shannon and Canon seemed to recognize him, and they bowed deeply.
I see that I was unable to greet Genji. I hope that he was at least able to complete his duty painlessly.
It was an instant death from a direct hit to the head. He didn't have the time to feel the pain.
Is that so? Very good. Allow me to introduce another one of my friends.
Arise, my friend Virgilia.
Once again, the figure of someone unknown to the relatives appeared out of thin air. She appeared in an elegant dress while greeting them gracefully. I thank you for summoning me, my lord. Although I would rather not have been summoned into a sanguinary place such as this.
Allow me to introduce her, too.
This is my friend and reliable counselor both, Virgilia. I want to borrow your power as a great finite witch for my ritual. Lend me that power.
As someone under your powerful summoning subordination, I would not be permitted to refuse even if I tried. As you wish, my lord.
He's a fearsome fellow. To think that he summoned 3 of the Chiester sister corps.
I don't know. I think it's corps.
And then me, and even Virgilia-sama. Even though it is only in the area of summoning, to think that he far surpasses Milady is frightening. The USHIROMIYA blood makes my own run cold. I'll be putting all I have as a summoner into the execution of Beatrice's resurrection ritual.
Yeah, okay.
It's still not enough. In order to perfectly succeed in the ritual this time, I shall summon more.
The Pendragon Memorial troops,
Ronove and Virgilia. I can still call more. With my magical power, I can still call many more. Answer to my summons. One of the 72 demons, Gap!
Gap? You can even summon her?
it probably means that the corrosion has advanced even more on this island. It's enough to enable us to manifest. It would surely not be a surprise to see him summon any kind of great demon at this stage.
Then Rokenjima has already been completely sucked into a parallel world? I hope he doesn't surrender.
You gave him a good deal of hints last time, did you not? After all this time, he won't surrender over this much. Probably, I should say. Well then, I suggest we enjoy the action unfolding on the stage. It seems the main character is the master this time. Let us look forward to a script of a different flavor than Milady's.
As Kinzo strongly concentrated his magical power, a pale blue light gathered in the air, twisted, and a magic circle began to be drawn with a deep red light. Hi, Gap! Then it shattered with a sound like glass, and a new demon could be seen there.
I'm glad to see that you answered my call. Gap, one of the 72 great demons.
Gap, one of the 72 great demons, she is also Beatrice's friend, grants the power of teleportation as the mage requests it. She uses this wonderful power only for pranks. Her favorite trick is hiding keys in bags on busy mornings. However, this power of hers is an ultimate weapon that risks delivering the lethal blow to a locked room mystery. Her queen bee-like strikes would probably penetrate all famous detectives and make them surrender. This is a hell of a place I've been summoned into. Did you call me to clean up this blood-stained room, Goldsmith? The literally devilish woman, wrapped in a gaudy, ominous costume, looked at the horrifying scene which should have made her cover her eyes, and her mouth twisted into a grin.
If that had been the only reason for calling you, it would be like using a cashmere scarf to mop the floor.
It's been a long time, Gap. To think that a great demon such as yourself has finally appeared on this island. I wonder if this island has nearly sunk into fantasy. This all-star cast is more astonishing than the gruesome state of the room. A full 3 Chiester sisters, the great demon Ronove, the great witch Virgilia, and even me. What's going on? Is this pandemonium? Are you trying to start a concert from hell or something? Yes, as a conductor for that, I can't imagine anyone other than you, Goldsmith. Cross-trash. No. The answer to that is that I just do everything on the fly.
I will have your assistance as facilitator in the completion of my ritual to resurrect Beatrice. You have no objections to my summoning contract, I assume?
Objections? There's no way I could fight the summoning subordination of the legendary great summoner Lord Goldsmith, who enslaved the famous great witch Beatrice. I'll assist you, although I will of course charge a fitting price. So, what's my first job?
Capture the simpletons who made it through the first twilight. Fortunately, there are still 7 here, aren't there? Nanjo, Shannon, Kanon, Goda, Kumasawa, Kirie, and Kraus. Oh, if these 7 are all offered as sacrifices, that's exactly 13 people! Until it is time for the second and later twilights to be carried out, throw them into the cage of sacrifices!
A cashmere mop, I see. Understood. As Gap shrugged her shoulders, she looked at Kraus, who was still down on his butt. She glared. Then she snapped her fingers, and Kraus was swallowed up by the floor as though a round pitfall had opened up there. One down. There was no hole in the floor, but it had certainly looked as though Kraus had been swallowed up by a hole and disappeared. Searching for her next prey, Gap's gaze crossed Kyrie's. She snapped her fingers. Kyrie jumped back as though repelled. Her instinct was correct, because in the place where she had been until a second ago, a round jet black hole had appeared, the same kind that had swallowed up Kraus. However, before she could catch her balance, another pitfall appeared and swallowed her up. Even Kyrie had no way of eluding Gap's capture. Falling nacho. Snap went her fingers once again, and a shocked Nanjo disappeared into the floor. Another snap of the fingers. And 410 let out a short yelp and jumped back. This time, a slightly larger pitfall had opened, taking in both Shannon and Canon, who had been standing by a line by the door. But because 410 had jumped away from the door, the way was no longer blocked. Instinctively aware that they would be next, Goda dashed out through that door. Of course, Kumasawa too was hot on his heels and ran off at lightning speed. Arahabaki Gaming with the $5. My favorite part is when Gap says it's Gap time, and Gap's all over those guys. We're in for a wild ride. Get hyped on this Frederica Friday. Oh god. The Gap Morbius memes would go hard. As Gap snapped her fingers over and over, round jet black pitfalls opened one after another behind them, chasing them. However, they did nothing but drive the desperately fleeing pair forward and couldn't swallow them up. Goda and Kumasawa escaped in a matter of seconds. I've dulled. I let two get away. Worry not. We're currently locking onto the fleeing target.
Data link ready. Shall we snipe?
No, I cannot authorize that. They're precious sacrifices. Wait for the Master's authorization.
Great Lord Goldsmith, we await your orders.
It's still too soon for the coming of the second twilight, is what the source of my magical power is whispering to me. Not now. Let them do as they like. They cannot escape from this island in any case.
The source of your magical power is noise and risk and tests of luck. Your whims, in other words?
Perhaps you could also put it that way. Good work, Gap. Let us proceed steadily with the ritual from here on. Well then, that is that. Next is my grandchildren. I will test them to see whether they are qualified to succeed me. Let me see. How best to check their qualifications?
If you determine that they're qualified, do you intend to abandon Beato's resurrection?
Of course. Yet still I will test them.
I doubt a woman can understand that contradiction, or my madness.
There's always something not quite right about men. The very concept of playing with risk is beyond me.
Oh, and here I thought you loved that sort of thing.
Of course. If a man whispers intimacies in my ear along with dangerous risk, I go head over heels. But only if he's a stud. Quiet, please. No talking among yourselves.
Truly noisy women. But at least they don't bore me. This is why summoning is so gratifying. All of you will bear one side of the scales of noise and risk in my ritual. I am anticipating great results.
6 brutally murdered corpses lay in the dining hall, which was tarnished by a red and gruesome decoration. By now, it was impossible to imagine that 13 people had been sitting here in an orderly manner just moments ago. Kinzo lined up the demons of renown and their subordinates, loudly declared the beginning of an overwhelming night of mass murder, and swore to himself that he would certainly revive Beatrice and open the door to the Golden Land.
The wait is over! At last the curtain rises on the first twilight. That Kinzo, as usual, he loves being flashy. Who knew that this man, who can be more persistent than anything when he follows you around, could shine so when placed on stage?
Damn it. Always killing them in a gory way. Destroying half of their heads? The sick shit you witches and demons pull never fails to piss me off.
Destroying half of their heads. I see. So she noticed that the most ideal method of killing in all the games up until now was this one.
Ideal? How the crap is this grotesque way of killing ideal?
It's very much ideal. Try and remember the first game.
You. So, you're that new demon or whatever that just appeared. God damn it, so the witch's corrosion advanced, and now there are even more unsavory characters?
The more the witch's corrosion progresses, the more Rokenjima tilts toward the other world. That's why strange people keep appearing one by one. This island is closed off by the typhoon, and not only can no humans leave it, but new humans can't appear either. But the more the corrosion progresses, the more witches and demons can appear without limit, increasing one by one. By now, perhaps there are more demons than humans among the characters appearing in this insane tale. Their numbers might be precisely the figure representing this mad corrosion. Yeah, I'm sure that's true. And not only are their numbers being affected by the corrosion, their fashion sense apparently is as well. If the corrosion advances any further and even more weird people appear, just what in the world will they be wearing?
It's too scary for me to imagine. Seriously, give me a break. Please, no more of these weird-ass people!
I can't oblige, they'll keep on coming, more and more. I'll defile the foolish closed circle rule humans speak of over and over again. Welcome to my elegant game, Gap. It's been a long time, Riche. Been well. In fact, you look pretty great. Have you gotten younger? You look 2, maybe 300 years younger than when I last saw you. I see.
The demon grandfather had summoned and introduced as Gap, took a glance at me, and then grinned as though she'd figured something out on her own. Honestly, I felt that smile was repulsive. Looks like she's Beato's friend, which means she must be an extremely unsavory character. Anyway, they were saying something or other about a closed circle, but what does that mean?
Serial murder mystery novels that occur in places isolated from the outside world, like Rokenjima is now, are sometimes called closed circles. Since it's isolated from the outside, it's like a circle that's closed. Therefore, in general, the characters and suspects are limited. Having new possible suspects added one after another from outside the circle goes against the etiquette of mystery novels. Basically, the witch is probably trying to desecrate humans and the mystery genre. So, you're Gretel? I see. You look like a wise kid. I like that kind of kid. Their tongues just melt in the mouth. Gross. Keep the jokes to just your clothing. It's Devilish Pretty's newest Jack the Ripper Christmas blood. Sorry for having a style that a country bumpkin from the human world can't understand. Well, I can at least tell it's breathable. Why don't you just add a gap down your head while you're at it? Might help your brain cells breathe a bit as well. Gap is always sensitive to the fashions of the netherworld, but this year's fads truly are bold. I think I'll order something sometime. For you, Rich, I'd recommend Ali Gray, Alice in the Graveyard. Let's go to 666 sometime to look at the clothes.
What is this translation note? These are references to modern Japanese fashion subcultures. Alice in the Graveyard references Alice and the Pirates, a gothic pirate punk Lolita fashion brand. 666 references the famous department and fashion store 109 in Shibuya, Japan's popular youth culture district. Finally, Devilish Pretty is a reference to Angelic Pretty, a very famous sweet Lolita fashion brand. And Daniel Dispandian with the £5. A closed circle. It is a circle that is closed. Yes, thank you for the explanation, Anjay.
You should come over to the netherworld every now and then. When this game is over, I'll be sure to do just that. Still, your 2 opponents are pretty cute, Riche. I'll bet this kid has figured out the meaning of the corpses with their heads half smashed. Do you get it, girl?
Just now, she told me to remember the first game. What did that mean?
Just what it sounds like. Remember the first twilight of the very first game, when the adults' corpses were found in the gardening shed with the magic circle drawn on it. Remember?
Episode 1, The First Twilight. 6 people, Kraus, Rudolph, Kyrie, Rosa, Shannon, and Goda, had died, and each of them had had their head pulverized. At that time, there were 2 types of corpses. The ones with their faces pulverized and the ones with half of their faces pulverized.
That's right. 4 with their faces smashed, Rudolph, Kyrie, Rosa, and Goda. 2 with the sides of their heads smashed, Kraus and Shannon. At the time, I had fictly created 2 types of corpses, but I realized that the former, more atrocious type was actually disadvantageous for me.
Disadvantageous for you? Right. I get it.
That's right. The smashed faces might look atrocious, but they made it hard to confirm the identity of the person. For example, at that time, Uncle Kraus and Shannon-chan had had their heads only half smashed. That itself was of course atrocious, but because half of their faces remained, it was easy to confirm their identity. But Dad and the other 3 were different. Because his face had been completely destroyed, even I, his son, could only guess that it had to have been Dad because of his clothes and the like. In short, it remained unclear until the end whether that really was Dad's corpse. If that reasoning battle had taken place during the first game as well, I would probably have claimed that, since it was impossible to confirm that those corpses were indeed Dad and the others, there was a possibility that one was a fake corpse. After all, Beato didn't state anything in red during that game whatsoever.
Well done, correct. A faked death is one of the basics of the mystery genre. Even if you make a doctor examine the corpse, you can't trust the results if you suspect him of being in league with the culprit. So corpses that can't guarantee a death for certain always put the witch side at a disadvantage. You can suspect fake deaths for all corpses, and hypothesize that they're the culprit for the incidents that follow. It's a move Battler doesn't like, but it's the most elementary move to use against a witch.
Yeah, that's right. That's why Beato started using the red. With the red truth, she can carry out a perfect autopsy.
That's how it is. Normally, for the tragedy of the first Twilight, I would use the red truth right away, confirming the deaths of these 6. However, as you know, my battle strategy this time is the complete opposite of previous games, and I've switched to using red truth starvation tactics. I will not use the red easily, given that you use it as a grounding from which to counterattack.
Radio Amnesiac with the Canadian $20. I finally caught this live. In celebration, I've baked cookies to have a cozy first Twilight. Thank you for streaming these. I look forward to hearing a good Beatrice cackle every week. Wow, thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy your cookies. I hope they're just as good as Bronova's.
I could just make you come apart at the seams by using the minimum amount necessary of red in just a single place. What this means is that no matter how I permit you to rant about your theories for each of the locked rooms, ultimately, I need only smash one of those with a single red truth.
You've been knocking me about with that thing all this goddamn time, and now I've started using it to counterattack. You've gone and put it away again. What a joke.
Anyways, I don't want to use the red. I want to be stingy. I want to bully Battler. But how could I guarantee a death for certain without using red? I racked and racked my brains over it. It was Gap that gave me the idea. It truly was a simple method.
I just said something obvious and you hit upon the idea. I simply said that you had to create corpses whose identity and total death can be easily appreciated by anyone who looks at them.
In short, I combined the two. The face, which is necessary to distinguish their identity, and the symbol of total death, the pulverization of the head, which is the vessel for the soul. When I put those 2 parts neatly together, oh, hey, presto! Out came the perfect answer of corpses with their heads half destroyed.
I'll bet you love 2-flavor bread and the 2-flavor ice cream. Your greedy, childish tastes are so obvious.
In any event, even if their heads are half destroyed, we shouldn't assume that they're dead at this point in time.
I know. Since Beata was holding out on me and refusing to say anything in red, I should suspect everything. Of course, there's no way in hell I'm gonna swallow the magic mass murder by the sexy-ass Chester babes.
You certainly have become shrewd. If this were the first game, you would have swallowed everything.
An adversary must be like that, or he wouldn't be very interesting. There's no red for now. I suggest you capitalize on that to let your imagination run wild and build up theory upon theory. I'll cut them all down at once with the red truth.
Oh boy. If this is the chapter I think it is. Yep, it sure is. Okay, so, yeah. I said this before last time, but there is one more Rosa and Maria scene in this episode. I don't think it's as bad as the last one. And it doesn't involve any, you know, like social workers or anything like that. It's basically just, well, I mean, you'll see, but yeah. So anyway, there's some of that to come. So if you are, again, you know, if at any point somebody needs to duck out for the Rosa stuff, then just warning you. Silent, black, cold, painful. Rosa regained consciousness bit by bit. No, it's not this scene, Kitty. It's a later one. And the first thing she thought was that it would have been better if she hadn't. After all, her body was so cold and hurt so much, and it became worse the more her consciousness returned. Tofu64, yeah, in this particular translation, for some reason, they use a slur at some point, the R slur in particular, when they could have just said something else, because, you know, there are many ways to translate it that are not that, so I don't know why they did, but yeah. And it became worse the more her consciousness returned. It felt like she had been sleeping in the darkness for a long time now, face down on ice-cold marble. This is why I always tell myself, even if it's just a nap, at least get on the sofa. I always know that if I naively try and close my eyes for just a second, and end up sleeping on the floor or at my desk, it'll hurt my body later and I'll suffer for it. Because she slept on such a cold and hard floor, she was chilled to the bone. Because she slept on such a hard and cold floor, the side of her face that had been pressing down against it was very painful. If she were to look in a mirror right now, she would surely see an embarrassing mark. She didn't think that just rubbing it would make that mark disappear, but she stroked the hurting side of her face for the time being, trying to smooth it over. Yeah. Where is this? She thought that it was pitch black, but that appeared not to be the case. After all, she could faintly see her own body. Without a doubt, there was some source of light. But even when she looked up at the ceiling, or else the sky, there was only an expanse of blackness, and she couldn't see any such thing. Her body alone was slightly lit, whereas everything else was sunk in darkness. That's what this world was like. It was almost as though Rosa alone had been abandoned in a forgotten world. As her mind grew clearer, she started getting nervous about why she was all alone in a place like this. When she was about to call out, asking if anyone was there, patter patter, she heard footsteps coming towards her. They were light footsteps, so she thought it was probably a kid. They didn't feel creepy to her, so she wasn't afraid. But they also weren't Maria's footsteps. So, wondering who in the world would be in a darkness like this, she stared in the direction she could hear the footsteps from. As she did, a faint, approaching silhouette came into view. It looked like a child much younger than Maria. Who is that? I didn't know him. But the expression on his face was like a lost child separated from his parents. As a parent with a daughter myself, I felt as though my chest was being torn apart.
Who are you?
The instant the kid muttered that infantile word, I felt a sharp pain in the half of my face that was aching from the cold floor, as though it had been pierced by long, thin, hard needles. I reflexively pressed my hand against that side of my face.
Are you okay? Does it still hurt?
Thank you, little guy. Where is this? It's really cold.
Come this way. You can't be here.
He took my other hand and pulled, with a grim expression on his face. I don't have a clue what's going on. However, a single honest expression from a child can often tell the truth better than 100 empty words from an adult. She didn't understand the situation, but even so, Rosa dashed along with him wherever she was pulled. However,
This was a world where nothing could be seen in the darkness except for their own forms. JunePop45 with the $5. Get haunted, bitch! Yeah, pretty much. She couldn't even really feel whether she was actually moving forwards as she ran. Even though I'm running, I can't feel any wind. It's as though I'm still inside a nightmare. That kind of unreal feeling. So even though I was running, I couldn't maintain my sense of balance, and my legs got tangled and I fell. Even in a world that didn't feel real, the pain of smashing my face against the cold, hard floor was reality itself.
Are you okay?
I'm sorry. My head hurts. When he said that infantile word, Uryu, pain like being stuck with needles ran through my head again. Even though it had only happened twice, I was somehow able to understand that his word was the cause of my pain. So I said so frankly. I'm sorry. Could you stop saying that, Uryu?
Uryu.
Excuse me. I asked you to stop.
Sorry.
This time I got the feeling that his words of apology made me feel a sharp pain in my forehead. What is this child? I know there's no malice in him, but when I'm around him, my head hurts.
Are you okay? Let's hurry up and go. You mustn't be here.
Why shouldn't I be here? Come on, where is this? Who are you? Where's your mama?
But the one who made me is you, Mama.
He stared at me with round eyes. This kid's mama is me? Who is he? Who is this kid? I don't remember at all.
Did you forget about me? You made me, you know?
Wait a second. Stop kidding around. Maria is my only child. That's right. Where is Maria? Where's Maria? Maria! I suddenly grew uneasy about Maria not being there. Why am I all alone in a place like this? Where is Maria? Maria being there for me is the only thing that keeps me together.
Maria's here. But she's not Maria right now. It's better if you don't see her at the minute. That'll be better for you and Maria as well. For Maria's sake as well, run away.
Huh? What are you talking about? Where is Maria? Maria! Answer me!
Maria will find you. Come this way quickly, Mama.
He pulled my hand again. He was probably pulling me in the opposite direction from Maria, so I stopped in my tracks. Let go! Just who are you? Who said you could call me Mama?
You're the one who made me, Mama. Did you forget? So that I could be Maria's birthday present. You made me with your own hands. Did you forget?
You couldn't be. Maria's... Sakutaro!
Yeah, the lion stuffed animal you made.
A fierce, sharp pain struck me. It came from the palm of the hand he was grasping. I instinctively knocked his hand away, and when I looked at my palm, a hole the size of a thumb had opened there, and thick, deep red blood was gushing out. It was a hole so big that I could see through to the other side.
Are you okay? Are you okay? What happened?
Sakutaro also noticed my wound and panicked. Judging by his reaction, he couldn't understand why my hand had sustained a serious injury. But to my eyes, it felt like I had sustained that injury because he grabbed my hand. Whether there was malice in him or not, I understood that this child was something that would do harm to me, and he instantly became strange and frightening. Go away! I don't know you. Sakutaro was just a disgusting, crappy stuffed animal, right? I don't know you. I'm not your mama! Go away! Disappear! Slowly, the base of Sakutaro's neck tore in a horizontal line. It gaped open, and the pitch blackness inside him peered out. There was no gushing of blood, only an endlessly empty blackness. And then, from inside of the gash, cotton snow poured out, and he slumped over, scattering bits of cotton about. All that remained there was crumpled yellow cloth, and bits of cotton that looked like sticky, crushed cotton candy. A lion, stuffed animal, without a doubt. They were the remains of the Sakutaro stuffed animal I had torn apart on that day, overcome by my emotions. The instant I admitted that, a long, sharp shriek that could rupture an eardrum tore the world apart.
Oh, yes. Sorry, it's a bit of a flashback to this for a second. So, if anybody needed to skip that part, you might want to pause for a minute.
Sakutaro! Sakutaro!
Like a flood from a broken dam, or like a broken TV, Maria wailed in a high-pitched voice. Maria's voice, which made the ears throb, brought up two emotions. The first was regret. I let my emotions get the better of me, committed a terrible mistake. A mother's desire to kneel down right away, hold Maria's head, cry with her, and apologize. And in fact, I did that right away. I held Maria's head and apologized in tears for what I had done. But Maria didn't stop crying. On the contrary, she rejected me, the one who had torn her closest friend apart, and pushed me away forcefully with both hands. Since I had been on my knees in an unnatural position, I fell backwards easily. Maria scraped together the yellow scraps of cloth and cotton bits, buried her face in them, and cried even more. Watching that, the other emotion welled up. It welled up rapidly, and then burst. I mean, she won't come around even when I apologize, and there's nothing I can do now anyway, and it's all Maria's fault in the first place! I mean, she can't make any friends because she's forever taken up this make-believe stuffed animal thing, and that's why she's treated like a weirdo, and, you know, this is a good opportunity for instructive guidance. It's not like I was pampered all the time myself. Things eventually break, are stolen, are broken. Even I had lots of toys and treasures stolen, broken, made fun of, and thrown away by my brothers and sister, and father and mother! But though I might have cried about that, though I might have shed a few tears, not once did I sob like this and trouble my parents. Throw a tantrum, get in a terrible mood, pound and kick the floor and make a horrible racket. I always wanted to, but I thought I'd get in more trouble if I did, so I always held it in. It's because I held it in that I was able to become the wonderful adult I am now! Suddenly, I felt something strangely missing. The same feeling as when you use a tool recklessly and it finally breaks, so that you're left holding only the base. But I hadn't been using a tool. I had only been using my own two hands to hit Maria's head repeatedly. So, I looked at my hands. From my wrists onwards, my hands had snapped off, cracked off, and were gone. As though only those parts of my arms had become ceramic. No, everything beyond my wrists literally had become ceramic at some point, and had broken and fallen. Cracks had formed in them because I had hit Maria too much, and they had fallen off. Look, see? Aren't those my hands there, lying smashed by my feet? There was no pain, but the shocking sight of both my hands breaking off at the wrists made me scream. What? My hands! Hands! This way. You won't be able to hit me anymore. Ignoring my confusion, Maria said that with a very cold voice. As she slowly moved her hands away from her head, where they had been defending against my barrage. What is this? My hands! My hands! What did you do, Maria? What is this? What is this? What is this? A black silhouette was suddenly standing behind Maria. It was the silhouette of an adult. Who? Since an arm can pat a daughter's head, flip through a picture book, and make warm meals, I thought it might be alright to leave them.
Mama hits my head more than she pats it. She doesn't turn the pages of a picture book. She doesn't even make food. I go to buy it myself. And I'm not allowed to go to the same store over and over. Not allowed to have my face remembered. Not allowed to talk to policemen. Why? Why is that? Did I do something wrong? Am I not allowed to have you pat my head, have picture books read to me, or eat dinner together with you? Why? Why? It's not my fault! Not my fault, yours! Your fault! You don't play with me. But Sakutaro did. He read books with me, watched TV with me, ate meals with me. He was a much, much more important friend than you!
I'm not proud of it. But it can't be helped, can it? Mama's busy with work. Work! You know Mama's busy with work, right? What am I supposed to do? There's nothing I can do! That is true. There's nothing to be done. Nothing to be done about injuring your daughter, tearing her heart apart, and making her tears run with blood. Then there's nothing to be done about the same happening again. Right here, right now. Come, Maria. That is enough for the excuses of the woman who calls herself a mother. Can you forgive her, or not? Is she innocent, or else guilty?
Can't forgive her! Mama is guilty! I'll make the same thing happen to Mama that she did to Sakutaro! Take Mama and rip her from the seam at the neck! Rip her apart and throw the cotton inside her everywhere!
Maria's eyes ominously flashed blue. In that instant, invisible, massive arms stuck their fingernails out and grasped Rosa's entire body tightly. The bones all throughout her body made sounds like twigs being stepped on as they readily cracked and broke. Rosa vaguely understood. The massive arms are probably my own arms, from the time I tore Sakutaro apart. From a stuffed animal's perspective, my arms must certainly have been this massive. So I could only imagine what would happen next. The sharp nails stuck strongly into the base of my neck as I heard the skin tearing with my own ears. Then, watched over by the two witches, Rosa's flesh was split in two, top and bottom. When Sakutaro had been torn apart, bits of cotton had flown about like snowflakes. But in Rosa's case, like thick black tar, something like thick black tar came out, filthily flying all over the place. There wasn't even a trace of the red of blood. It was something black, filthy, and thick. It was probably what a bloodless, tearless human kept inside their body instead. This is incredible. Hideous. What filthy insides. That was splendid, Maria. Well then, is this enough for your revenge? Can you forgive your mother or not? Innocent or guilty?
Can't forgive! Still can't forgive! Guilty!
Beatrice brandished her pipe wand, and a surge of gold butterflies regenerated Rosa's broken body in an instant. Feel your great sin, which cannot be paid for by a single human life. And remember your own grievous sin. Come, try to remember. Remember how great a sin you committed.
Hello? Is that you, Mama? What time will you be back?
I'm sorry. I'm busy with work again today, so I'm staying over.
Staying over at work again? Your job's been being hard on you again today? Huh?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I really am busy. I've been holed up at the company this whole time. Can't even get a breath of outside air. Mama's job isn't one I can just finish up quick. Unless I give them the best design I can, I won't be given another job. That's how tough this job is. So it always needs a lot of time.
Yeah, understand. I'll be a good girl and watch over the house, so work really hard, finish it quickly, and come back home, okay?
Thank you for understanding about Mama's work. I promise that I'll buy a delicious cake and bring it home with me tomorrow.
Don't need cake. Instead of taking time to go to the cake store, I'd be happier if you just came home that little bit sooner.
Don't worry. I'll come back quickly, I promise. So let's eat delicious cake together. Let's drink delicious tea together. Let's read a new picture book together. Let's play with the wolves and sheep puzzle I bought recently. Both of us, together. It's a promise.
Yeah, promise. I'll be waiting. Do your best at work, Mama.
Ho ho. It's a lonely story, but this good mother-daughter love with each showing consideration for the other. This is good mother-daughter love, with each showing consideration for the other, is it not? Do you see any problem with it, Maria? Rosa? That promise. I believe I kept it. The next evening, didn't I do as I promised and return earlier than usual with the cake I bought?
That's not it. I knew. That evening. A pay-on-delivery package came for you, but there wasn't enough money in my wallet. So I called your company to ask you what to do. I'd been told only to call at special times, but thought it'd be bad if the package was something important for your work. So I called. And when I did, they told me that you had the day off. They told me that it had been decided long ago that you would have the day off, and that you had gone far away to play. I knew. The whole time. I knew that you were lying! But you know what? Sakutaro scolded me, saying that wasn't true. That Mama was very busy with her job every day. That there was no way she would abandon me and play. That the person who told me Mama had the day off must have made some kind of mistake. That's what Sakutaro said. So I believed him. I believed him. I love Mama. I love Mama. And of course Mama loves me too. Loves me too.
Yes, me too. I love you, Maria. Rosa let out a deep sigh. Maybe she felt the weight of her words. Then she set the receiver back on the bedside phone. The dark room made the window-side view of the starry sky on the ground stand out even more beautifully. On the table in front of that terrace was a very cold wine cooler, and the one she was enjoying a glass with was gazing at the scene below.
You didn't tell your daughter that you were going on vacation?
I told her once, but she made such a fuss about it that I decided not to tell her anymore. It's less of a pain that way.
If you're worried about your daughter, surely you didn't have to force this into your schedule.
But that way we'd never get our schedules to match. Didn't I say not to worry about that? The slender, middle-aged man, clad in a white robe, gave a small sigh. Rosa reacted sensitively to that slight action. Come on! Let's not talk about my daughter. It'd be a waste of this excellent wine.
I find you fascinating as both a woman and a human being, but for that very reason, I feel bad about taking so much of your time that it strains your relationship with your daughter.
Aren't I always asking you not to worry about my relationship with my daughter? I make sure not to talk about her when I'm alone with you, don't I? I wouldn't have even phoned from up here if it weren't for the noisy drunks laughing stupidly in the lobby downstairs.
Rosa-san, couldn't you reconsider sudden vacations like this in the future? For your daughter's sake? Isn't it alright if we only do it when our schedules match?
But then our schedules won't match at all. Don't you understand? I want to be with you all the time.
That's how a child behaves when they're in love. Love between adults should be a little more stoic. Rosa-san, I feel sad too that I can never stay with you for very long, but I think we're enjoying a very full adult romance with the limited time and opportunities we have.
So you're telling me to be with my daughter more? Don't be a woman, be a mother?
That's what you wish for too, isn't it? You must want to spend some relaxed time with your daughter. I'm not going anywhere. I'm trying to say that I think it's sad for you to sacrifice your daughter so you can prioritize your time with me.
Did you patch things up with your wife? You've started thinking you don't want to split up, haven't you?
I don't want to talk about my wife. Just like you don't want to talk about your daughter.
You've started thinking that women with children are a pain.
I've never said anything of the sort.
Whenever someone finds out that I have a child, they desert me. Even when I tell them they don't need to worry about the cost of raising her, they all desert me. I thought you understood about my daughter, but it looks like you really don't like women with children.
That's not what I'm saying. Of course I like you, Rosa-san. I'm just trying to say to take better care of your daughter. You must want that yourself, so I don't want you to hurt yourself by lying to your daughter. That's all I'm saying.
Liar! You just can't be bothered to deal with me anymore, can you?
I never said that.
No, I know. I can tell. After being abandoned so many times because of that child, I know. I can tell by your mood, yes. You're the same. You're just like the other men. You don't want a woman with a child, you don't want a divorcee, and you don't want to deal with it. You don't want to become the parent of a child made with another man, right? No, of course you don't. I know exactly how that feels. I once went out with a man with children, and I absolutely understood that feeling. That's why I believed that I could be together with you, a person who understood about my daughter. That's right. You were always in the way. If not for you, I would have been able to grasp my happiness as a woman long ago. Your existence constantly gets in the way of my happiness. Mom, even I didn't want to give birth to you. No, that's wrong. I did think it'd be nice to build a happy family together with you. But he disappeared right before you were born. He said he'd build a warm family with me. He tricked me and disappeared from my sight for all eternity. Only you were left. No love or memories or anything remained. Where is that man now? He probably just turned my days with him into a warm memory and found a new love. And maybe that time he managed to build up a happy family. I have you! I can't even look for love. Men can go between women as they like and brag about it. But the woman, me, I have you! I have you as a stone weight, and because of you I can't search for romance. I can't have love. I have no choice but to live alone. No, I'm not even allowed that. I'm not even allowed a night to myself to drown my sorrows. Who are you? Who? You ruined my life and won't even let me have a new one. Just what are you to my life? Disappear. I've hated you since the time you were born. I've hated you since the time you were in my womb. But I tried to stay positive and accept you. I've been doing my best to play the part of a good mother. Yes, I did my best. As other women of my generation enjoyed being single, sometimes playing with passion, or even being joined with someone in love, I watched from the sidelines, stuck wearing the two hats of a mother and a woman. Whoever showed appreciation for my efforts. No one admired me. No one praised me. I got what I deserved. You don't want a woman with a kid? Sour grapes? You're looking for a girl who's sweet and pure? Well, who the hell wants you, you goddamn inexperienced punks? I was so desperate. I probably looked like I'd fall for you easy. Yes, damn right I was desperate. I'm still at the age where I want to know love. And I was being swamped with work and caring for my child. And when I realized that I would probably grow old and live out my life like this, you can't even imagine how desperate I was. Of course I hate your real father too, but he and I both share the blame for bringing up about that breakup. I myself might have been enough of a pain in the ass to make him run away. But the breakups after that, all of them were your fault. When did I ever scold you for that? Never, did I? The day after one man left me, when I wanted to drink myself dead drunk, was Parents' Day at your school. I was there, my tear-stained eyes disguised with heavy makeup, and the way I felt when you said something off the mark and the whole class laughed at you is something I expect you and everyone else on this planet couldn't possibly understand. I hate you, loathe you, and up until this very moment I've never really loved you even once! Maria's face was frozen. If words really were blades, Maria's whole body would probably have been stained red with fresh blood by now. Even after gaining the power of a witch and resolving herself to take revenge for Sakutaro, she couldn't stand these curses coming out of her mother's mouth. Ugly. How ugly is a woman drowning in lust. This is this woman's true nature. Even I, as a 1,000-year-old witch who has explored the depths of evil, find this most difficult to watch. Maria, now is the time for you and her to part ways. Smash the ugly lump of meat that calls herself your mother. There is no meaning in your pure soul being bound any longer by the chains of parent and child. With your own hand, release your own soul now. You have now gained the teeth and claws to protect yourself.
Now I'll make you learn all the days of pain I went through. I'll get revenge for my days of suffering.
Aren't you the one who's been making me suffer? I'm the one who wants revenge. I should have done that before you were born. I should never have given birth to you. Get out of my life. As Rosa howled, her upper body was crushed in a way that can only be described by the word splat, and in an instant was turned into something similar to a wrung, blood-stained towel.
Crushed. Can't forgive. Can't forgive.
You filth! That form suits you! Even though everything from Rosa's waist downwards was upright as normal, the upper half of her body alone was crushed. The extreme difference was altogether bizarre. Then she fell over, but her body was regenerated the instant she fell. You done. Come, Maria. Is this all there is to your anger and sadness? Now is the time for revenge. Time for the settlement of anger and sadness. Take it out on her. Spit it out at her. Push out all of the wedges that have been driven into your chest and fling them back. Maria's howl was colored by the ugly sound of flesh and bone being simultaneously crushed, as Rosa, who had foully insulted Maria, lay spread-eagled. Perfectly circular area of her chest was squashed into a pulp, as though it had been trampled by an invisible elephant. Her heart and her lungs and her ribs were trampled so mercilessly that they were completely indistinguishable. That might have symbolized the pain in Maria's heart up until today. So, Maria, are you now satisfied? Can you forgive your mother's sin, or not? Innocent, or guilty?
Can't forgive. Still can't forgive. Can't forgive at all. Mama is guilty. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Can't forgive.
Naturally. How could your days of anguish be equaled by this level of punishment? You will learn, Rosa. Come, try to remember. What form did you have? Revive in order to be killed. Be killed in order to purify your sins, over and over. Beata waved her wand. Her body was regenerated again, and Rosa sat up, coughing violently in pain. And once again, she spat out curses, rejecting Maria.
You aren't Mama. You're a witch. A witch tormenting me and Mama. I won't forgive you just because you look like Mama. I won't forgive you.
You're the witch. Always reading creepy books and playing witches. You're the one who should disappear. Because of you, even I get treated like a weirdo. Because of you. Because of you! I should never have given birth to you. I wish you had never been born. I hated you since before you were born.
My voice can't take another Maria yell like that, I'm gonna be real with you, so you're just gonna have to look at it.
Maria screamed. Was she unable to bear her anger and sadness? Or else was she taken over by an indescribable emotion? It was surely a cry of hopelessness. And yet, this was the reality that had to be accepted. Even Maria knew. She had known that she was thought of as a nuisance. But even though she knew it, she did not believe it. she believed that she was loved by her mother, and all the various events that should have made her doubt this, she did her utmost to interpret in a positive light, trusting and clinging to her mother's love. But she had no one except her mama. Despite all of this, she really did love her mama, and wanted to return to the days where she could still believe that her mama loved her too.
Daniel with the 5 pounds. Beato, well, I can somewhat understand. I don't think this catharsis is actually good for Maria. Yeah, I'm gonna touch on this in just a minute when we get to the end of this scene, but I've been waiting to talk about this one for a little bit.
So she howled. She brought everything to nothing. She would not accept it. She denied it. She denied the Black Witch making her mother say such things, and the part of herself that couldn't forgive that mother. But she couldn't deny it. This was reality, fact, truth, the answer. Unmistakable, absolute reality. Maria turned Rosa into a lump of meat over and over. In the dark world that reflected her heart, over and over it echoed, that ugly sound which would make one want to cover their ears, of flesh and bone being torn apart. Each time Beatrice revived Rosa, she dragged her back into the world of endless torture from which even death was no escape. This was the true deepest hell that the endless witch Beatrice could create. However, this world was not made endless by Beatrice's will, because every time Rosa turned into a lump of meat, Beatrice asked the same question of Maria.
Are you satisfied, Maria? Can your anger forgive your mother? No way! No way! Won't forgive! Won't forgive! I'll teach you all of my pain! Teach you much, much more! Still not enough! Not close to enough! Since I was born, since before I was born, I can't erase the anger and sadness of being despised for all that time! I hate you.
Again and again she revived her. Again and again she returned her to a lump of meat. In all kinds of ways she crushed her, smashed her, beat her, and tore her to bits. Flying blood, spatter, and flesh had by now turned the once pitch-black world into a mix of red and black. Maria's anger was still not settling down. It was as though she was disgorging all of the rage she had suppressed from the time of her birth until today.
Yeah, Atropos, if you need to take a minute, please, by all means. This is a lot. This is understandable. For what it is worth, I think we're getting close to the end of this scene, if I remember correctly. So, yeah.
If all that was poison to her heart, then would the repeated murder of her mother purify her soul? Could these pointless atrocities save her soul even just a little bit? This endless torture might have started serving as a slight diversion from her sad, unrewarded life. After all, it seemed that she had finally been able to regain her smile.
Learn it. You, the source of my unhappiness. Learn it. Learn that my pain is greater than this. What's wrong? Aren't you going to laugh anymore? Try and laugh!
Half of her skull collapsed. Eyeballs flew out and black cranial fluid gushed. Fragments of teeth scattered.
Come on, revive. Try and laugh. Come on, come on!
Her whole chest, along with her ribs, turned inside out, spewing her filthy innards everywhere around her. All of them writhed, looking like some kind of foul creature.
Come on, come on, come on! Revive. Can you still laugh? Can you still laugh?
Rosa couldn't even let out a laugh anymore, but her face was laughing. It was covered with a twisted laugh, which was filled with a malice that rejected her unwanted daughter. I erased that laughing voice.
Next, I'll erase that laughing face. I'll erase it. I'll crush it. I'll tear it to bits. Laugh! Try and laugh, Mama! What's wrong, Mama? Wake up! Read me a picture book. Let's go take a walk. Tell me you love me. Make a promise for next Sunday. Let's go shopping. Let's go to the movies. And then, of course, break that promise anyway. Isn't it fun, Mama? Isn't it fun? I'm playing with you now.
That's right. You're now playing with your mother, having fun with her. Tell me your emotions now. I believe they should not be of anger or sadness or pain.
Yeah, you're right. I can feel it, Beatrice. I'm having so much fun now. I'm playing with Mama, so it's tons of fun. And even though I'm killing Mama over and over again, I can bring her back to life with just a single bit of magic. I took care of my toys because I couldn't fix them if they broke. But if the toys could be fixed, I'd want to break them over and over again. But Sakataro won't be fixed. He can't be fixed. Because Mama, who made him, Mama, who gave birth to him, won't accept him. I'm not accepted by Mama either, am I? So the broken Maria can't be fixed anymore either. It's fun. It's so much fun, Mama. I'm having so much fun that somehow I'm starting to feel like I could forgive you. Hey, Beato, this is a really strange emotion. Why? Why have I started to feel like I could forgive Mama?
That's the enlightened state that is only reached by witches who have gained the power to control life and death at will. You can kill her at any time. You can bring her back to life if needed. If she becomes a pain, then you can simply kill her once more. Once you've learned that you can do this at any time simply by snapping your fingers, the nonsense of the human realm, all of it becomes unworthy of lending an ear to, of less importance than the chirping of insects. You began to feel like forgiving your mother, not because your eyes were open to your mother's love. It was because now, as of that moment, you stand at the entrance to the world of true witches. Welcome, Maria, to the profound and sweet world of witches.
I've done it. I'm not Maria anymore. Still an apprentice, maybe, but I've surpassed to the human world. Now I'm the apprentice witch of origins, Maria. There's nothing to make me feel bitter. Nothing to make me feel sad. Mama, I'll forgive you. I'm sure I can forgive you. I think I'll be able to forgive you after doing just a little bit more. After all, I'm a witch.
Maria probably would forgive her mother eventually, after brutally murdering her countless times, generously. And now we are done with that scene officially. So there you go.
Whoa, that last thunderbolt was huge. Must be pretty close, don't you think? It sounds like it. No matter how old you get, thunder still makes you jump.
Battler was looking at the dark night through a crack in the curtains. Every once in a while, a pale white lightning bolt would light up the sky, and he seemed to be enjoying it. Oh? Please, Battler, you're making so much noise that Maria's woken up now. Sorry, Maria. Sorry Battler's so noisy.
What the heck? It's my fault? Sorry, Maria. You can go back to sleep. Night-night.
Maria was looking a bit hazy, with drowsy eyes. She was probably still half asleep and couldn't think straight.
Had enough. Won't sleep.
It's okay. Sleep. You're still half asleep right now.
Not half asleep.
Oh, come on. You're blatantly half asleep.
Lie back down. Lie back down.
Not half asleep! Not half asleep!
Quit it, Battler, you dumbass. God, what are you thinking? Getting a kid who's just woken up into a bad mood.
Not half asleep! Not half asleep!
I understand, Maria-chan. You aren't half asleep, so calm down.
Not half asleep! Not half asleep!
Maybe it was because of her dubious mental state after waking up, but Maria suddenly threw a tantrum. In Battler's mind, he had only been teasing her a little bit, so he was taken aback by this extreme overreaction. George hugged her and held her head, trying to calm her down, but Maria's tantrum wasn't quelled easily. Battler and Jessica were trying to push the blame on each other, saying, "It's your fault too."
Hey, be quiet, you two. Jessica-chan, there was still some hot water in the pot, right? Could you make some tea for her? Did you calm down? Maria-chan?
It looked like her tantrum was dying down bit by bit, but she was still glaring at Battler, who had made fun of her with sharp eyes.
Battler-kun was just messing around. He doesn't really think you're half asleep. So calm down. Alright?
George noticed. Maria was staring at Battler with incredible eyes. And despite having just displayed all that emotion, she laughed in a small voice. Instead of a laugh, it seemed more like she was muttering while savoring, or else counting each he. As though each time she said he, she was making something brutal happen over and over. George felt something creepy for a split second, but he wasn't able to notice that madness that for a brief moment peeked out of the depths of the girl's eyes. After remaining spaced out for a short period of time, Maria stopped her bizarre quiet laugh and pushed George's arm aside as though telling him to let go.
Forgive him.
Really? You're such a good girl, Maria-chan. Battler-kun, Maria-chan forgave you. Make up with her.
Sorry for teasing you. Forgive me. Here you go, Maria. And we made you some cafe to show that we've made up with you. It's got a lot of sugar in it, so it's sweet.
Don't want it, but forgive you. Because I'm a witch.
One more time, Maria laughed in a creepy, quiet voice. But it was only for a very short time, so Battler and Jessica didn't think much of it. They decided to think that, probably, it only looked that way for an instant, when a flash of lightning had lit up her cheek with a pale white light. So yeah, to pause here for a second to talk about this. So, last episode, when I jokingly said, oh, you know, everybody in the USHIROMIYA family sucks, and somebody was like, oh, but what about Maria? She hasn't done anything wrong. And true, presently she has not. But I do still think there is, obviously, some nuance to be talked about here. Because, that whole scene conveys something very important to me. And that is that this family does not let anybody get out unscathed, does it? Obviously, Maria can't do anything detestable at the moment because she is 9 years old and she does not have any power in her situation. And, you know, having thoughts like that is not, like, wrong of her to have, basically, given, you know, the everything. The implication being, though, that, like, you see that moment where Sakutaro was destroyed, where Maria's magic pivoted from being things to make her happy to make her world more lively, you know, all that kind of stuff, and pivoted towards curses to hurt people or all that stuff. The magic that can hurt or kill another, that's what she begs Beato to tell her about after that. And so we see this gradual shift, this Maria that has started to emerge after that point, where the most heartbreaking thing about this scene is that it signals a shift in Maria, that like something has changed about her that is never going to be the same anymore. That childish innocence has been squashed underneath the weight of the repeated abuse that she suffers from Rosa. And so, yeah, we don't know what would have happened in the future, but unfortunately, since Umineko is very much focused on the cycles of abuse, it's safe to imagine that Maria would not have had an easy time of it as an adult.
I'm not going to say that she would have definitely been as bad as Rosa, obviously. There's no way of us knowing that, and I would prefer not to interpret her so uncharitably. But, like, we can't take it off the table. Like, we can't know what Maria would have been like as an adult. And unfortunately, yeah, it's just, you know, it sucks. This scene is so particularly heartbreaking to me because it just shows that, like, the Ushirimiya family is just a constant fucking trauma machine that takes even the most good-natured people that want to love and do the right thing and then just browbeats them into submission until they have no choice but to lash out. And then they, well, you know, you've seen it happen over and over again at this point. So, and now we know what she's doing when she's laughing like that too. Like, anytime she has these disagreements or tantrums with people in the present, she's literally imagining them being, like, murdered in her head over and over and over again. So, yeah, not a great way to deal with things. Yeah, it's just, yeah, God, it hurts. It hurts a lot. I feel so bad for Maria. I genuinely feel so fucking bad for Maria. So, yeah. Anywho. Let's continue. Then, they heard the sound of loud and hasty footsteps rushing towards them from the hall. It was already about 10:30 at night, a time that could safely be called late at night. Hearing footsteps like that at this time was not very peaceful. Then, along with a clearly disquieting and wild series of knocks, they heard Goda's and Kumasawa's voices that clearly told them this was an abnormal situation.
Children! Are you there? Are you there? It's Goda!
It's Kumasawa! Is everyone all right? What shall I do? What shall I do? When George opened the door, the two of them tumbled in, sopping wet. It looked like they had dashed here from the mansion without an umbrella. What's gotten into you two? What's happened?
It was the master, Kraus-sama, everyone, he...
I love that they played the music track 2 seconds before the chapter ended, so it immediately cuts off. Chiester Sisters jump scare. It was a pitch black room. There were no windows, and by the light from the weak bulb, one could just barely make out the state of things around them. It appeared to be an old, forgotten, dusty underground storehouse, with some kind of furniture haphazardly thrown into it. However, even with just a little light, one could at least tell that it probably wasn't a storehouse, because that room was sealed off with iron bars. Where is this?
Not a clue. Is this place underneath the mansion? Was there this kind of room directly underneath the dining hall?
They had been dropped into what had appeared to be a pit and fallen into this room. Therefore, it would be appropriate to think that this room was directly below the dining hall. However, not even Kraus could bring himself to believe that there were pitfalls rigged in the beloved dining hall, where he had enjoyed his meals for years, and that directly below it was this dungeon-like room. But the ceiling, where they looked up, was made of a rugged stone, and they could not understand from where in that ceiling they could have fallen. No, all 5 people who had been dropped here thought the same thing. Although they had felt a sensation of being dropped into a pit, there was no way there could be pitfalls in the dining hall, nor could this dungeon-like place be directly underneath it. But, in point of fact, they had fallen into this place and were locked in, and so they were confused.
It's lucky that no one was hurt after falling from such a height. Shannon, Kenon, did either of you two know about this room?
No. We also have no knowledge of any room like this. Really?
Really? We really don't know any room like this.
It seemed that Kyrie thought there was a good chance that, despite their age, they might know of the mansion's secret tricks as servants permitted the one-winged eagle. There was a long silence, as if evaluating their answer.
No, it's probably true that they don't know. Shannon is a very tidy person, after all. If she had known about this room, it would probably have been scrubbed until it was sparkling. The filth of this room is proof that you two don't know of it. More importantly than that, I think we should worry about what to do now, don't you? Exactly. We need to call the police, or rather, call for medical assistance as soon as possible.
Nanjo's words rang hollow. Obviously, 6 people had been killed in the dining hall. They had all witnessed the exact moments when the 6 had been killed. And what's more, it had been done by half destroying their heads. Anyone could tell with just a single glance that they had been dealt a fatal injury. Everyone understood that calling for an ambulance now would be completely meaningless.
Thank you, Dr. Nanjo. We already understand that our partners are no longer alive. Thanks for trying to console us by mentioning medical assistance.
Natsuhi.
Once again, an oppressive silence took control of them, but Kraus shook his head harshly over and over, and just decided for now to forget the pain of losing his wife, and dedicate himself to figuring out where they were.
Everyone, listen to me. Dad is beyond hope now. The time for words and seeking comprehension or an explanation is long past.
Nobody answered. Without any kind of discussion or mercy, 6 people had been killed in an instant, and Kinzo had so boldly proclaimed for them to become sacrifices in a 13-person murder ritual. Since they had been locked up in this place, they too would probably become the ritual's next sacrifices before long. Around this time, their eyes were becoming used to the darkness, and bit by bit, they were starting to be able to make out the dungeon's interior. What they thought was furniture haphazardly left in the dungeon turned out not to be furniture at all. They were small cages that could be used to imprison a single person, restraining tables, or were those torture racks? At any rate, it was obviously more ghastly than a mere jail cell. Since those objects were rusted and covered in thick layers of dust, there was no doubt that they had been long forgotten. Maybe you could even have called those things Kinzo's sealed and forgotten madness. However, it was this room in which they had now been locked away. Those objects weren't exactly comforting to people who were locked up, hoping to be released without harm.
Anyway, let's get out of here. We've lost loved ones and friends, and would like to spend some time shedding tears. But more than that, I'm worried about the children.
I wonder if the children are safe.
All we can do is pray. Come to think of it, Kumasawa-san and Goda-san aren't here.
Perhaps they were able to get away safely.
You never know. It'd be a relief if they were able to meet up with the children.
Goda-san can be relied upon in times of crisis, and Kumasawa-san is knowledgeable and calm. I'm sure that they would be helpful to the children.
I hope so.
Shannon and Kraus smiled bitterly a little, but they quickly realized how improper that was, and stopped, clearing their throats.
We can't be too optimistic, Ne-san. There's a chance they've already been attacked after we were. I agree. What Father carried out in the dining hall was the 6 murders of the first twilight from the witch's epitaph, right? Then the second twilight is to tear apart the 2 who were close. We can't deny the possibility that Goda-san and Kumasawa-san may have already been killed, having run away to hide together in close company. We can't cling to the optimistic idea that they definitely got to the guest house and are protecting the children. Kyrie coldly analyzed the worst-case scenario. Even for her, it was heartbreaking to have lost her beloved husband. But right now, the most important thing was protecting that husband's son, along with the other children from becoming sacrifices to the insane family head. She overcame her sadness with the parental urge to protect the children. It seemed that both Kyrie and Kraus were strong enough to forget their grief, if only for the time being. They could let their tears flow later. For now, in order to protect the children, they had to act.
Anyway, let's get out of here. It seems to be a rather old cell. Couldn't we break the bars somehow? Let's try searching the entire room for some way to escape.
There's all kinds of junk around here. I wonder if there are any tools lying around that we could use. There might be something that we could use as a weapon, or something we could use to break the bars.
Kyrie pulled a lighter from her pocket. She herself didn't smoke, but she kept one tucked away in her pocket to light Rudolph's cigarettes. It was an extremely valuable source of light for searching through this dim dungeon.
Shannon, help Kyrie-san search the room. Canon, you'll help me check out the bars. This is a very old cell. The bars could be loose. What should I help with? And please just keep up your strength. Father will probably come here before long. You're the only one whose words will reach him. In a way, you might be holding our lives in your hands. My words will no longer reach him, I think. I'm sorry, but I don't believe I'll be of any use.
Then lend us your expertise as a doctor. I wonder if there's a drug that makes people instantly faint.
A drug that makes people instantly faint? What are you talking about?
We believe we fell through a pit and landed in this dungeon. In that panic-stricken place, that's what we believed happened. But looking at how large this room is, I came to a realization. This dungeon cannot be underneath the dining hall.
How can you tell that it can't?
You're an idiot, Nason. This dungeon is too narrow compared to the dining hall. Exactly. The first person to fall was Kraus Nissan. The second was myself. When you fell into this room, did you move from that spot, Kraus Nissan?
It's embarrassing to say, but I lay there groaning in pain from the landing. Immediately after that, you came crashing down next to me.
The distance between us as we stood in the dining hall compared to where we landed is clearly strange.
Certainly, when you put it that way. I was the next to fall, so I remember fairly well where you two were standing. The distance between you two and the dining hall might have been greater than this entire room.
We fell into a pit and directly dropped down here. It's not like we fell into multiple intersecting pipes and were all collected together before falling down here. The fall was instant, wasn't it?
I'm just imagining all of them like falling down Mario pipes. Like,
I don't remember rolling around in some sort of elaborate water pipe system.
Indeed. We can't explain that with a pitfall. How strange.
What does that have to do with the drug that makes people instantly faint that Kiria-sama was talking about?
Kiria-sama is probably thinking that there were no pitfalls in the dining hall, I would guess.
But we did actually fall.
To put it accurately, we had the feeling we fell into a pit. It's only natural. That's the only way we could describe such an experience.
I see. In other words, this is what you're getting at. We were not dropped into a pit, but shot, for example, with something like a blow dart, lost consciousness instantly in the instant we fell to the floor. It could just be that we remembered that as though we fell into a pit. I see. That's a much more persuasive explanation than there being numerous pitfall traps in the dining hall that we've never noticed, even after decades eating there.
Nason, do you have a watch?
Huh? Yes. I have a pocket watch. It's about 20 to 11.
Yes. My watch says the same. In short, it hasn't been more than 10 minutes since that chaos in the dining hall.
My watch likewise. That's much too short a time to knock us out and carry us somewhere. Judging only from the time, it's reasonable to think that we did fall through a hole leading directly underneath the dining hall.
Watch hands are easily tampered with. While we were passed out, they may have wound everyone's watch back. We're incapable of proving that this possibility doesn't exist.
Well, whether a pitfall or else a drug that induces fainting, it does not change the fact that we need to be on our guard.
So, Dr. Nanjo, is there a drug that can do that?
Well, it's the same as your logic, Kiria-san. I cannot prove that there's not a drug with that effect of which I do not know.
As they say, you can never be too careful. Sorry, it was a pointless question. Except, I think that with my hypothesis, I was able to suggest that this dungeon's not necessarily directly underneath the dining hall.
I see. There's always the possibility that we were carried off to a dungeon in Father's hidden mansion, which is rumored to be hidden somewhere in the middle of the vast forest. If we can escape from here and get outside, then we'll know. We can save worrying about that until after we get out.
Exactly. I'm truly sorry. I've only been asking and inquiring into useless things.
No, it's quite reassuring. Please, continue to tell us if you notice anything else. It might become a hint to escaping from here. I always heard from Rudolph. He was always surprised by your ideas, and they would sometimes serve as valuable hints. The fact that you're here is a blessing within a tragedy.
Thank you. Rudolph-san told me something about you as well. He said that you usually act big, but when things get serious, you overflow with a sense of responsibility and are a very dependable older brother.
That's too kind. Damn it, these iron bars won't even budge. How are things on your end, Canon?
No luck here either, I'm afraid. Kraus and Canon tried wiggling each of the bars in various ways. There were a few bars that could be twisted, and a few felt like they had enough room to rattle around a little bit. So they could not be broken with human strength alone. However, there was still hope if they could use some kind of lever-like tool. It was still far too early to give up yet. The children's lives were hanging in the balance. Even if there was no hope, they couldn't stop their struggle, and it was better even for them to act this way. If they were to stop, there was no doubt that they would once again be overcome by the grief of losing their loved ones and crouch down, clutching their knees.
How are you doing, Kiryu-san? Found anything?
I found some stones small enough to hide in a clenched fist. Even this might work as a weapon, though I'm sure it'd be impossible to whittle down those iron bars. How about you, Shannon-chan?
No, nothing. Oh, this is a phone.
There's no way it's connected, but we might be able to use the cord for tying something up or as a form of weapon. If we break it and take it apart, we could take out the metal parts. Kraus-Nissan, there's a keyhole for opening the cell, right?
Yeah. It's a pretty large hole, quite old-fashioned. If we twist some wire into it, we might just be able to pick it.
We might be able to use the metal parts of the phone as a substitute for something. This phone will become our weapon.
It's the same as investing. Information is our weapon.
Kraus and Kyrie laughed together at this way of putting the phone to use, which didn't remotely look at it as a means of communication.
What are you doing, Ne-san?
I just wondered if maybe the phone was working.
You dummy, Ne-san.
Huh? What?
Suddenly, Shannon let out a small, surprised cry.
Kiryu-sama! This phone! It's connected!
What did you say?
It was like when people move out of an office, taking everything with them, leaving only the telephone behind. That's the feeling the phone gave off, having been left in the corner of the cell. The cord was wound into a coil, only one end of it being swallowed by the wall, and at a glance it looked as though it could plausibly be connected. But to think that it actually was. Kyrie took the receiver from Shannon and pressed it to her ear. The electric hum was certainly the one with which she was familiar. The phone was indeed live.
What good luck! Let's contact the police!
Hold on. This is too good to be true. Or should we not suspect that it's bugged?
If they were planning a trick like that, normally they would cut the telephone line. There's a good possibility that they actually overlooked this. If they noticed, this line might actually be cut for real. There's nothing that we could tell the police that would be problematic for us if they overheard.
That did make sense. The point of a wiretap was to overhear some important piece of information. But the way things were now, they could not think of a single thing that would come up in a conversation to the outside world that could be troublesome to have heard. Kyrie instantly concluded that it was more likely to be a mistake on Kinzo's part than a trap.
You do have a point. I believe that you start with 0 to make calls to the outside.
Canon-kun, I'm going to make a phone call, so will you watch how things are out there for me? If you sense somebody coming, let me know.
Yes. Canon raced off toward the iron bars, silenced his breathing, and strained his ears. As everyone present watched her, Kyrie dialed the police. 110, yeah. However, she pushed the hook down repeatedly and redialed. It didn't seem to be working very well.
The outside line begins with 0? 110 would be 0110 then, right? It doesn't seem to want to go through.
Hand it over here. I'll try to call.
Kraus took the receiver in Curie's place and tested various things. But in the end, they were unable to notify the police. The phone itself was definitely live, but the circuit was apparently cut somewhere. Did this mean they were not so naive?
So it's useless after all. So our enemy is no pushover.
Kyrie let out a deep sigh, leaned against the wall, and hung her head for a while. As tough of a girl as she was, for a brief moment, she might actually have had the naive hope that the phone could actually work. She sneered at herself mockingly for holding on to that naive hope for even one moment. And then, she thought back upon just what was happening here. Honestly, despite having been shown such a thing right before her eyes, or rather, exactly because of that, she still could not think of that gruesome mass murder as something real. It was less that she couldn't believe it, and more that she didn't want to. Ushirimiya Kinzo had killed 6 members of his family. He had summoned strange, witch-like, demon-like people right out of thin air. And with something like magic, he had begun to kill people one after another. Too much to handle. Even though she definitely saw it, there was no way she could accept that spectacle. There's no way that's what happened. Those were obviously grandfather's friends or something. They were just hiding somewhere in the dining hall beforehand and used some trick to appear suddenly and surprise us. There's no other way to explain something as screwed up as that. But when those 6 had had their heads blown apart, a golden arrow had flown around and around the room. That had truly looked like. Was that another thing we just saw wrong? There's no way it was magic. There must be some kind of trick to it. Since it was capable of smashing heads, there's no doubt it was some explosive. For example, a styrene toy plane like they sell at candy stores, painted gold, with a powerful explosive loaded onto the end of it. That said, at a glance, it had seemed to be flying at random. Kyrie couldn't imagine that such a thing could be fired 6 times, and each time perfectly hit the victim square in the head, one after the other. Surely its flight wasn't computer-controlled to seek out and deliver precise hits on its targets. Which would make it a high-tech styrene plane on the same level as a guided missile? Would he invest such a large amount of money into developing some stupid trick like that? For that insane entertainment? Does this come back to the old "I wouldn't put it past father"? A number of mysterious people had appeared suddenly out of thin air. 6 people had had their heads demolished by a mysterious golden flying object. And the 5 of us were locked away in a mysterious dungeon by a mysterious set of pitfalls, or else put to sleep by some fainting poison dart. The family conference started a bit after 10 p.m. It's only been about 30 minutes since then. Probably. Those events which took place in such a short amount of time, none of us are able to understand nor come to grips with, even though we witnessed them ourselves. Even if we did get a hold of the police, it would probably be impossible for any of us to accurately explain what we saw. I may only just have witnessed it, but my brain's fried and I have no confidence even in what I myself saw. Kyrie had to try her hardest to rouse herself from her overwhelming confusion just to hold on to her sanity.
Damn it. What's going on here? Damn it!
Kraus started to become desperate, hitting the hook multiple times and redialing over and over. He too was feigning composure, but was unable to hide his panic. The more he redialed, the more the pretense of serenity peeled away. None of this makes any sense. Kyrie couldn't help but pray that the events that had just occurred were no more than a dream. Suddenly, the look on Kraus's face changed.
Oh! I got through! It's ringing! Really, Kraus-san? Yes, I see it now. The old man was short-sighted. It seems that he cut the external line in an effort to prevent us from contacting the police, but he missed out on severing the internal line.
Internal line? Kraus-san, where did you call?
The guest house. I'm calling the room where Jessica and the rest are staying. Hello! It's me! Who is this? Goda! Is Jessica there? Is she safe? Kraus-sama! I'm so glad that you're safe. Yes, Milady Jessica and the other children are here as well, safe and unharmed.
Dad! Is that you, Dad? I'm so glad that you're okay! Is Mom okay? Is she there? Kraus choked on his words. Kraus had clearly seen Natsui's head crushed, had seen her killed right before his eyes. Eventually, he was going to have to tell that to Jessica. However, Kraus began to fret over whether he should tell her this very moment and lost his words. But even that was an answer under these circumstances.
I don't know about her. But let's pray that she's safe. For now, I'm just glad that you're safe.
Yeah, I understand. I'm sorry for asking.
Jessica's voice was filled with tears. There was no doubt for Kraus anymore. Jessica and the others had been told everything, start to finish, by Goda and Kumasawa when they had met up at the guest house. And after they learned that 6 whole people had been killed, Jessica and the others must have been in a frenzy about wanting to go to the dining hall. Luckily, he had been able to call before they stormed off towards the mansion. Kraus was relieved at his good timing during such tragedy.
We have Kiryu-san and Dr. Nanjo, as well as Shannon and Kedon here. We're locked in a place that's like a dungeon, but don't worry. We'll figure something out.
Dungeon? Where? We'll come save you!
Unfortunately, we haven't the slightest idea where this is either. We think it might be under the dining hall, but that might not be true. But anyway, Jessica, you must not leave there. You've heard from Goda what happened?
Yeah, grandfather. He...
I know that they're just doing that because it's like either muffled or like whatever, but like, don't do that.
killed everyone.
Grandfather is in an insane state of mind right now.
If you run into him, you'll be in danger. You might be killed. You mustn't even think about trying to come and save us. We'll take care of ourselves.
Then what should we do? Grandfather, you piece of shit. How dare you do that to Mom and the rest? I'm gonna kill that worthless old bastard!
Jessica, if you talk like that, you'll sadden your mother. A lady doesn't use those kinds of words. Anyway, you all put your own safety first. Lock up the guest house. But you mustn't get complacent. The large window in the downstairs lounge might get broken. Stay in the room you're in and use a bed to make a barricade. There's a toilet and fridge in there too, right? You should be able to stay holed up until tomorrow morning. Alright, I'll say it again. Don't think of anything dangerous. And definitely don't think about trying to take revenge for Mom. Think only of hiding and making it through this. And don't provoke the enemy.
Yeah. Okay, Dad.
After that, Goda took the phone, and was told again to watch over the children as a responsible adult. Goda repeatedly said, "Yes, sir," in an overstrained voice, his face covered in cold sweat. From there, Kyrie received the phone and spoke with Battler, and when Shannon and Cannon got their turn, George and Jessica answered. And following that, Nanjo and Kumasawa picked up as well, so that all members of both sides had their turn on the phone, each encouraging the other and confirming that they were at least safe for now, even if their location was unknown, and coming to a complete understanding of the current situation for both sides. They wanted to talk forever, but now was not the time to chat. Kraus told them that they would be hanging up for now, and those in the guest house agreed.
If anything else happens, we'll call. Wait by the phone so you can pick it up quickly. Again, be careful. You mustn't do anything rash.
Yeah, I understand. Just knowing that you and Cannon-kun and the rest are safe, that's a win in my book. We'll do our best. Please stay safe.
Yeah, of course. Well then, I'm hanging up for now. Be on your guard.
With that, the phone call ended. Goda and the rest of the men quickly descended the stairs, closed the shutters, and secured the strong locks on the doors. However, just as Kraus had worried, there was nothing that could be done about the beautiful wide window in the downstairs lounge. If this were to be broken, it would be easy for them to get inside. It wouldn't be hard for someone like Kinzo, who hadn't hesitated at committing murder to invade the first floor.
It's likely that Grandfather and his followers will be armed. Locking ourselves in this room is our best bet, and moreover, our only method of staying locked down. It's painful that have no choice but to stuff ourselves in a locked room, but if our enemies are carrying guns, then that's the only method we have left to us. The Master is said to have a collection of working guns. That's right. Guns, that was a gun. If so, it's a horribly powerful gun. We can't contend with that at all.
Smashing someone's head. That takes a hell of a lot of force, right? It might be a magnum bullet, or something along those lines. That might go through a flimsy door like it's nothing.
If so, that's even more of a reason to barricade ourselves in the room. Let's put up a bed and block the window, too. If we don't do that much, then it doesn't matter how many guns they've got. They shouldn't be able to break in.
Shit. Is this passive one-sided defense all we can do? God damn him. Knocking off my dad, and even capturing Kirie-san. You're gonna pay for this, you old goat!
Impossible. There's no way we can go against them. Besides, it's not just the master. He has several underlings, too. There might be even more of them. Just what are they?
Battler was filled to the brim with the urge to get revenge for Rudolph, and to rush out of here to save Kyrie. But just by looking at how terrified Goda was, there was no doubt in him that that would be reckless.
It's gonna be hard on you too, right, Aniki?
Yep, we've gotta stay holed up here. God damn it. Of course, I'm torn up about it too. There's no way I could remain calm with both of my parents murdered. But specifically because of that, I have to remain calm. Do you think that our murdered parents would want us to die in vain? There's no way that they would. They'd want for at least the children to escape. That's why I'm going to survive. And I will report this to the police and uncover everything. The courts will avenge my parents. That will be my revenge. There's no way our parents would want us to die taking revenge for them. Right?
You're right. You're damn right. That old bastard.
Fuck your stupid ritual! If you're saying that we're gonna be sacrifices for that, then we'll run away just to spite you, and fuck up the whole goddamn thing! That's the way. Besides, you still have Curious-san, Battler-kun, and I still have Shannon. Let's just act cautiously and wait for our chance. Carelessness on our part might even work against the others who were captured.
Hostages, huh? But grandfather captured them so he could use them as sacrifices, right? If we don't go and save them, then they're just waiting to be killed, aren't they?
We don't even know where the dungeon they're being held in is. Neither did Shannon or Kanon-kun, and of course Goda-san or Kumasawa-san. The probability that they're in a secret location that only grandfather knows of is incredibly high. Under these circumstances, aimlessly wandering about is suicide.
I know that, but still, god damn it. You saying the only thing we can do is stay confined here until something happens?
Battler-sama, I understand your feelings, but let's put safety first. From what Kraus-sama said, they seem to be in a fairly old cell, and they may be able to break the bars somehow. The wise choice of action now is to believe in them and wait. Grandfather has a number of subordinates, and they're all armed, correct? Yes, that's correct. And they're probably, yes, all armed.
Goda had been able to say that Kinzo had others on his side, but he had not been able to mention that they were mostly all young women, like witches, and committed their murders using strange magic. If he had said that, it would only have caused the others to doubt his sanity. No, in fact, he himself still couldn't understand what he had seen and was doubting his own sanity. But regardless of sex or appearance, regardless of whether it was done with magic or a gun, the fact that those girls had followed Kinzo's orders and killed 6 people in an instant was an unshakable truth. If those people came to attack the guest house as well, what would happen? Just closing the doors and windows like this was surely meaningless. Goda, as well as Kumasawa, the only thing left for those two, who had witnessed that massacre in the dining hall, was to cradle their heads, not even knowing how to interpret what they had seen.
Kumasawa-san, are you okay? Want some tea?
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, but may I be left with my thoughts for a little while?
Maria tried to be nice, but it seemed that Kumasawa still wasn't able to clear away her confusion.
Maria, thanks for being considerate. Let's let Kumasawa-san rest for now.
Jessica too showed consideration for Kumasawa, certain of the shock she must have received after witnessing such a tragedy. But her imagination couldn't even come close to the impossible scene Kumasawa had witnessed. Nevertheless, with her mother having been killed and her father having been captured, there was no way that Jessica could stay calm either. She sealed her anxiety and sadness using her anger towards Kinzo and walked irritatedly around the room.
Kumasawa-san, is Mom really dead? Yes. I've never seen such a horrible way to die before. It's not possible that she's still alive, and with treatment we could save her? Is it? After such a thing happened to her head, it's unimaginable that she could still be alive. Well, yeah. If the head gets smashed, there's normally no need for treatment, is there? When Goda had come flying into the guest house, overcome with agitation, he had told about the massacre in the dining hall without concealing anything, except for the part about the witches and magic, which they themselves still could not believe. In other words, they hadn't even sugarcoated the cold-blooded way in which Natsuhi and the others had died. It was too late now, but Kumasawa regretted having obviously said too much. However, while lightly shaking her head and with a slightly painful laugh, Jessica spoke. No, if anything, it was able to stay level-headed thanks to what you told us. If you'd avoided mentioning the part about her head being smashed, maybe I'd have said that she could still be alive, then ran off towards the mansion straight into Grandfather, and I might have been killed. There's a chance that sliver of hope would have been fatal. With that in mind, I'm grateful. I'm deeply sorry. I apologize for not choosing my words carefully. Don't worry about it now. There's nothing we can do about Mom now. But Dad is still alive. Kanon-kun, and Shannon, and Auntie Kyrie, and Dr. Nanjo, too. I want to save them somehow, so we shouldn't do anything unnecessary that might be a burden to them. The most helpful thing we can do right now might be to wait by the phone.
There could be a phone call asking them to create a diversion to facilitate their escape. Or perhaps the others might learn their location and call for rescue. Jessica understood that in order to act promptly when the time came, the only thing they could do for the time being was to wait in this room. George, Battler, and Goda returned, having finished checking all of the locks downstairs. Each of the three was holding a bunch of different objects. George had things like drinks, canned food, crackers, and other types of snacks that he had found in the lounge and pantry, as well as a first aid kit. All consumables that would be indispensable when they were locked down. Goda had a large folding ladder and carpentry tools. Those were so that in the case of an emergency, they could nail over the door from the inside to seal it. If it came to that, the ladder was for escaping out the window. Battler had brought up objects which could be used as weapons, such as blades and poles. The kitchen knives went without saying, the disassembled table legs could be used as clubs, and the pole, roughly the size of a person, which had been made by taking apart a hat stand, could surely be used as a spear, even though it had no point. There was a good possibility that the enemies were carrying guns, so it was dubious whether these would be of any use. But it was still better than not having them, and if those things could provide at least a little peace of mind, then they could also expect some kind of calming effect from them. Then, they placed beds and sofas from around the room up against the door, barricading it. They didn't go as far as to seal it up with nails. There was still the chance that Kraus and the others would escape and come to meet up. They had apparently set up a barricade at the top of the stairs as well. It had been designed to create a racket, so it would work in the place of a warning alarm as well. It was apparently Battler's idea. For that reason, they turned the TV off. So that if the first floor window were to be broken, they would know by the sound. Once the switch had been turned off, all that was left was an eerie silence. The sound of the violent wind and rain. Were they going to have to spend the whole night in such crushing suspense? The boat was meant to be coming tomorrow morning. However, judging by the weather report, the typhoon was expected to come all day tomorrow, and the boat probably wouldn't continue all day tomorrow, and the boat probably wouldn't come. The typhoon would pass in the morning of the day after tomorrow. In other words, the boat would be coming the morning of the day after tomorrow, as in the morning of October 6th. And right now, it was late at night, October 4th. They would have to spend more than 30 hours on this island, while Kinzo turned blood-colded murderer, and his weirdo companions prowling about. Even with the shutters closed, there would definitely be a little bit of light seeping out. It might let the enemy know that they were hiding here. Battler suggested that it might be best to turn off the lights, but they had already been taken over by such a ghastly feeling just from turning the TV off. There wasn't anyone who directly challenged his proposal, but then again, there wasn't a single other person who agreed to it.
Oh, can't watch TV?
Yeah, sorry, but you'll have to bear with it. We can't afford to miss the sound of the enemy breaking in.
Boring.
Even though she had been told that her mother had died, Maria alone somehow didn't seem to feel an approaching sense of danger. It seemed she was quite displeased with having the TV turned off. Even with this bizarre situation in front of her, she can't share our sense of danger? Because she's so young? To Battler right now, seeing that young girl act in a way that was even slightly out of place made him feel that there was something very eerie about Maria. All that said, there's nothing more to try. Do you think you'll be able to do anything about the bars?
Unfortunately, they're tougher than I imagined. I don't know when these were made, but their durability is certainly up to snuff. Those were truly made rather well.
Kyrie chuckled softly. They had no moves they could make, but the mood had calmed just a little.
This place is just like where you place chess pieces once you've captured them. There's nothing left we can do then.
Not so fast. It's still too early to give in. If we stop thinking, we might as well stop breathing, right?
Exactly. Chess pieces taken aside may have no purpose, but there's a great purpose for them in shogi. Just one captured pawn should be able to put pressure on the opponent. I see. But still, there's nothing that can be done about these bars.
For us, maybe. But if we can pinpoint where this is and contact Goda-san, we might be able to get him to come save us.
I see. But that would mean forcing danger on Goda-san. And I would also be worried for the children in the guest house without a full-grown adult male. If you're so risk-averse, biding your time until the situation improves again is not a bad idea. However, if you don't know when to cut your losses, what you have might become worthless scraps of paper. And what we have is our lives.
Our dignity as parents, too, right? After talking big like that during the telephone call and telling them that we'd handle it and that they should stay put, we can't just start asking for help right away. That would be very uncool.
At this point, pride is already worth less than nothing. Why don't we put our heads together? Where is this? Is it really underneath the dining hall? Or else, is it a different place, separate from the mansion?
Kraus, Kyrie, and Nanjo began to discuss their plans. Kenon was squatting by the bars, silently trying to sense anyone's presence, just as he had been ordered. Shannon came close to him, and they both squatted down together.
Do you sense someone? Yes. They aren't paying any attention in this direction, but there's somebody relatively close by.
Is it human?
I think it's the goats. Their breathing is really noisy.
Kenon's ability to sense the presence of others was several levels above that of a human. He described their breathing as noisy, but Kraus and the rest couldn't even pick up the slightest hint of it. Therefore, even if he had simply reported it, they would merely have doubted his ears.
They got us, didn't they?
It's unusual for us to be captured without being killed.
This time, Beatrice-sama didn't make her appearance, and the master left his study. I don't have a clue what's going on.
I do. Whatever happens or changes, it's all for that witch's fickle entertainment. The result will be no different.
I wonder if this time we'll be able to go to the Golden Land.
Who knows? We have a high rate of losing.
Come to think of it, it's a rare thing that both of us survived the first twilight, isn't it? I get the feeling that it's incredibly unusual for us to be able to talk together like this, even though the ritual has already begun.
Maybe. But that's still just for the witch's entertainment. I'm not thinking of it as anything other than her letting us live just a little longer to ridicule us, since we usually drop out right in the beginning.
I wonder if we'll be unable to reach the Golden Land again.
I'm sure we won't. If we hold on to any foolish hope, we'll get taken advantage of again.
That's right. Last time you got taken advantage of.
I'm an idiot.
Kenon made a sour look and turned his head. Shannon laughed softly and apologetically leaned towards his shoulder.
But it's nice to hear that Milady is safe, isn't it?
She's escaped the first twilight, that's all. She might just be being made to wait for an even crueler death in a later twilight. What about you, Nesan? Aren't you glad George-sama's safe? It'd be nice if you two could reach the Golden Land together.
Thanks.
I wish the same for you and Milady as well.
I don't have my hopes up. It's just as you say. All that witch is doing is having fun dangling prizes in front of people and watching them flounder.
Well, I mean, they refer to each other as siblings, but they also said earlier that they're not actually related. To the people in chat talking about that.
I'm sure no one will be able to go to the Golden Land. If I was foolish enough to wish to reach the Golden Land with Milady, that witch would find that very fun to toy with and would certainly never let us reach there.
You're right. Beatrice-sama's thinking about which order of sacrifices will be the most interesting.
The whole thing about them being chosen at random is just a blatant lie. That swindling witch. All that about having any wish you want granted in the Golden Land is probably just a lie.
That's not true. The Golden Land is a wonderful place.
Have you been there?
Only for a little bit. Though even that was probably just Beatrice-sama's joke.
What is it like there?
Well, it's a wonderful place. I can't really explain it well. It's a world like a pleasant dream.
A paradise-like place with roses blooming all over and beautiful butterflies dancing, or something like that?
It's not a place with a tangible image like that. It really is like being in a dream. When you're there, it's very gentle, very peaceful. And you're allowed to sleep as long as you want, like when you wake up early on your day off, lying under the covers. Sunlight comes in through the cracks in the curtains and you think, I have to get up. But then you realize it's your day off and you can go back under the covers again. It's a place where you can feel like that.
I'd feel annoyed that I got up at all. Getting up by accident, even though it's your day off, is something only you would do, Nesan. Go on.
Well, while I was there, I felt very contented and very calm. But once you return to this world, you can't remember it well, even though you've only just been there. It's a lot like when you can't remember a dream you were just having. But I still remember that it was a very calm and quiet world.
That's it? Wow, that Golden Land she's always bragging about isn't much special at all. I thought it was a place where all your wishes come true.
It is. It's a place where all your wishes will be granted. Well, maybe that's not quite it. It might be better to say that it's a place where you don't have to wish for anything. For example, if you were cold, Canon-kun, and wished you had a jacket, you'd be happy to be given one. But if you were in a warm room to begin with, there wouldn't even be a reason to want a jacket, right? That's what the Golden Land is like. There's no need to even wish for most wishes. It's a world released from everything, where everything is calm. You could even say it's a place that transcends the concept that having your wishes granted will bring happiness. A world released from everything.
It sounds kind of religious.
And there, everything is equal. All things with minds are equal. There are no humans, no furniture, no witches. There, I was equal to everyone. There was no longer any need to feel ashamed of myself because I was furniture. It was honestly a happy world where I was equal to all humans and even witches. I can't really remember it well, but I have the feeling that when I was there, I was equal even to Beatrice-sama, and we were good friends.
If that witch is there, it's not much of a paradise. So you want to go to that blissful Golden Land with George-sama? That's strange. The Golden Land is a utopia where you want for nothing, right? Wouldn't you be content even if George-sama wasn't there?
The Golden Land is very calm, peaceful, and everything is fair and equal. But actually, happiness alone is left out.
It isn't a happy world?
Of course, just by being peaceful, calm, and fair, it's an incredibly happy world. But I guess you could say that it's a world of zero, where you're released from all negative worries. The human world is filled with negatives, so of course a zero world is incredibly happy. But it's still zero. That's asking for a lot, isn't it? It's something like this. When you're nodding off on your quiet holiday morning, if the person you love most is next to you, and they're holding your hand, then it can become an even greater, more wonderful happiness. Something like that. Sorry, Nesan is horrible with analogies. I'm too stupid.
So, to you, the greatest happiness would be reaching that world together with George-sama?
Yes, and I'm sure that for you it would be reaching that world together with Milady.
The two will be released from their worries in a fair world? It feels like I'm being indoctrinated into some kind of strained religion. I imagined something more worldly. A world where we'd be given magic medicine that would make us be born again as humans or something more like that.
If you go, you'll understand. If Beatrice-sama really is a fickle person, then surely someday she'll let you get a glimpse of it too. Then you'll be able to understand my example.
Well, I'm not holding my breath. At any rate, it seems like a game over for us this time already. Maybe we can do better some other time.
You're right. If we have some strange hope, Beatrice-sama will take advantage of us again. It might be best for us to just stop thinking and entrust ourselves to fate.
We just need to be simple chess pieces. No matter what we think or don't think, we can't escape from the witch's chessboard. Our role is now to just wait and see how we'll be tortured to death. For us, the dream of the Golden Land is too unavailing.
You're right. Sorry.
Canon shrugged his shoulders, then told Shannon to leave him alone because she was interfering with his duty, distancing himself from her. Realizing her thoughtlessness in bringing up such an inappropriate topic and instead hurting Canon, Shannon bit her lower lip and stared at the ground. She wouldn't bother him anymore. She went off and squatted in a corner by herself. At that moment, Canon twitched. It was like the ears of a cat when it reacts to a faint sound.
What's wrong?
Shh. Kraus-sama, somebody's coming.
What?
They ended their conversation and strained their ears. For a while, they couldn't hear anything, but before long they were able to hear the sounds of a large group of people walking.
So they've come.
The time of reckoning is upon us, or else our first and final chance. I shall talk to Kinzo-san. I'll try to find out where this place is somehow.
We're counting on you.
During the last phone call, Kyrie had asked what the time over at the guest house was. It had been the same as her watch, and by this she had learned that their watches hadn't been set back. It wasn't just the clocks on the walls in the guest house. Several people's watches, including George's and Goda's, had matched. If that was the case, then after the massacre in the dining hall, they had been transported to the dungeon in only a few minutes. Not enough time had passed for them to be knocked out and carried away. Were those really pitfalls, meaning that this was the area directly under the dining hall? All they could do was pray that Nanjo could find out where this was.
They're coming. There's probably 4 people. The master, and 3 of those who appeared in the dining hall.
Okay, good. You come back here as well now. We'll deal with the rest.
Shannon-chan, sorry, but can I have you sit by the phone? Hide it with your skirt.
Yes.
The presence came closer, and there was the sound of a heavy door being opened at the other end of the corridor. The light they were apparently carrying illuminated the dimly lit corridor, stroking the walls with razor-sharp shadows. And then, the light from the lantern they held up lit the prisoners through the bars. The bars' sharp shadows divided them up lengthwise. There were 4 figures there. It was Kinzo, Ronove, Virgilia, and Gap.
The head of the USHIROMIYA family, Lord Goldsmith. Everyone, your silence, please.
Goldsmith.
His father's pen name. Seems he always signs it when writing those bizarre grimoires.
Kinzo made English style? Shouldn't that be Gold Warehouse?
A warehouse is a place to keep things in and nothing more, whereas I create gold and use my craftsmanship to further increase its worth. Don't you think Smith is much more fitting?
Certainly. I apologize for blathering.
Kinzo-san, just what is going on? Where in the world is this? Oh, my friend, can't you remember? Certainly, you may never have entered the prison, but you should remember walking through this corridor. Huh? You don't mean...
Do you have an idea?
But no. That's inconceivable. Firstly, we fell through a pitfall, and furthermore, we were locked up in here after only a few minutes. Not only is the distance too great, that's physically impossible.
For a human, right?
Father, is this the mansion? To think that the mansion had an underground area like this. Gross.
Wasn't there a place whose existence you all whispered of, and which you followed me after me on numerous occasions trying to find?
This is that place.
No, to be correct, this is under that place.
This place couldn't be. Kuwadorian's basement? It is as you surmise. This is the basement of Kuwadorian. Kuwadorian? You don't mean... Father's rumored hidden mansion? It really exists? This mansion was constructed for the sole use of my beloved witch, Beatrice. It is truly a shame that I cannot show you around the above-ground section, as it is such a beautiful and elegant mansion.
How lovely. Just the two of you alone in a mansion with this kind of room. It seems that you and I are differently inclined. Kiryu-san, it would be wise to refrain from such rude comments. But I agree. If a mansion I was given had this kind of dungeon in it, even 100-year love would turn cold, and I'd take anything of value and run for the hills.
Oh, you have no interest in this sort of thing? And here I was thinking you would go head over heels.
Of course I go head over heels, if I get a collar or something for a birthday present. But only if he's a stud. Quiet! Don't you need a gag more than a collar? Oh, even that's not off limits for you? You sure aren't picky, Leah. Who gave you permission to shorten my name?
Enough, you noisy women! Are you telling me you'd like to be locked up in the same cell?
No, I apologize, my lord. This old body of mine would not be able to stand such a cold prison.
Verdelia quickly apologized, but Gap merely laughed together with Ronove. It was like she was saying that she wouldn't be captured, or else that even if she were to be captured, it would be meaningless.
A prison is a place where the captured cannot escape from. That implies the strong will and love to not let go for a lifetime. A woman who you could give up on if she ran away is not worth the word love. A woman who makes you fall so madly in love that you don't want to let her escape, to the point of binding her in chains. It is only upon reaching that level that it becomes a love worth sacrificing my life for. I will not ask you to understand.
I cannot be bound by anyone, and will not be bound. I don't want to be loved. I want to love. I feel the same as you, Goldsmith. That's why I understand the madness of your love.
Love and madness are two sides of the same coin, or so they say. How bothersome.
But learning where we are so easily was a big step. We'll ask the details later, but it seems that you know about this place. Right, Dr. Nanjo?
Yes. If that corridor is the underground passage beneath Kuwadorian, then if we go straight there, it will become a long tunnel. And if we stay on that, we should be able to return to the mansion.
Then, if we could just do something about these bars, we could go home.
Father, what are you planning to do with us? As I have already declared, you are sacrifices for the later twilight. There are conveniently 5 of you here. You'll be perfect as hostages for the 5 gougings. I see. Then it's the time of reckoning for us, then? Eventually. That's not why I'm here this time, so relax. Besides, I believe I said it already. If one of my grandchildren is deemed suitable to inherit everything from me, then the ritual will be called off. In other words, your lives will be spared. What are you planning to do with the children? To see if they are suitable to be my successor or not, I shall give them a test. If even one of them can impress me, I'll call the ritual off. And if there isn't anyone suitable, what are you planning on doing with the children?
There's no need to worry about that. After all, you are the ones who will be made into sacrifices first. Anything after that should be of no concern to you. You simply need to place your fates in the hands of your own children. Your children, the fruit of what you've birthed, taught, and raised. They should truly be the most suitable to entrust with your fate. Don't make such a worried face, Kraus. Believe in the daughter that you brag is worth 10 billion yen.
Exactly. Children are the fruit of their parents, worthy of entrusting with their parents' fate. And father, that applies even to you.
This woman has guts. What a waste on Rudolph.
Curious, huh? It would be best not to aggravate him too much. I agree. Let's bear with it for now.
That's right. After all, we're simply fish on a chopping board. There's nothing we can do now.
Except insult me with such vigor. I don't dislike that kind of woman, you know. Beatrice was that kind of woman too, in the beginning.
My lord, let us get to the main topic. We've been getting derailed for a while now. Yes, there was that.
Sorry, my friend. Well then, let's get to the main topic. For that, I've prepared a phone. Shannon.
Very shrewd of you. You don't have to hide it any longer. I had that put there.
My apologies.
Shannon quickly withdrew, and the telephone was revealed.
Kraus, call the grandchildren in the guest house, and tell them of the test, of the start of my trial.
With a gesture that seemed to be saying, go ahead, Ronove urged Kraus to pick up the receiver.
And if I say no?
Ho, and why do you think you're in a position where you can make a deal? If you don't call, then the grandchildren won't even be given a chance. The USHIROMIYA family will end here, and I'll turn you all into sacrifices right away!
You'd be lucky to become sacrifices right away. Don't you think it'd be more painful to watch the children be made into sacrifices first, before your very eyes? Cap. The master is the one who will decide the order of the sacrifices. Keep your opinions to yourself. Leah, you just tried to shorten my name and failed, didn't you?
I did not! And I told you not to shorten my name!
Women truly are noisy.
The world 12 years later, October 1998. I am so much enjoying Virgilia Gap Yuri. That's another fun ship to me. The clinic that Nanjo had opened and later passed on to his son still existed on Nijima. The aged doctor was Nanjo's son, but the atmosphere about him was very different.
I'm truly sorry to say this after you've come all this way, but I have nothing in particular to tell you.
Nanjo Masayuki, Nanjo's son, took over the Nanjo clinic. Unlike Nanjo, he gives a slightly dispassionate, indifferent impression. After the commotion surrounding Rokenjima, he grew to completely despise the press, and never again did he attempt to speak of what had happened at the time. He used to have a daughter who was afflicted with an intractable disease, but unfortunately, she wasn't able to live out her natural lifespan. Nanjo's son spoke very indifferently.
After the accident on that island was taken up by the talk shows in a most indiscreet manner, there was a great deal of deeply offensive probing into my father, who was Mr. Ushirimiya's doctor and friend. All of it without proof, and also defiled all of my father's previous achievements. I still feel a great deal of resentment towards all of that.
I think that's understandable. It's been pretty much the same for me. Constantly, since I was 6.
True. My apologies.
The doctor finally remembered that Anjay was also a victim, exposed to the same curious eyes as he had been.
In that case, you can probably understand why I want nothing to do with the incident. That was an unfortunate accident. The only ones who want to make a fuss about it being a crime are the irresponsible TV shows and magazines. I'm more than fed up with their attitude.
Nanjo had been placed in the spotlight for being one of Ushirimiya Kinzo's few friends. Because of that, there had probably been a persistent offensive from the witch hunters and the press to use the late Nanjo's son as well as a source of information. The doctor went on and on, criticizing the press indignantly.
I really understand how you feel. My personal life was put under surveillance, and I had no privacy, no portrait rights. Heck, I don't know even if I was afforded human rights. So I deeply empathize with your pent-up anger. And for that very reason, I want to know, more than anything else, what in the world was that incident that so thoroughly ruined my life? That's why I came here. I'm a related party, just like you. Not a magazine columnist or an interviewer. Please don't get the wrong idea. I didn't come to do this for fun. and I'd very much appreciate it if you stopped looking down on me. If we're going to do a comparison of whose life was most screwed up by that incident, you won't even come close.
Anjay spoke sharply. Never having imagined that he would be talked back to in such a forceful manner, the doctor couldn't help but fall silent. From Anjay's perspective, the doctor was whining about absolutely nothing. She really wanted him to pack in his patronizing attitude. It was about time to make him understand how many days had passed for her before arriving on this island. The doctor realized that he had misspoken and remained silent for a while, looking uncomfortable.
I know it's probably painful to remember what happened at the time, but if there's anything that you do know, please tell me, no matter what it is. Of course, I'll tell no one. I visited here today to bring some closure to my life. I'm 18. That incident took away 12 years of my life, and it'll probably keep on ticking. I wish I was thrown into darkness when I was 6 years old, and I've never gotten out. Are you still going to tell me that I have no right to know?
No, I'm sorry. It seems that since all the others who came were ill-natured folk, I instinctively put up my guard. I apologize for my rudeness.
All right.
All right. If you'll swear not to breathe a word of this to anyone, I'll tell you everything.
Thank you, Doctor. Then, if you would, please tell me anything you can.
As you know, my father was not only Mr. USHIROMIYA's personal physician, but his friend through the game of chess. That relationship was very long, stretching back to the time Mr. USHIROMIYA moved to Rokenjima.
Just how close were they?
Considerably, it seems. It seems that their connection through chess led my father to stay at Mr. USHIROMIYA's mansion quite often. I'm not sure it's right of me to say this, but Mr. USHIROMIYA was extremely moody, and my father was an exceedingly magnanimous man who excelled at interacting with people like him. It's not hard to imagine that he was a rare friend for the isolated Mr. USHIROMIYA.
That day is the day of the family conference. The USHIROMIYA family conferences are said to have involved harsh questioning from USHIROMIYA KINZO over how his fortune would be put to use, almost like a financial conference. So Dr. Nanjo had gained a trust so great that he was asked to attend even that.
My father was a simple doctor, so I cannot imagine that he was in a position to advise on asset management for a millionaire family like the USHIROMIYAs. He was most likely called there to assist because Mr. USHIROMIYA's health was not at its best at the time. As Mr. USHIROMIYA's close friend, I'm sure that my father would have kept his mouth shut and been entrusted not to leak the secrets of the family conference.
Was USHIROMIYA KINZO in very bad health at the time? Are there any medical charts left?
My father probably took the medical charts with him on the day of the accident. I'm afraid to say that the entire folder of Mr. USHIROMIYA's medical charts has been lost. He was my father's patient, so I don't know the details either.
Around the time of this incident, was there anything that you thought was strange?
Well, there was. However, it seems exceedingly likely to result in a misunderstanding, so I don't particularly want to talk about it.
What is it? Please tell me.
For a while, the doctor beat around the bush, but after he'd said that much, Anjay would not allow the subject to be dodged. Eventually, he was worn down, and after making Anjay swear herself to secrecy again, he opened up.
The truth is, several days after the accident, I received something by mail at my home.
Mail?
It was very curious. The sender was made out to be me, but I had no memory of it. Someone had sent it in my name. The destination was Reibun Island in Hokkaido. It's at the northernmost tip of Japan, excluding the northern territories. The recipient's address was on Reibun Island, but the name was my father's. However, it seems there was a problem with the destination address, so it received an address unknown label and been returned to the sender, me.
It was truly a strange tale. Nanjo's son's name was written as the sender. However, he said that he hadn't mailed the letter. In short, that meant someone had sent it using his name. The destination was Nanjo Terumasa on Hokkaido's Reibun Island. But the lot number written on it didn't exist, so the local post office had been unable to deliver it, and instead sent it back to the sender, Nanjo's son.
What was inside?
I truly ask that you keep silent about this. I'm by no means pleased to have received this. Even so, I can hardly throw it away.
The doctor stood up and headed for the bookshelf. There, dozens of dictionaries that could only have been ornamental were lined up, one after another, asserting in the strongest way imaginable that the owner was an intellectual. When he pulled several volumes out from there, a large brown envelope was hidden behind them. He took it out and tossed it onto the desk. It had been carefully sealed with adhesive tape, and its faded color and dryness told that it had remained sealed for 12 whole years.
Most sincerely, I ask for your silence.
While emphasizing it so much was annoying, the doctor removed the seal with a quality paper knife. Then, when he tilted the envelope, an already opened mail envelope spilled out. The envelope had weight to it, hinting that there was something other than a letter inside. The recipient was certainly Nanjo Teramasa. Even seeing that was a huge shock. After that incident, Nanjo's corpse had not been found, and he was being treated as dead in absentia under extraordinary circumstances. And despite that, this letter addressed to Nanjo in Hokkaido existed. One could almost take this as a sign that he had faked his own death and escaped to Hokkaido. Was Dr. Nanjo really in Hokkaido? Or was another person there with the same first and last names?
If my father had somehow escaped from the accident and was living on in Hokkaido, that would have made our family very happy, regardless of the situation. I also thought of that possibility at first. However, the destination address of this envelope does not exist. In short, this envelope was mail that had no way of reaching him.
Is there a possibility that the sender miswrote the correct address?
Of course, I cannot disprove that. However, judging from the residence's house number, I find that hard to believe.
Hokkaido, Reibun Island, Reibun Country, Reibun City, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Up until Reibun City, it's alright. But I just couldn't wipe away the feeling that following sequential number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 was a little insincere. It felt like a fake address that some kid had made up.
They probably just randomly wrote some clearly non-existent address. I think it's natural to assume that, from the very beginning, this envelope was sent to a non-existent address to which it had no chance of being delivered.
If the destination address doesn't exist, a mail is generally returned to the sender. But even in the case of a faulty address, the local post office will often courteously, and to the best of its ability, research to find whether the sender's intended destination exists. When they still can't find it, the mail is sometimes returned after an investigation of several days. It seemed that this is what had happened with this envelope, and the stamp was postmarked October 3rd. It was postmarked on Nijima. Nijima is a long way away from Reibun Island. On top of that, the destination was also nonsensical. It had taken more than a week for the mail to be returned. In other words, there was an extremely high chance that having this envelope returned to the sender after an indeterminate amount of time had been the goal from the very beginning. Why do something like that? Even before asking what it was that had been sent, this envelope was already veiled in mystery. And inside it?
Go ahead.
After getting the doctor's permission, I tilted the already opened envelope. From the inside came a small folded letter and a small key with a number tag attached. A swipe card slid out in addition. Now, to remind you guys, since you are talking about it in the chat, so obviously they just said that the letter was sent out on October 3rd. It was sent out the day before the family conference, and Nijima is the port where they go to get on the boat to go to the island. A112 was engraved on the key's number tag. I didn't know what it meant. The swipe card was pitch black and had gold letters engraved on it. Members was written there in English. The jet black gold lettered card design made it feel like something very high class. But of course, I didn't have a clue what kind of card it was just from that. I unfolded the letter. Its contents were extremely brief, and only the following was written. 0715-1129. And the name of a certain massive bank known throughout Japan, as well as the words Central Branch. That was all. What is this?
It's a card, a key, and a pin for a safe deposit box. And it wasn't a normal safe deposit box either. It was an unsettling one, which was apparently reserved only for special clients.
After he had finished putting his affairs in order following his father's funeral, he visited the bank, pin, and the key, and the card. There was no doubt that something of great importance was stored there, and it was natural that he was curious about what that could be. At first, he didn't know what to do. The card wasn't properly his possession. When he mustered up his courage and showed the card to a bank clerk, he was then switched to a clerk of clearly high status and was guided to a large vault on the 4th basement floor. The security on the way there was strict. The doctor had himself stored valuable items, such as real estate transcripts and safe deposit boxes before, but this was something on a whole different level.
Unlike the procedure at the deposit box I use, their system didn't carry out any identity checks so long as you had a card, a pin, and a key. But in any case, it was a very secure vault, and I was frightened by how imposing it was. I wondered what kind of shady objects might await me that had to be stored in a place like this.
And so?
When I passed the card through the reader, I was asked to input the PIN. And after that 8-digit number was input and authenticated, I was permitted access to the vault. It was an incredible scene. A world like something from a sci-fi movie. That massive, dimly lit silver room was covered with doors to safes.
He entered that room along with the clerk. As soon as the card was read, the vaults he had had a right to were apparently determined, so that the safes he could open were lit with a green light, while those he couldn't open were lit with a red one.
A112 indicated one of those safes. By the way, there was a long line of other safes marked with a green lamp besides that one. I think there were at least 20. There might even have been more in other corners of the room. In any event, I only had the key to A112. I had no way of checking the contents of the other safes.
As the clerk watched, the doctor unlocked and opened the safe. When he did, a safe drawer like a large cabinet opened, and an expensive-looking duralumin case showed itself. That was carried into a separate room, where for the first time the clerk left and he was introduced to the contents. And the contents were?
Cash.
Cash? How much?
I'd heard that a pack of 1 million yen in fresh banknotes is precisely 1 centimeter thick, since those were packed tightly into a duralumin case of such a size. There was probably 100 million total. I don't know because I didn't count. I didn't even touch it with my hands. I realized it at once. This was dangerous money.
It isn't normal to store a whole 100 million yen in cash in a safe like that, case and all. It's much easier to deal with if you deposit it into a bank account and turn it into a number. The very fact they were unable to do that made it clear that there was something wrong with that cash.
My mind went blank, and I instantly realized that I must not get involved.
And you didn't use it at all?
Yes. I locked it straight back up, returned it to the original safe, and left. I've thought about throwing away the key and card, but I have no idea what might happen. For that reason, I've been hiding it in the back of the bookcase, a secret from everyone, for a full 12 years. I still don't know what kind of money that was.
Could I borrow this envelope?
No. Please just view it here.
All right. Then if I may, there's something I want to investigate. I took One-chan's grimoire from the knapsack I had set down. Then I opened it to the page with the paragraph Beatrice had written to One-chan and compared the handwriting on both. The characteristic handwriting was unmistakable. The one who had sent this 100 million yen in cash was Beatrice herself. But what is it? Something's bugging me. What is it? What is it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got something like that in the mail. Hey, Ma, where'd I put that again?
The same envelope and contents had been sent to Kumasawa's son, who had once lived with her. Kumasawa Sabakichi, Kumasawa's son, works at the Nijima fishing harbor. He must have gotten his carefree, big-hearted personality from Kumasawa. Kumasawa had many sons, and a number of them were away from land as fishermen. It was purely coincidental that it was possible to come into contact with him, as he happened to be involved with the fishing harbor.
Hopes are on him that he might have heard Chatty Kumasawa let something important slip, but he had been very busy in the days since, and seemed to have forgotten about it among the hustle and bustle of everyday life. But apparently, its strange contents had stayed in his memory, and he remembered as soon as Anjay had told him. After a bit of a wait, his thin-lipped wife came in with the envelope, complaining that he always forgets where he puts things. The modus operandi for the sender and recipient was exactly the same as for Nanjo's son. The sender was made out to be Kumasawa's son, and the recipient was Kumasawa Chiyo. And the destination address was in the Okinawa Prefecture, Yaeyama County, Yonaguni City, 123415167. Yonaguni Island is at the westernmost tip of Japan, and the lot number was exactly like before, a sequential number that had apparently been chosen at random. Now it was certain. This envelope was definitely sent with the goal of having it be returned to the sender. Its contents were exactly the same. A letter with the PIN and the bank's central branch written on it. A swipe card. A key with attached number tag. The inscription on the number tag was A113, the number right after the one on the key that had been sent to Nanjo's son. Most likely, inside the vault was the same kind of Duralumin case, packed with 100 million yen in cash.
Got the feeling my mom had sent it to me from beyond the grave. Don't really get what's inside, and it's creepy, so I just left it alone all this time. Totally forgot about it until today. So, you know what this is, girl? Could it be the same thing that came to your place?
What is it, Anjay-sama?
Uryu, headache? Headache?
Sorry, my head hurts. Stabbing pain. I know this.
What do you mean? You know this?
You don't mean? This envelope came to your place too, Anjay-sama? I remember. A strange envelope was also sent to me, 12 years ago. I had fallen into depression after losing my entire family, but it was a really strange thing to come in the mail, so a faint memory of it remained. It was a strange letter, which I had no memory of sending, but which had me as the sender. I forgot the destination address, but the person it had been sent to was USHIROMIYA Rudolph, my father. I remember that I got this letter, I thought was from my father who had died. I opened it up, and I found a key and a card that I didn't really understand. I remember being really confused. I felt let down, and I threw it away somewhere, I think. Where did I put that envelope? I probably lost it somewhere in the chaos that followed. By now I have no way of checking its contents. But somehow I think I can guess. I'm sure the contents were the same. Without a doubt, they must have been a key, a card, and a note with a pin inside the envelope. Beatrice. What was she trying to do here? So did she hand this stupid money out to all of the surviving relatives? I won't forgive her for mocking them even after their deaths.
Uryu, Anjay.
Sakutaro acted nervously. As I looked at his worrying face, my agitation began to cool off by a bit.
I'm sorry. My hatred of Beatrice isn't anything new. I'm just surprised and angry to find out that I had a connection with the witch on that day at the age of 6. For the past 12 years, you've been enslaved by Beatrice-sama's curse. This might be proof that it really was a curse. But please, don't fall apart. Part of this journey should be able to break through that. That's right. Just letting the blood rise to my head won't get me anywhere. Gotta think calmly. What's going on? What's the meaning of handing out 100 million yen to each of the relatives? Was she trying to provoke us? Damn that Beatrice.
Anjay, calm down. Uryu.
As Sakutaro buried his head in my stomach, he urged me to stay calm. I took another deep breath and started thinking. I wonder if the sending of these envelopes was to demonstrate that this was a premeditated crime by Beatrice. They were postmarked right before the family conference, and they were intentionally set up so that they would be sent back after some time.
They wanted them to arrive after the incident? Is that it?
Yeah, that's what it implies. But it still leaves me wondering a little. Why such an uncertain method? Uncertain? Yes.
After all, you can't even guess in advance at how many days it would take for the mail to return. Normally, you can't even guess at the amount of time it will take for the receiving post office to do the research, make a determination of unknown recipient, and send it back.
Yeah, now that you mention it, it'd be more certain if they just sent an arrival on an arrival date and mailed it that way. Would you?
Maybe, but still. If they mailed it the day before, then no matter how quickly it returned, it would probably have arrived no earlier than Monday. I wonder if they wanted to make it seem like a letter from the dead. A letter from the dead, you say? You're right. That surprises you and makes you feel horrible. Some mail with your dead family's names written on the outside in large letters. Gets thrown into your mailbox with an ominous label attached. However, it doesn't really make sense to me. I would have mailed it to arrive on a specified day. I just can't understand why someone would allow the insecurity of it possibly arriving on a day they weren't anticipating.
Would you? But that really does sound like Beato to me.
Huh? You know about Beato?
Well, I only talked with her a little, but somehow I can tell that Beato would do something like this. Can't you imagine that too, Mammon? Beato likes pranks like this, right?
Yeah, that might be true. I wouldn't put it past Beatrice-sama to try a vicious prank like a letter from the dead.
No, not just that part. Beatrice would find it more fun to do it in a way that was a little bit uncertain, instead of one that was absolutely certain.
She would find an uncertain method more fun? I remembered Maria One-chan's diary. It had quite a lot of descriptions of playing with Beatrice. Occasionally, some of these involved Beato playing pranks on the adult relatives with Maria, but those pranks always followed a certain little aesthetic principle of witches, which was that things are more fun if they are uncertain. One day, Maria One-chan had brought a wind-up mini-car, and she and Beato decided to use it for a prank. It was a popular toy at the time. If you made the mini-car back up, it would wind up the spring in the tires, and when you let go, it would race forwards. They had wound up that mini-car and set it in the shadow of a milk jug. In other words, the prank was that if you lifted the milk jug, the mini-car would jump forwards and surprise whoever did it. Hoping that someone would get caught in this prank, One-chan and Beato had watched the adults from the shadows for their whole tea time. They were looking forward to seeing who would get caught by it, but ultimately no one moved the trapped milk jug and the trap never went off. When One-chan had then muttered, "We should have put it somewhere where they definitely get caught by it," Beato apparently said this. She said,
Traps where you don't know who will get caught or even whether anyone will get caught at all are more thrilling and fun.
It's probably true that you wouldn't get that kind of excitement from a trap that would definitely catch someone. This kind of description occurred in multiple places, making it possible to guess that the witch called Beatrice had quite a fickle character and loved a random thrill. A fickle person is very hard to deal with. I can't flip over the chessboard to find out what that witch from 12 years ago was planning. As Anjay thought these things over, her gaze wandered from place to place. Then she suddenly showed interest in the wall. There, a number of framed photographs were hung. Many were commemorative photos from where Kumasawa got together as from when the Kumasawas got together as a family, or went somewhere to play, and Kumasawa herself was in many of them. Still, with a smile that made it so that you could almost hear her light-hearted ho-ho-ho laugh. It's a distant memory, but I do remember that she was definitely this sort of cheerful old lady. Did you notice anything different about Kumasawa-san in the days leading up to the incident?
Nope. She looked the same as ever. Grumbling about how tough the family conference was and how it put her on edge, same as always.
What is this? Among the numerous frames, there was one that had something other than a picture of people in it. It was a photograph of an enlarged relief of a door from a Western-style house or something. I couldn't see any interesting subject in particular, which actually bugged me a bit, as I wondered why anyone had gone to all the trouble of taking it. As I got closer, I realized that some text had been written in pen.
Oh yeah, that's a photo I got from when Mom's belongings were distributed. Think it probably had something to do with that legend of the gold thing.
The witch's epitaph, you mean? Rumored to point to the location of the hidden 10 tons of gold? So Kumasawa-san tried to solve it too, I see. But isn't the epitaph? This isn't the epitaph.
it's the first time I've seen it. There was an arch above the Western-style door, and that arch had a relief. It was an inscription in English, and that seemed to be the focus of the photograph. The pen writing appeared to be a translation into Japanese. This door will open only with the probability of one out of
Quadrillion.
You will only be blessed with a probability of 1 to quadrillion. I don't know it. Nothing like this ever showed up in the epitaph or One-chan's diary.
In Mom's belongings, there were quite a few photos and notebooks that looked like they were from her trying to solve the epitaph's riddle. It turns out she was actually surprisingly fond of that kind of thing. And there was that rumor that the 10 tons of gold bars were hidden somewhere. No wonder she was so besotted by it.
In both Maria One-chan's diary and in her grimoire, there was a description of the witch's epitaph. It mentioned about how it was a ritual to open the door to the Golden Land, and Beatrice's resurrection ritual, and Beatrice's succession ceremony, and so on. Maybe the most interesting one was the last line, the succession ceremony.
I'm so excited for you right now, Atropos.
According to Beatrice, if you were able to solve the witch's epitaph, you would receive not only the 10 tons of gold in the USHIROMIYA family inheritance, but her own magical power and name, as well as the title of Golden Witch. Among the USHIROMIYA family at the time, the witch's epitaph was thought of as a difficult quiz, which the head, KINZO, had prepared to select his successor. But in the Mariage Sorcière interpretation, the questioner was Beatrice herself, and she had posed the question in part to choose her successor. There were slight discrepancies in the details of the two interpretations. Either way, its disturbing contents brought to mind a bloody serial murder, and both of the message bottles depicted a crime that followed that pattern. If I could solve the witch's epitaph now, 12 years later, I wonder if I could expose some plot made back then. I tried to solve it many times myself, but I never did have a clue what it meant. It seems that many witch hunters have been trying as well. I also found theories like the La Plata theory and the Honora theory in some certain books. However, none of these theories were conclusive. Are there any other materials?
I think so, but they were split up between my siblings. I don't have a clue who has what. Sorry.
Just reading this English text that Kumasawa-san took a picture of gives the impression that this was a forbidden door that was rarely opened. But where in the mansion is it, I wonder? Judging by the lighting, it looks like it's outside. I wonder if Kumasawa-san suspected that the gold was hidden in there.
Who knows? In any case, it's probably somewhere in the Rokenjima mansion. It's a pity, but there wasn't the kind of money in Mom's bank account to make me think she found the gold. She probably didn't find it after all.
The Golden Witch, Beatrice, gave 10 tons of gold to KINZO, which meant that the witch was the true owner of the gold. Beatrice was the owner of all the vast fortune of the USHIROMIYA family. The witch holding this vast wealth had massacred the humans on Rokenjima on that day, and sent large amounts of money to the surviving relatives like it was a game. Like hell, it's a letter from the dead. This is a desecration of the dead. I was once again convinced. My family, who died on the island that day, didn't die and go to heaven. They're being trapped by the witch even now and are being desecrated and tormented for all eternity. The last place Anjay visited was a store in a region where residential and commercial areas intermingled, with a signboard saying Marafuku Sleep Shop. There lived a man who had been the captain of the ferry boat to Rokenjima at the time.
We are going to take a short BRB so I can eat pizza real quick, but we'll be getting into this very interesting scene in just a moment, so sit tight. We'll be back very shortly.
all about high-level music for the Y2K vibe. Shouts out to the UK talent. Just keep pressing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah? Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time. Yeah, check. You're in tune to the new cyber sounds and we lock down in the media. It's all about high level music for the Y2K vibe. Shouts out to the UK talent. Just keep pressing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah? Don't give up now, it's not long. Just a matter of time.
All right, we're back. It's time. Let's go. The track for the pause screen is Door from Higurashi Kai. The soundtrack for Higurashi Kai. There lived the man who had been the captain of the ferryboat to Rokenjima at the time. Even he, who had once lived as a man of the sea, had retired after contracting a serious illness, and was now being taken care of at the house of his son and his son's wife.
I remember you well.
Captain Kawabata, an old man who used to captain the high-speed boat that went to Rokenjima and back. It is beyond doubt that of the existing survivors, he is one of those who knows the most about Rokenjima. From various comments by the servants who used to go to and from the island, the media hoped that he might be quite knowledgeable about the internal affairs of the USHIROMIYA family. However, he would say nothing, and so they eventually began to forget about this old man.
You were only about yay high. Look at you now. You must have been absolutely devastated. I understand how you feel, believe me.
The former boat captain was so full of energy that you couldn't really tell why he had retired in the first place. His memory seemed clear, too. He had a good memory of things that had happened in more than a decade prior, and it seemed that he could even remember how Anje had been at the time. The lively conversation was very helpful for Anje, but at the same time, the captain also remembered the final family conference very well, and the fact that he had detailed memories of even Battler's gonna fall uproar on the boat was instead painful for Anje. It had been so back then as well, but even now there was no public way to cross to Rokenjima. It was necessary to make an individual request to an owner of a boat to make the voyage. I still hadn't managed to arrange for a boat to Rokenjima, so if he refused me, the voyage to Rokenjima would probably become hopeless.
No need to explain. It'd be no easy job finding a boat willing to go to that island at this point. Nowadays, some of them don't even call it Rokenjima anymore. They call it by its old name, Akuji Kijima.
Yeah, I always trip on that one.
Can't you see? Can't see you getting any sailor around here to help you out.
Originally, Rokenjima had been feared as an island of disaster by the fishermen, and when that incident happened 12 years ago, that fear reached its peak. They respected the sea, feared it, and revered it. There were almost no sailors who would try to take a boat to the cursed island. Because of that, most of the witch hunters were unable to cross over to Rokenjima, and were limited to taking a trip around the island. Ironically, this caused the mystique surrounding Rokenjima to increase even more, and resulted in the proliferation of the bizarre witch stories they loved so much.
Would you take me in your boat?
They're supposed to give her back to me just for tomorrow. I hear the engine's been acting up lately, though. We'll crank it up to full throttle.
The former boat captain promised that tomorrow he would go back to his previous job and take his boat out to Rokenjima. With this, I'd managed to secure a method of transport to Rokenjima. This is probably all I can do on Nijima. All that's left is tomorrow. On Rokenjima, I'll reach the final destination of a journey that stretches back 12 years.
That's great news. He'll be able to get to the island now.
Yes. I'd heard that it would be hard to find a boat, so the boat captain's cooperation really helped me out. Although he may not have been as badly affected as you, Anji-sama, I'm sure that incident 12 years ago has been a thorn for the boat captain as well, one that he still hasn't been able to pull out.
Uryu, even the captain wasn't able to find closure. This whole time.
Well, yeah. If that guy had taken his boat out on October 5th as promised, there's a chance that he could have saved a great many people. If he hadn't been hesitant with his boat just because of a little wind.
Uryu, you shouldn't say things like that. I'm sure that's pained the captain constantly until today.
I heard that it had truly been right in the middle of a typhoon on October 5th. According to the boat captain, he had known for certain that they would be trapped by the typhoon if they headed to Rokenjima on October 4th. But the family had been very insistent upon that date, which had been determined beforehand as the date of the conference. It was only natural. All of the adults had their own packed schedules, and had come to the family conference having arranged those schedules in advance. They probably had their own circumstances preventing them from easily pushing it back to next week, just because the typhoon was approaching. It wasn't the boat captain's fault. But perhaps you could say that he didn't feel so guiltless that he could place the blame wholly on the typhoon. Certainly, just as these two said,
There's no doubt that the boat captain has been dragging the events of 12 years ago along with him this whole time. And by taking me, the last member of the Ushirimiya line, to the island, and bringing me back safely, he might be trying to find some resolution for the past.
The boat's meant to be coming back just after noon. I'll take you to Rokenjima after that, so we should get there before evening. It's an island without electricity or lights. You won't be able to stay long. Is a short trip like that gonna satisfy you?
It's not the kind of thing where staying longer will satisfy me more. I'm grateful just to have you take me there.
Don't mention it. If I hadn't parted with my boat, I wouldn't have to be so stingy, and I'd be able to take you to the island as much as you like.
It's not like I have a goal of doing something in particular on Rokenjima, so the time of day I'll be staying there is evening. The evening, which straddles the two different worlds of day and night, seemed almost like a borderline between this world and the next, or possibly between 1998 and 1986, and felt like the most fitting time to visit Rokenjima. It's not like I'll be doing anything on the island. Staying there for just a few hours will be just fine, if I can feel some closure. At the time, there was a small knock on the paper sliding door, and Amakusa stuck his head in, tapping his watch. I nodded back and told him that I'd gotten a hold of a boat for tomorrow.
That's great. It's about time for us to go. We'll be counting on you tomorrow, Captain. You betcha. I know all about the troubles you've had. I was watching the talk shows at the time, and I was disgusted by all the people stirring up that incident just for fun. I'll help you out any way I can.
Thank you very much. Then we'll see you noon tomorrow. Here. The fare for the boat. Anja took a wrapped wad of 10,000 yen bills from her pocket. The boat captain must have seen its thickness as well, but he paid it absolutely no interest and shook his head.
I'm grateful to you. This is guidance from heaven. I'm being given a final chance to take you to Rokenjima and bring you back safely. Now I'll finally be able to finish the final job Kinzo-san entrusted me with. So, I'm grateful to you. I got more than enough money from Kinzo-san back then. Can't take it from you.
Thank you very much.
Watch your step on the stairs. They're a doozy.
I went down the steep staircase that was the exact opposite of accessible. It was getting hard to believe that there had actually been a chest of drawers and a TV in the room upstairs. Most of the first floor was a bedding store, with many futons piled up on each other. The captain followed behind us as we weaved our way through the cramped futon shop. After cautiously checking around outside, Amakusa dashed out first and started up the car.
My grandkid's room is empty. I really wouldn't mind if you stayed there. As you can tell, I'm up to my eyes in futons.
Thanks a lot for the offer, but I can't cause you trouble if worst comes to worst.
To know your circumstances, but seems to me like you're caught up in a lot of trouble. There's rumors some shady people are on the lookout for someone. Wouldn't happen to be you, would it?
How should I know? Anja played dumb, but it looked as though the boat captain had guessed.
My job was to take visitors to Rokenjima over to the island and bring them back again. That job was interrupted 12 years ago, and it still hasn't been finished. So thanks to you, I'm finally gonna be able to finish that job. So what I'm saying is, please let me finish the job. Do you understand?
Yes. It's not like I'm going there to die. But part of me does feel that if I could die on that island, I would surely be able to go to where my family is. I had finally become aware of it. I might have been planning to die on that island. I might have come all this way, heading for Rokenjima in search of a place to die. The boat captain had guessed that as well. And so, for emphasis, he told me again, don't. I won't. I promise. In the first place, I'm still unclear about why I even have to go to Rokenjima, what the purpose is at all.
No, I'm sure there's gotta be one. If there isn't one for you, then there is one for them. The island called you. That's why you came here.
You might be right.
I might have been called. I was called. For what reason? For them. Mom, Dad, Battler Onechan, and Maria Onechan. Or maybe the Golden Witch, Beatrice. What does Rokenjima have for me? And what will I achieve? Even though tomorrow was almost upon me at last, I still wasn't able to understand my own mission. There was the sound of a car stopping in front of the store, and a short honk could be heard. Then, I'll see you tomorrow. Have a nice evening. I got past the stack of futons in the narrow store and was about to go outside. Just then, my feet stopped.
What is it?
What is that?
That? What? What are you talking about?
Trembling all over, I pointed at it. But no matter how much the boat captain squinted, he noticed absolutely nothing in that direction that should have surprised me. That means... Impossible. What? Why?
Uryu. Anji. Why? What's going on?
I don't have a clue either. There's no way something that ridiculous... Is this magic? A miracle? Yes. This is probably fate. I just understood. This was my mission.
Uryu.
I don't have a clue what's... I was frozen in position, shaking, pointing into the semi-darkness inside the store.
What is it? What's over there? I don't understand. What is it that you see?
Thank you, Captain. All of this, all of it. It was all fate. Even me visiting this place was fate. This is the mission and the purpose that I'm going to Rokenjima for.
Anja-san? What is it? Something wrong? I'm as clueless as you. She's gone still as a statue, pointing into the darkness. Anja-san? Are you alright? What can you see?
Can't you two see it? That, right there. Can't you see it?
All I can see is a normal display case. There's no one there. Missy?
Uryu. Anji. I don't know what's going on. Is this a dream? Magic? What's happening? Anji?
Sakataro lifted his face towards Anje. From her eyes slid a single tear. Anje-sama. I understand. One-chan. And Beatrice.
Uryu.
So this is magic.
Hey, guess what, chat? They're not going to tell you what that was. Ever. It is never going to be told to you what that is. Not canonically, anyway. But I have a very strong theory about what it is. And I cannot tell you until we get further into this episode. We're probably not even going to get to that point in this stream. But once we get to a certain point, I can tell you my theory on what it is.
A test?
Listen well.
Once again, there was a call from Kraus to the guest house. And the message was that KINZO wanted to hold a test to see if the grandchildren had the qualifications to be the next head. The head has said that his oh wait. Guys, I wasn't talking about the manga or the anime, I was talking about the VN. Leave me alone.
The head has said that his successor will not be one of us siblings. that he wants to pick from you grandchildren.
From Krause's restrained style of speech, Jessica realized as his daughter that he was being forced to speak. And she was forced into the realization that the hostages were being exposed to danger even now, and that if they refused this test, there was a possibility that the hostages would be harmed.
So, what should we do?
Hold on.
Krause held the receiver away from his ear, then looked at the grinning Kinzo on the other side of the bars. Kinzo gave his next order.
Before the test, those unrelated must be removed. Goda and Kumasawa are there, I believe. It will be a problem if they interfere with the test. Banish them from the guest house. Banish, you say? There should be a gardening storehouse in the Rose Garden. Lock Goda and Kumasawa in there. We'll begin from there. Tell them to do it immediately. My weapons will be watching.
Future Skeleton, I wouldn't say necessarily that you have to, but I will say that there are a lot of things that once you read it a second time become way clearer and are practically, like, entirely different to read over again.
Should they do anything questionable, I'll instantly stop the test and execute all of you as sacrifices. I understand. Hello, Jessica. Listen closely to what I'm going to tell you.
Krause relayed to Jessica the orders to lock up Goda and Kumasawa.
What kind of test are you planning?
It truly is a simple test. I will simply have my grandchildren show me their resolve. Well now, I wonder what kind of results they'll show me.
With displeasure, Kyrie watched Krause, who was talking with the children. It's regrettable, but for now, we can't refuse orders. In this dungeon, a feeble resistance won't amount to anything. If we provoke him too much and drive him into a position where he might kill us, there will no longer be any way to stop this murderer. For now, the only choice left is to obey his rules without agitating him, all the while waiting for a chance. However, if we continue to obediently follow his commands, the children might be attacked in this so-called test, and they might even lose their lives. Whether we feign obedience or try to resist, nothing will cause the situation to improve. Anyway, keeping our eyes peeled so that we don't let a single chance escape until the very end is the only resistance possible now. While telling herself this, Kyrie watched over Krause as he delivered Kinzo's orders.
Kyrie-san, let us be patient.
I know. It's unfortunate, but all we can do right now is wait. If we can just do something about these bars, we'll be able to get back into the mansion.
If only we could somehow get out of here. I'll try to do something. Kinzo-san, I have a request. What is it, my friend? We understand well that you want to test the children. Is it fine for you to do things as you desire? Without your power, the USHIROMIYA family might have collapsed long ago. We truly understand why you want to carefully select the person who will take charge. Besides, that's what the family conference is about. We won't get in your way. I'm glad to see I have your understanding. That's right. This is the family conference. The final family conference, where I will select and finalize the next head. So, the thing is, Kinzo-san, it's far too cold here. We won't interfere with your test, so couldn't you take us to a slightly warmer place?
At Nanjo's words, the slight signs that Kinzo's mood had been improving were blown away. A moment of silence struck Nanjo as Kinzo glared at him with dangerous eyes as though evaluating him.
Certainly, this place is cold. It's tough on an old body. My lord, wouldn't it be alright if we moved them upstairs?
That is not happening. I don't think so, Nanjo. I know how truly elegantly you lay the foundations for future moves as you appear to give me a turn's breathing room. I'm not falling for that. Oh no. If you insist you're freezing, then I will line the floor with red-hot coals.
My apologies.
Virgilia had tried to help out too, but in the end, Kinzo was having none of it.
You two sure are obedient. If you felt like it, you could easily break these bars. Even if we break these, nothing will come of it. True. If you were able to break these, it would mean the end of Goldsmith's game. All of you, as well as those humans in the guest house, would immediately become sacrifices for Kinzo's ritual.
But you know, you two might be the only ones who hold the power to break through the situation, right? You want to reach the Golden Land, don't you? You must have many dreams you want granted, right?
Gap, you mustn't provoke them. This is not your game. It's the Master's game, and Milady's. What is it, Ronabe?
Oh no, nothing. We were chatting with the prisoners. Forgive us. Gap sent one final sneering smile at Canon, then turned away. Canon could only bite his lower lip and shake his fists. Damn it. Well done. Good job holding it in. We're powerless. Because we're furniture. That's right. We're powerless. But there are times when furniture is needed, and even loved. We're stored away in the basement right now, that's all. I'm sure that one day somebody will love us. Need us. So for now, let's ignore their provocations and bear with it. Okay?
Father, I've ordered them to lock up Goda and Kumasawa in the storehouse. Good. You may hang up now. Chester sisters, observe the grandchildren as they lock Goda and Kumasawa away. If they do anything suspicious, then in that moment the selection test for my successor will be over.
When Kinzo made his order, the Chester sisters appeared behind him in a line. Understood, sir. I will scout. 556 and 410, cover both flanks. Wide area surveillance.
00. 556 is...
That's right. Sorry.
She was a good kid. And that's why I don't like them, yeah? Good people.
What are you doing, Chester sisters? Carry out my orders!
My apologies, sir. Let us go observe. Move out! The Chester sisters erased their forms suddenly, simultaneously. Nanjo and Kyrie witnessed the instance they appeared and disappeared as if by teleportation, but they interrupted this as if they had probably moved in and out of the darkness in a way that only looked like teleportation, and the two could do nothing but rub their eyes.
Well then, I shall begin preparing for the test. Ronabe, Gap, I am asking you to be the examiners. Virgilia, you watch these rats. After all, 2 of my furniture are here. Just in case, be on your guard.
He glanced sharply at Shannon and Canon. Tightly closing her eyes, Shannon gave a silent bow, answering wordlessly that she would not cause any trouble. Certainly. I'll be careful. Isn't this cold hard on your body, Leah? Should I bring you a hot water bottle? Shut up. Hurry up and go. Gap.
Well, well, tests and examiners. What a strange experience we have this game. I do hope this development entertains Milady.
Come, arise, good attendants. Virgilia called out into the dark, and from that spot, 3 massive goat-headed attendants slowly melted into vision. Ah, Riche's minions. How useful. And they look so warm. I see, so this is instead of a hot water bottle. In that case, wouldn't sheep have been better than goats? Shut up about it, you cashmere mop. They aren't very bright, but they faithfully follow orders and are quite dependable.
I leave it to you. My friend, Virgilia. The rest of you, follow me.
Kinzo turned with a grand swish of his cloak. Following him were Renove and Gap, as well as the 3 recently summoned goat attendants. You 3 are supposed to wait here with me. Don't follow them. The goats jumped in surprise and then came plodding back. Kyrie, who had been watching in disbelief as all of this played out, couldn't help but snort. What entertaining underlings. Lord Goldsmith did not give you permission to speak freely. She was probably a little embarrassed. Virgilia had spoken coldly, but Kyrie could see right through that, and for a little while she couldn't restrain her muffled laughter. However, on the inside, Kyrie was surprised at the number of people Kinzo had with him, because including Kinzo himself, at least 10 enemies had already been spotted. The dungeon they were currently locked in was supposedly underneath the hidden mansion called Kuadorian. Although the mansion's existence had been whispered of, not even Kraus had known it for a fact until today.
Were there actually several facilities like this on Rokenjima unknown to all but Kinzo, hiding untold numbers of henchmen that only Kinzo knew of? Just how many humans are on Rokenjima locked away by the typhoon? No, actually. Are we the only ones under the impression that there are only 18 people on this island? As we bickered over whether Beatrice existed or not, and racked our brains over something as minor as a 19th person, were we on this island the perfect example of frogs in a well? No, wait, in fact, at this point, are there actually more people on the enemy's side than on ours? Just what the hell is going on? Witches? Demons? Magic? Am I supposed to believe in those? Are my eyes screwed up, or is my head? I think I'm losing it. A mass murder by magic. Demons forming and disappearing in thin air. More importantly than the enemy's numbers, how should we interpret the various things thrust before our eyes that cannot be explained with the common sense of this world? Kyrie started to feel like she didn't know what was going on anymore. And while desperately battling the urge to abandon everything and give up, she clenched her teeth in an attempt to hold on to her sanity. Obviously, Goda and Kumasawa were quite unwilling to be locked in the Rose Garden shed, but they had been threatened that if they resisted, the hostages' safety could not be guaranteed. It was fairly hard to get them to agree, but once the idea was raised that their safety might actually be guaranteed if the key to the gardening storehouse was to be handed to them through a cracked open window after they were shut inside, and it was suggested that blankets and food could be carried in for them, they were finally convinced.
This place is pretty chilly. I wonder how long we'll have to stay locked in here.
In the worst case, it'll be until Monday morning, so a full day and night. Oh, I really feel bad about doing this to you two.
George and Battler cleared a space on the floor, then spread the blankets there. They also left the canned food, crackers, and other light snacks they had brought.
It'll be hard for you guys to go until Monday morning with just this. If only we could have stopped by the kitchen.
We were told not to go to any unnecessary places. They do apparently have us under surveillance after all. Damn it.
I'm honestly sorry that we cannot be of any use. And there are times where we are truly supposed to be at your sides. It can't be helped. More importantly, we're trusting you to take care of Kumasawa-san. We don't know what's going to happen. When it comes down to it, I want you to do what you can to help her. And more than anything, I want you to be safe. Yes, I understand. Please be careful, everyone. Right now, the Master is taking human lives like they're pieces on a chessboard. Please be careful.
Goda stared at the floor, remembering that atrocity in the dining hall, even now unable to believe what had happened. And he hung his head in shame at his inability to fully describe that terror.
Thank you. Please make sure you stay on your guard. You too, Kumasawa-san.
And you all please take care as well. I don't have any idea what's going on anymore.
Well then, we'll be off. Let's go, Batherkin. Jessica-chan. Come on, Maria-chan. You too.
Oh,
Looking at the painful expression on the faces of the pair to be imprisoned, it became hard to close the shutter. But we can't disobey. We're being watched.
We brought the shutter down and locked it. Then George headed to the small window on the side of the storehouse. It was a small latticed window which could only be used for light and ventilation. It looked like something from a jail, making the two of them seem even more pitiable. But on the other hand, it would protect them from Kinzo and his subordinates, or so one would hope. He opened the window and called out.
Are you alright? You're not cold, are you?
We're all right. We've been given all these blankets after all. If we wrap ourselves up, we'll be just fine.
I wish we could have brought them a kerosene stove or something. But it wouldn't have ventilation here. It's tough, but there's nothing we can do now. Hostages are being held against us. We can't disobey.
Damn it. If we could just save Kiryu-san and the rest somehow.
Shh. They might be able to hear you. Goda-san, here. The key to the shutter.
George threw the key in through that tiny window.
Thank you. I'll hold on to it.
Sorry, looking at something real quick. Okay. Goda took the key and after showing it to Kumasawa, placed it in his own pocket. There was only one key to the gardening shed's shutter. That was being held by those who were locked up inside it. If the children had held onto it, then if it was stolen from them by some chance, that would risk exposing the lives of those in the shed to danger. And even with the key, the shutter could not be opened from the inside. It satisfied Kinzo's demand. However, there was no longer any way to open the shed from the outside either. This would protect them. Kinzo had ordered that they be confined, and we could do nothing but trust that this cold, locked room would protect them. Holding Maria's hand, Jessica watched George hand over the key, then looked over the thickets in the pitch-black rose garden. Somewhere in this darkness, somebody was hiding, watching to see whether they obeyed orders or not. Of course, merely pointing their flashlights out did nothing to make any suspicious silhouettes appear. But somebody was surely out there, hiding and watching. They were hit many times with an urge to scream at them, but they held that back through reason. The 4 children left the area behind, God, can you please talk right, Marcy? Thank you. Repeatedly looking back over their shoulders. The feeble light from the light bulb in the gardening storehouse was seeping out slightly. Was it at all possible that this insane incident would somehow come to an end, so that they could see those two again? To George, who had closed the shutter himself, the resistance of the lock made it feel as though he had killed them with his own hands.
But even so, we can't disobey.
If test. What the hell, old man? Killing Mom? Capturing Dad for that? I don't get it. We'll kill him.
It's all right, Jessica One-chan. There's nothing to be sad about.
Maria.
The witch will be revived very soon. It won't be long before you can see her in the Golding Land. Ouch!
Don't laugh at inappropriate times. Seriously, a resurrection ritual for a witch? He should just keep his fantasies to the inside of his head. Getting all these people involved, that's gonna cost you, bastard. Let's return to the guest house. It'll be bad if we aren't there when Grandfather calls.
Urged on by George, everyone began walking towards the guest house. At that moment, Jessica spun around and roared towards the darkness of the rose garden.
Hey! Someone's watching, right? Tell the old man! Tell him that I'm gonna friggin' kill him! Let's go.
Of course, there was no reply, only the howl of the wind and the rain. The children returned to the guest house, in fear of what would be waiting for them when they got back. After they departed, from the exact point in the darkness that Jessica had yelled at, 2 rabbit ears sprung up.
Sorry. They found me out. It's because you were too slow, 45, yeah? Pendragon-sama's gonna scold you. I'm sorry, please don't tell Pendragon-sama on me.
Shut up. Be quiet. It was obviously just a bluff. Goda and Kumasawa's imprisonment confirmed. Mission accomplished. Time to report back.
Neener. Ouch!
Do you want us all stuck on nothing but carrots and water because of collective responsibility? Let's go.
It certainly seemed to be a fact that they were being watched, because once they had returned to the cousin's room, turned the lights on, and lay down on their beds, the phone rang again. Up until now, Jessica had been answering the phone, seeing as it was her house, but now it was George, as the eldest, who picked it up. This time, Kiryu-san was on the other end of the phone. George handed it to Battler out of consideration.
Hello? Kiryu-san, is everything all right over there?
Thanks for worrying. It's agreeable for now. Sorry, I've been ordered to refrain from speaking freely. Listen closely to what I'm about to tell you.
The fact that they were hostages still hadn't changed, and Kinzo, or one of his subordinates, was probably listening to this conversation. Battler restrained the urge to talk about other things, and focused on what Kiryu had to say. The tests will be given to Jessica-chan, George-kun, Battler-kun, and Maria-chan in that order. You'll be called out in turn, so until then, do not leave the room. The person who is called out will head to their designated location alone. Battler repeated it out loud so that his cousins would also understand.
Jessica, Aniki, Me and Maria, in that order. Stay in the room until we're called. Right. Got it. Maria, too? Even a 9-year-old girl. What is that old fart gonna force her to do? God damn it.
The future of the USHIROMIYA family rests in all of your hands. Do your best.
Sure.
Battler noticed the strange nuance in Kyrie's words. Even without any blood connection, he could still understand thanks to the long-lasting bond they shared. Now was not the time to worry about the future of the USHIROMIYA family. That wasn't the message that Kyrie wanted to send. She probably meant there's no way for us to escape from this dungeon, and we can only wait to be rescued. Our lives are in your hands. Something like that.
Yeah, leave it to us. No idea what kind of test it is, but bring it on. I'm not backing down from that challenge. It's a serious test, right? It's okay for us to go all out?
Yes, it's a serious test. He plans to seriously test you all.
That's no good. No goddamn good at all. Some old fart on death's door think he can take me when I'm serious? Let's see him spew that shit from beyond the grave. He's there, so tell him this for me. The next head is me, and my first action will be to implant my fist in your face.
Even without Kyrie having to repeat it, Battler's powerful declaration of war reached Kinzo's ears.
Battler, I will truly be looking forward to it. I can't wait to see what a man who once discarded the USHIROMIYA name has attained. To just what state of mind he has ascended as he stands before me. Tell him that.
Unfortunately, Kinzo's voice was not picked up by the receiver, so Kyrie spoke for him.
He says he's more than up for the challenge. All right, Battler-kun. There's no need to hold back.
You are Rudolph-san's son. No. You are my son. Show me something I won't be embarrassed to brag about. I entrust everything to you.
Roger that, Mom. Leave the rest to us.
All of us here have lost the right to inherit the position of head. Now we're just the same as pieces taken off the chessboard, looking on from the outside. So you'll have to fight by yourselves.
Curious-san.
The nuance of those words was, we've already given up. You can forget about us. But
for that very reason, I won't give up. I'm gonna wreck this test or whatever, and save everyone!
Well then, here are the instructions for the first test, Jessica-chan's. Head to your own room, he says.
Own room?
It seems he means Jessica's personal room in the mansion.
I'll hand it over to Jessica. Tell her directly. Jessica.
Hello? Okay, I understand.
God, that part got me a little bit. Fuck. That always gets me.
Me first, huh? I'm ready. Be right back!
In actuality, Jessica was probably feeling the fear of a girl her age, but she buried those feelings and strengthened her resolve.
Be careful, okay?
We're being watched, right? We can't do anything. All we can do is exactly as we're told.
They say the old geezer killed those 6 in the dining hall in an instant with no hesitation. It might be the same for us.
I get it. I'll pay him back.
Don't do anything reckless. If you think you're in any danger, you put yourself first. If Uncle Kraus finds out that his daughter sacrificed herself for him, there's no doubt it would tear his heart apart.
Goes the other way too. If Mom and Dad were both killed and I was the only one left, my heart would rip itself to pieces.
Battler-kun, is what you said earlier true? Yeah. Kiryu-san and the others are all ready. Prepared for what will happen.
Then I'm even more sure that I'm ready. Their lives rest on our shoulders. The hostages can't do anything while locked up, so it's up to us to do something about it.
If anything happens, run back to the guest house. At that time, we'll be done playing along with Grandfather's game. Aniki. At that time, we will declare war. Wherever they're locked up, we'll save them, and we'll see that Grandfather gets what he deserves. Are you sure, Aniki? Shannon-chan's there too. That doesn't mean I'll sit around and wait for my fiancé to be killed. What scares me is not that Shannon might be killed by Grandfather. I'm just worried you guys will be first to find that doddering old bastard who gave my fiancée a taste of terror and literally beat me to the punch.
Now I get it. Yeah, this really is a test to settle who the next head is gonna be.
Yep. The first one to bury a fist into that old geezer's face is the successor.
George, Battler, and Jessica each forcefully nodded their heads and put their fists together. Then Jessica headed off to her own room as designated. Her form disappeared into the darkness of the rose garden, which was shaking in the violent winds. As they saw her off, George and Battler hardened their trembling fists. Jessica's back was watched through the window by Maria, who had remained upstairs. Her expression was blank.
Wonder why everyone's getting so upset. When Beatrice is revived, we can get her to bring back everyone, and bring everyone back to life.
Jessica's form had already been completely swallowed up by the darkness. At that time, the phone began to ring again. Battler and George heard it and came clamoring back, but Maria picked up the receiver right away.
Hello? Maria-sama? It's Shannon. Would you please hand the phone to George-sama?
This time it was Shannon on the phone, and the purpose of the message was to tell the next person, George, where he was to go. It goes without saying, but since the time she was born, Jessica was raised in this mansion. This Western-style house that this cousin simply called the mansion was her home. And yet, she had never understood her cousin's feelings as much as she did today. And at the same time, her own home, which she knew well, had never felt so different a place as it did now. Her own room. This had once been her personal hideaway, the only place in this vast mansion where she could feel at peace. However, that door had never felt as intimidating as it did now.
A test, he says. The hell has he got waiting in there? He'd better not have ransacked my dreaded desk and stuff.
She acted tough, trying to deceive herself, trying to make herself believe that she wasn't scared of anything. She readied herself and opened the door to her room. When she saw that, fortunately, the room didn't appear to have been messed with, she relaxed. No one was there, of course. There was nowhere for anyone to hide there. Right away, Jessica locked the door behind her. Now the room was safe. She peeked under the bed and in the closet, but of course, no one was hiding.
What the hell?
She looked at the clock. 11:10, or just a little past that. As her tension lessened and fatigue came back to her entire body, she realized how messed up this whole day had been. It was still only 11. The plan had been for all the cousins to get together, have fun playing around, and talk animatedly about all kinds of things together into the night. Normally, we would have been doing that kind of thing at this very moment.
Why is that turned into this? It's all that old bastard's fault. How could he do that? To Mom. To everyone.
Her head was swimming with anger and sadness, but there was no one here to direct those emotions at. Because of the lock, this room's security was guaranteed. Remembering that one more time, Jessica somehow regained her calm. If it keeps up like this and nothing happens, Jessica thought that she would like to go to the dining hall and see her mother's last face, even though Goda had emphasized so strongly that it was gruesome and that she definitely shouldn't look at it. Even so, she wanted to see her mother's face one final time. But they had been warned repeatedly that doing anything stupid would put the hostages in danger. Could it be that locking the door was also against the rules? If I close myself up in here, I alone might be saved. But if I don't open it, it will surely be against the rules, and Dad, Kanon-kun, Shannon, Auntie Kyrie, and Dr. Nancho will be killed. There's no way the scales balance between 5 lives and my own one life. Jessica tightly shut her eyes, resisting the other part of herself which said, "Isn't it all right as long as I survive?" Headed to the door and made to unlock it. Just then, clap, clap, clap.
A crisp applause rang out, making Jessica's heart leap.
If the door had remained locked, it might have been in violation of the rules and harm could have come to the hostages. But even so, your own life might have been saved. However, you resisted that temptation, were about to unlock the door yourself. That bravery of yours is worthy of admiration.
Who?
I, the owner of this room, had searched to make sure there was nowhere any human being could have been hiding. Where had this man? There was nowhere for a human to hide, but could something that wasn't human have managed it? I was pretty sure that this was my first meeting with this largely built middle-aged man. I did not recognize this guy who looked like a butler and bore the seal of the one-winged eagle.
A pleasure to meet you, Jessica-sama. I serve as head furniture for the Master, the 27th of the 72. I'm called Ronobe.
Ronoe. Genji-san?
Yes. Genji is like my little brother. Or perhaps he was my true form in this world. Perhaps you could even say he was a vessel.
What's this guy saying?
Oh, my apologies. This is not something that can be explained to a human. Well then, let us move on to the main event.
So, this is that old crackpot's test or whatever?
Correct. This is the test that the Master has granted you.
At Ronove's elegant gesture, like that of a butler ordering for the meal to be set out, many gold butterflies flew up out of nowhere.
What the hell?
The swarm of gold butterflies spun around, forming a small swirl as they gathered in one place. Then, that golden mount disappeared like a pile of leaves blown away by a cold country wind. Wintry wind! Yeah, good old Alabama, I miss it. No, that was a joke, that was a joke. And there lay a western envelope with the one-winged eagle crest done on it in gold leaf. Runaway gestured to her to pick it up. Jessica timidly picked it up and opened the letter inside.
What is this?
It's an exceedingly simple test that looks for the qualifications for becoming the next head. Please attend to the question written there with the readiness of the next head who will bear responsibility for the USHIROMIYA family. And tell me your answer, as well as the thoughts that led you to it.
What the utter hell?
Shaking, Jessica looked back and forth between the paper and Runaway's face several times. At that time, George, who had been called out after Jessica, could be seen in the arbor of the rose garden. He had been planning to give Shannon the ring that would be proof of their engagement, here, tonight, at this time, if things had gone normally. But the woman in front of George now was not Shannon.
Read it. That's Goldsmith's test for you.
George picked up the western envelope on the table where he had once drunk tea with Shannon, and read its contents. Perhaps its message was short. After a single glance at it, George's eyes grew sharp.
What is this supposed to be?
It's what it looks like. This is the test given to you, to find if you have the qualifications to be the successor to the head. Ask yourself what makes you qualified to be the successor as you answer the question.
What a stupid question.
I agree. It really is a stupid question. In that case, isn't the USHIROMIYA family headship something just as trivial in Goldsmith's eyes?
George lowered his eyes to the surface of the letter once again, and examined its contents. George and Jessica. While the tests given to them were slightly different, they were almost exactly the same.
Among the three mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1.
It's a simple 3-choice test. Decide for yourself which one you will choose to save, and choose not to save. If you refuse to choose, the test is suspended. I have been given permission to kill you right here by my own hands. If you would include even that as a choice, then there are 4 choices. It's been an awful long time since I've gotten to play with a kid like you, so I can't say I'd be disappointed.
Are these 3 choices only a test? Or will the choice be accompanied by its result?
Don't be naive. The one you choose will definitely lose their life.
Among the 3 mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. 1. Your life. 2. Shannon's life. 3. Everyone else's lives. If you do not choose one, all of the above will be lost.
Why is Shannon's name here?
The second choice has the name of the one most needed by that person and most loved. I believe Canon's name is written second on Jessica's test.
You gave this stupid question to Jessica too.
What does Jessica matter? Right now, you're the one being tested. It really is a simple 3-choice test. Which can you throw away for the sake of the other 2? Isn't that simple? If you still can't decide, would you like me to lend you a coin?
A coin? How would you choose between 3 options with something that only has 2 sides?
There's no one who would throw away their own life. So naturally, only 2 options remain. Will you give up on everyone for the sake of the one you love? Or will you give up on the one person you love so that you can save as many people as possible? Either way, you can't fit it with an appropriate just cause. After all, this Rokenjima is now a demon island. The sickly sweet buddy-buddy pretense of the human world's not necessary. No one will blame you. Do as your heart desires. While asking yourself whether you possess the fitting qualifications to succeed the headship of the USHIROMIYA family. No, make your decision as though you yourself are the USHIROMIYA family head.
What the hell do you take me for?
Jessica crumpled the letter up and threw it on the floor.
I believe your anger is quite appropriate. I also find it an exceedingly pitiful and truly ludicrous question.
Like hell there's anyone who would wish for their own death. And like hell there's anyone who could want to remain alive after abandoning the life of the person they love. And like hell there's anyone who could massacre everyone else as long as it's good for the 2 of them.
No, Jessica-sama. Such a person could exist. This is Rokenjima, the Demon Island. It is now completely cut off from the human world and dumped fully into the netherworld like cheese fondue. The values of the human world will be taken out with the trash. So please, choose the things you desire from the bottom of your heart, in the order you desire them. Whatever remains will be your answer, and the one most fitting for this insane night.
Screw you! How could I choose any of these?
If you do not choose one, all of the above will be lost. Also makes for a fine 4th choice. It may also be interesting if that one is chosen. But since choosing that will result in the loss of your own life in the end, I believe it would be more wise to do the honorable thing and select number 1, your life, so that the other 2 will be saved. All is entrusted to your decision, Jessica-sama. Please, let me hear an answer and conviction fitting for the successor to the USHIROMIYA family. I'm sincerely hoping for a wonderful answer, fitting for the Master's descendant who shares his blood.
Damn it!
That scene was being observed through a magic crystal ball being held by Kinzo. Kinzo finally couldn't hold it back. Spreading his arms and facing the heavens, he began laughing in an explosive voice.
Why do you hesitate, foolish grandchildren and descendants of mine? This is a simple problem that can be answered immediately. It should cause less vacillation than whether to put butter or jam on your morning toast. Do you people know the correct answer?
He turned and stared wide-eyed at the Chiester sisters, who had been faithfully standing in wait behind him.
No, my apologies. I don't know, Lord Goldsmith.
Fool! Not choosing at all means game over! You foolish rabbit who cannot even choose a reason or goal for her own life! You have not the value of a single ant that anyone might step upon without even noticing. Die! Be crushed! Disappear faster than I can blink! And what of you?
I would sacrifice the first one. My life, sir. Weapons exist to fight and die in battle. And weapons exist to destroy enemies and protect allies. If we can die protecting those we love, we can die satisfied, sir.
Oh, a truly splendid model answer for a weapon. The immediate reply is very nice. Have you been taught that you'll be given an extra carrot for answering that way?
That's not it, is it now? Even that isn't it, is it now? You are merely answering the way you've been told to answer, repeating the answer you have been indoctrinated with. You are the same as that other rabbit a second ago. You still live without having chosen a purpose or a goal to live for. Filth whose life has no value. It would fit you well to crush you down and use you as fodder for the other livestock.
Yes, sir. Animal fodder would be an honor.
I don't think so. You don't want to see anyone else die anymore, do you? Why can't you accept that? Accept that your old wounds are still festering and rotting deep, deep inside. Yes, the rotting stench almost makes the nose wrinkle. You foolish, rotten rabbit. These are words of praise for you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Well then, what about you, the last one? Which of the three choices would you choose?
Number 2, without hesitation.
Who? Number 2. There are not many who could proudly choose to offer the one you love as a sacrifice. Tell me your reason.
Because the one you love will be lost eventually. If you don't have anyone to love, you won't be hurt. And even then, you still might be able to love someone again someday. So, the person you love right now isn't worth all that much, yeah?
I see. So that's why you reach such an answer. You rabbit who has become cowardly because you have been hurt by love. I have heard that rabbits die of loneliness, but just when was it that your heart was killed? Then, rabbit, I shall alter the question. Why don't I change the second option to not the one you love, but the memories of the one you loved? How is that? Can you still select that one? What's this about the one you love not being worth much at all? Foolish rabbit! Filth who cannot even face up to the depths of her own love! Try and choose it! Try and choose to have the one you love forgotten! You can, right? I'll bet you can, right? Come on! Try saying that you can!
I can't. I can't.
Lord Goldsmith, please, have mercy on her.
That is enough, rabbit filth! Go to Virgilia and help keep watch on the dungeon. Be gone!
The Chiester sisters, their old emotional wounds gouged, disappeared as though running away. After that, even though there was no one left to hear him, Kinzo continued talking as though continuing a play.
And there you have it. My pleasant test. To be truthful, there's no choice that can be said to even be correct. Whichever answer they choose, it is about whether they can choose. Without hesitation, quickly, and with a resolute conviction in their own strong, unshakable will. The reason and their willpower are more important. That is what I want to know about. Descendants of mine, I am truly looking forward to what kind of answers you will show me.
Me?
Yes, of course. I once had the same question thrust upon me. Because I splendidly answered that devil's question, I was able to claim gold, honor, and that witch herself as my own. Which answer did I choose? Do I really need to say it out loud?
So, have you decided on your answer?
As Jessica stared at the crushed letter which lay on the floor, she hung her head in constant silence. All that filled the room was the sound of the wind and the rain, and the rustling of treetops. Regardless of how noisy that was, it simply made the silence more apparent. Ronave waited for Jessica's answer. However, Jessica didn't speak. Whether she was deep in thought or had stopped thinking, Ronave couldn't tell. No, he might actually have known. But cruelly, like a demon, Ronave urged Jessica to voice it.
If you cannot choose any, well, I can at least take your life painlessly, if you would like. What? I'm afraid I had trouble hearing. May I ask you to repeat?
Jessica lifted her face and looked straight into Ronave's eyes. It seemed that she had decided on her answer.
Kill me.
Jessica said it once more, clearly. Perhaps Renove had imagined from the very beginning that this would be the answer. Without any surprise, he smiled lightly and nodded.
I thought that you would choose that answer, Jessica-sama. Now then, there's no right or wrong answer to this test. The important part is what thoughts led you to that answer. Come now, please answer that with your readiness as the next head.
It's not like I chose the first one because I wanted to die. The second one was letting Kanon-kun die. That's obviously out of the question, so forget that one. The third one was everyone else's lives. That's also obviously out of the question, so forget that one. After that, only the first choice remained.
Process of elimination, is it? So, it was not something that you chose proactively, you say?
After chuckling slightly, Renove dropped his gaze. A human couldn't even imagine what kind of answer a demon would have been hoping for. All she could understand was that this was apparently slightly below Renove's expectations.
It's not a bad answer, but I must say, it's not a good one either. I suppose I'd call it a 60. I'm a little disappointed.
You're a pretty selfish bastard telling me to answer with self-confidence and then being disappointed when I do.
Apparently, it was not only process of elimination. Either way, it's a failing grade, but it seems that there's a little more to your thoughts. Allow me to ask.
I don't want to die. So I don't want to choose the first one. No one would. People struggle as much as life will let them, because they want to live in happiness. So normally, the first choice should be impossible from the beginning.
However, you took that first choice. You chose to throw away your own life. Only that choice remained.
I tried thinking of the future that would come after choosing each one.
Oh? And what did you find?
First, I tried letting Kanon-kun die. I tried to imagine the rest of my life after having abandoned the one I love.
What kind of life was it?
She was a horrible woman who didn't deserve to live. A shabby woman who forever lamented her own decision and lived only to regret. A horrible woman who would choose to live and abandon the person she loved. I could never forgive a woman like that. I put an end to her myself.
How spirited. In that case, could you not also have considered the third choice?
Yeah. I tried letting everyone but me and Kanon-kun die. There's no way Kanon-kun would like me if I did that. And it was no good for me either. Although I had Kanon-kun, all the lives I had abandoned for that became a cross that I had to bear for my entire life. And even Kanon-kun was forced to bear that cross. I'm not going to make a foolish choice just to force a cross on Kanon-kun. If there's a future me out there who would do something like that, she's unforgivable to me. I'd put an end to that woman myself too.
Jessica had pictured it in her mind. The future her, beyond each of the three choices. There were 3 Jessicas. Of the 3, 2 had regrets. Only one could hold her head high and smile at Kanon.
You know, I once had the nerve to preach something to Kanon-kun. Something about trying to live life to the fullest.
Live your life to the fullest. Meaningful words. That is a surprisingly difficult thing to do.
So yeah, I've got to hold my head high and show Kanon-kun. Show him a way of living where you can hold your head high and look anyone in the eye with a full and guiltless smile.
Will Kanon be able to receive your self-sacrifice? Haven't you considered that your self-centered decision might hurt him even more?
That's why. I want to leave a message.
Oh. I'll listen, but I am, after all, a demon. I may not keep my promises.
Keep it. Your promise.
Jessica spoke that looking quite unconcerned. She had asked the demon who was about to take her life to pass on a message, and she wasn't thinking for a moment that she would be betrayed. At that extremely innocent smile, Renove closed his eyes lightly and shrugged his shoulders.
Very well. So, what shall I tell him?
Tell Kanon-kun to live his life to the fullest. No, that's not quite it. Not his life. Not Kanon-kun's life. Even now, I can't get him to tell me his real name. But tell him to live the real Kanon-kun's life to the fullest. Tell him that. Lady.
Jessica, you are unbelievable.
Renove is fickle, so he might not have passed the message on. Aren't you lucky to have me here showing you this scene? A musty three-sided mirror was set beyond the bars, and the scene with Jessica was reflected on it. On the next mirror, the scene with George was reflected in the same way. None of them questioned how a three-sided mirror had appeared from a group of butterflies, or why Jessica and George were reflected on it, because the reflected sights themselves were more important.
You are that prepared to throw your life away for his sake?
Deepest apologies.
Kraus looked at Canon with a complicated expression that had an awkward smile mixed in. Canon couldn't meet his eyes.
Virgilia-sama, there's no reason for Milady to lose her life. Please, kill me. Please change it to the second choice. That way everything should resolve itself.
I'm not capable of granting that wish. After all, this is Jessica's own decision, which she chose. Suddenly, the air split, and the Chiester sisters appeared, flying into Virgilia's chest.
Virgilia-sama! So mean, so mean! Lord Goldsmith is so mean!
Doing the best I can. Crushing me for animal fodder. It's just too much.
Still without a clue what was going on, Virgilia was smothered by the sobbing Chiester sisters.
There. Everything's all right. Don't cry, don't cry. I'll make you some delicious tea. I'm leaving it up to all of you to guard this place.
If they do anything suspicious, inform me immediately. The goat attendants all looked at each other and nodded their heads. Virgilia took the Chiester sisters and laughed. The sound of people going up a set of stairs could be heard, so they had probably gone to an upper floor.
This is our chance. These goat heads seem to be stupid. I wonder if we can trick them.
Curia realized that an opportunity had arrived, but she still hadn't thought of a way to break the metal bars. The Jessica reflected on the three-sided mirror closed her eyes, as though she had given up. The way she had both hands stuck into her pockets, wanting to be defiant until the very end, might have been her own kind of aesthetics.
That's all I wanted to say. Kill me.
Very well. Here we go then. Do not worry, for I shall make your death more gentle and merciful than any sleep.
Renove raised his palm as he slowly approached Jessica.
Damn it!
Realizing that his daughter would be killed, Kraus repeatedly body-slammed the metal bars, going half mad. The goats looked like they were sneering at how a mere human didn't stand a chance at breaking those bars. And true, Kraus's pointless effort might have been comical, but Kraus was giving it everything he had. As Jessica's father, he was living in that moment with everything he had so that he could save her. Canon had made tight fists with both hands. If he used his cursed power, he might be able to cut through even metal bars. But there were a full 3 goats. There was just no way he could defeat 3 of them in an instant. It would be instantly reported, and then Virgilia and even the Chiester sisters would dash in. Though he may be able to break the bars, he could do nothing more. It was useless. Canon knew already that the witch was sneering at that kind of useless effort, so he could do nothing but stare at Kraus's repeated body slams.
George-sama.
Shannon, who had been looking at the three-sided mirror, let out a voice. They looked to see that George, who had been silent this whole time, had raised his head. It seemed that George had also decided on an answer.
Have you decided? Your answer?
Yeah, I've decided.
Is that an unwavering answer?
Yeah, it's unwavering.
Then let's hear it. Oh, by the way, it seems Jessica decided to take the your life option. I hope that an indecisive person like you won't simply say that you chose the same answer.
Jessica gave her own answer. No matter what choice that was, it was Jessica's answer. It does not influence my answer in any way.
I see. Then let me ask you again. Amongst the 3 mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. 1, your life. 2, Shannon's life. 3, everyone else's lives. Which have you chosen? Could it be the first one, like Jessica?
No.
Oh?
Gap looked a little surprised, because she had thought that a timid-looking man like this would never choose any other option. That's nice to hear. I'm glad the most boring option for me has been removed. Then it seems unlikely, but is it the second? Can you abandon Shannon's life?
You must be joking. Why would I do that to the one person I'm going to give an engagement ring to tonight?
Now this is bold. Is that your answer?
Yes. My answer is the third choice.
George had chosen the third choice. Everyone else's lives. Even Gap hadn't been able to imagine that answer. She had been sure that he'd choose number 1, just like Jessica. So she became interested in how he reached that answer. Had he reached an answer that had defied the imagination of the 33rd ranked demon of the 72? I want you to tell me. Tell me the perspective that makes you able to sacrifice the lives of everyone else so that you and the fiancé you love will be safe. Process of elimination like Jessica?
No. This is clear and the only choice for me.
So, I'm all right, Jack? You can sacrifice the world for the woman you love?
Just what are you talking about?
What? George faced the demon as he spoke, looking at her almost in disbelief.
Tonight, I planned on calling Shannon to this very spot and giving her this ring as proof of our engagement. There probably are quite a few people who wouldn't celebrate an engagement between me and Shannon. I was prepared to make enemies of the entire family by announcing my engagement to her. I've been prepared since the time I came to this island. No, that's not it. Since the time I confessed to her that I wanted us to get engaged.
So you can sacrifice everything else as long as you can get married?
Marriage means remaining an ally to your wife for your entire life. As of that moment, I was prepared to make the entire world my enemy for her sake.
Those words, through the three-sided mirror, also reached Shannon's ears, and his determination reached her eyes. Our Habaki Gaming with the $5. For the record, I do love this George scene, but all I can think of is George saying, I need that minor so I can be a real man, and being so unheroic. Yeah, yep. It just, you know, George says a lot of things, and you can choose to interpret them and drive yourself insane, or you can choose to ignore them and try to save yourself a little bit of pain. Panic Pang. Shannon is 16 years old. Yep. Shannon certainly had arranged with George that tonight she would be given an engagement ring. Then this incident had occurred and she hadn't been able to receive the ring. But now, even though it wasn't in the form of a ring, Shannon had received something even greater. And as proof of that, a single tear with the same sparkle as a diamond dripped down. What a gutsy answer. Yes, if I really think about it, this was an easy decision for you. After all, your parents were already killed on the first twilight, right? By now, there's no one whose death would bother you. I see. This was an easy choice.
You can say whatever you want. This is my determination and my choice, personally, and as the next family head.
The sparkle in George's eyes was brilliant and sharp. But for just an instant, Gap felt the same sense of intimidation that Kinzo exuded, and was slightly overpowered. I see. So, the same answer as Goldsmith. Despite your innocent face, you're going to become a terrible demon in the future. What do you know? We might get along pretty well. You will succeed, Goldsmith. And maybe one day I may even be summoned eventually and serve you. That might be surprisingly interesting. Gap needed to change her opinion of George. This man bore a determination and resolve unimaginable from his outward appearance, and had not adopted that just now, but had possessed it since the very beginning.
I'm prepared to inherit the headship right away. No, that's not it. You told me to think as the head in this test, so I answered based on the premise that I am the head. No, even that's not it. I thought as the head himself. Right now, I am the head of the USHIROMIYA family.
I'm impressed. I didn't expect you to be able to say so much. It seems you really are one to be reckoned with. Battler's and Maria's tests haven't been done yet, but if you ask me, I think you should be the one to pass. But only if that's your true, unexaggerated answer, of course.
Do you doubt my resolve?
Can you carry out the choice you chose? Can you, right now, with your own hands, offer all the lives that exist on this island as sacrifices? With your own hands, I remind you.
I can. I've said several times that I have that resolve.
Then return to the guest house right away and kill Battler and Maria. When that's done, I'll bring you the other hostages. Execute each of them except Shannon before her eyes. You can do it, right?
I can. My resolve is on a whole different level from yours.
Then carry it out. Death for them all. Carry out this blood-stained ritual as the new head of the USHIROMIYA family.
Understood. I'll carry it out. I'm already the head of the USHIROMIYA family.
Yes, that's right. Stain that throne red by your own hands. You will become the king of the Netherworld, ruler of all demons. Gap was now sure. This man was truly fitting to succeed Kinzo's madness. Rage on, storm! Cry out, thunder! Celebrate the birth of the new demon king! The island of demons has now welcomed a new ruler. In response to the demon's call, the tempest raged more and more. Then a massive lightning bolt fell, its tearing thunder and brilliant light creating the feeling of just a moment of silence.
So, about the order of the murders. I get to choose, right?
Please, as you wish, your majesty, the new demon king of Rokenjima. As your heart desires.
Well, for in lack of a better option, the first one will be you then. I hope that won't be a problem.
Huh? A gust of wind blew, stirring up George's jacket as though it was a cloak. It was very much like the cloak worn by the head. It definitely gave the same impression of grandeur. At that time, Gap certainly saw the storm wiped away, and the sky covered with a pure white and vast full moon. Bearing the full moon on his back, the man who called himself the new head sneered at the demon.
Even the lives of the USHIROMIYA family, all of them, are now my fortune. There will be reparations to be made for the damage that has been done to that fortune. It won't be cheap.
You didn't seriously think that you could take the lives of my parents, Aunt Natsui, Uncle Rudolph, Auntie Rosa, and Genji-san and hope I'd overlook it, right?
You little wise guy! Ronove had been intending to press his palm against Jessica's chest and stop her heart. But a short distance away, his hand had stopped. On the carpet at their feet, plop, plop, small red flowers bloomed, one after another. The seeds of those flowers had fallen down from high, high above, all the way from Jessica's fist, held up as though to strike the heavens. Ronove's nose was stained red with spurting blood, and those drops were dripping onto the carpet. By the way, that just now was my answer as a maiden. My answer as the next head is different.
Allow me to ask.
The person I love, my family and my relatives, everyone! Everyone! I'll protect them! If I'm the head, then that's my duty! Dad wasn't just acting self-important. He was protecting me and Mom! Fighting the pressure of succeeding the USHIROMIYA family for several decades! So I know, being the successor is nothing trivial. So you know what? This is easy as hell! It's easy as hell for me to risk my own life! Jessica knew. She knew that her father, in order to protect his family, was even now bluffing and fighting a solitary fight. Jessica understood something that his back had been telling her. Another left straight was buried into Ronove's face. That mighty strike wasn't due just to the brass knuckles she was using. It was a strike of a person, a family head who could throw away everything in order to protect. If Dad's lost his qualifications to be the successor, then I, the next in line, will succeed the headship. Head of the USHIROMIYA family! USHIROMIYA Jessica!
I'm not enough of a wimp to let you keep on doing whatever the fuck you want!
A wonderful answer. I shall change your score from earlier. Plus 10 for that answer. Plus 10 for that splendid left straight.
Which means I only need plus 20 for a perfect 100.
Runaway backflipped away from her and violently wiped away the blood pouring from his nose. It had become not blood, but petals of a red rose. The blood on his face was wiped off, and in its place was a grin from a great delight, which he had last felt so many centuries ago that he could no longer remember just how long it had been.
Your resolve. I, Ronafe, will test to see whether it is deserving of full marks.
Cram it, jackass! Come at me!
Iconic Laser with the $5 to decisive answers and throwing hands. Let's fucking go. We're only going to be going for just a little bit longer because we're getting closer to the 5-hour mark, but I have technically gone past the point that I planned to stop at, but I you know, you guys have been so patient, so allow me to gift you just a little bit.
Come to the abyss.
Beneath George's feet, a pitch black pit suddenly opened its mouth wide. Of course, George had no way of resisting. After being swallowed up by it, George fell out of a pitch black hole that had opened in the ceiling of the arbor. As George fell down, he was hit sharply in the gut like a precision bee strike by a reverse roundhouse kick from a stiletto heel. Launched out of the arbor, the instant George thought that he was about to be swallowed up by a rosebush, another pitch black hole opened there and swallowed George up. And at this time, a pitch black hole opened in front of Gap at her feet, spitting a defenseless George out of it. By that time, Gap had already finished the preparatory motions for the next reverse roundhouse kick.
What is this?
Welcome back. Right side of the head, below the right armpit, side of the right knee. As Gap danced and spun like a small cyclone, she kept hitting him, right foot, left foot, with successive roundhouse kicks. The fourth one became a sweep, cutting George's feet out from under him and making him fall down. But of course, there was no floor there, but a pitch black hole, and George was swallowed up once again. Gap once again spun around like a small cyclone. George, likewise, was once again spat out from the ceiling of the arbor.
Take this, and keep it as a memento. The single strike at the end of the abyss. Die!
The sharp strike of the queen bee pierced the heavens like a rising cyclone. It kicked through George's abdomen as he fell from the ceiling. And then, time froze. George was pinned in midair by Gap's raised leg. Still pinned in midair, George moaned. Then Gap, with George still hung up on her foot, grinned.
I'll admit it. Your attitude, at least, is mature. But that's no good if it doesn't come along with power. Did you know? They say you need 3 kinds of power to rule this world. The first is influence. The second is wealth. Do you know what the last one is?
I read it in a book. Force, right?
Correct. That's what you're lacking.
Gap finally released George. By kicking him upwards one more time, adding in another roundhouse kick and smashing him into a pillar.
No one will fear a monarch without influence, without wealth, or without force. Kinzo possessed all 3. That's why he reigned as a tyrant. If you're going to call yourself Kinzo's successor, try showing me some of his majesty. Come on, how long are you gonna lie there? Stand up. If you don't, you'll fall again. See?
Not bad movements, but I feel they're somewhat unsuitable for a lady.
Asshole! Ducking and weaving and hopping around! Aren't you gonna fight back? Quit jerking me around, you douche!
Runaway was dodging skillfully, jumping back and avoiding Jessica's fists, but he still wasn't striking back himself. Because of his agile movements, as swift as a flag whipping around in a strong wind, Jessica's fists weren't even able to touch him. Amidst a feeling of her blood running hot, Jessica regained her offensive composure. Yeah, offensive composure. Even though this room was large for a bedroom, it was still too small an area to keep up such exaggerated dodges for long. She calmly realized that, and started using not just her fists, but her legs as well.
Oh, doing boxing with just your arms makes you but half a man. Your arms must be the roaring lion, burning with power. And your legs the snake, cold as ice as it closes in on its prey.
Snakes don't have legs.
Very true.
Jessica began cornering Ronave towards the wall with perfect footwork. She wouldn't let him get around her. Ronave's magnificent dodges looked flashy, but they needed sufficient room. Once cornered, he wouldn't be able to dodge anymore. Jessica had a good understanding of the special characteristics of her equipped weapon, the brass knuckles. This powerful weapon's most notable characteristic was how it didn't let the opponent defend. Even if they blocked with their arm, that arm would receive direct damage. If it hit the wrong way, it might even break the bone. So she pressed him forward. She would block off his escape routes, and then, with this fist, she would chip this demon down.
Whoops. Oh my, when did...
Looks like I finally cornered you, huh? Where is everyone being held? Where's that old bastard hiding? You tell me everything and I'll let you go with nothing more than ripping that mustache off, got it?
That would be a problem. Believe it or not, it does take me an hour every morning to set this, you see.
If I put you in a plaster cast, I guess you won't even be able to do that.
Oops-a-daisy.
Ronave had blocked Jessica's lunged fist with his arm. He tried to act as though it was no big deal, but it must have hurt a lot. Jessica grinned. The $2. Snakes don't have legs. Jessie keeps winning. True. Ronave smiled the same way, but twitched slightly.
I see. This certainly does hurt.
Final warning, break down and apologize.
That I cannot do. It would ruin my image.
Then just break. Flurry of punches!
Jessica's iron fists were pounded into Ronave, but Jessica was startled. The impact felt wrong, and there was the sound of breaking glass.
What?
At a glance, it looked like Ronave had caught Jessica's fist with his palm. That wasn't quite true. When Ronave opened his hand, a faint purple glowing barrier like a glass shield appeared there, stopping the attack by a hair's breadth. Pulling herself together, Jessica struck out with her fists again, but with truly magnificent movements, Ronave caught all of them.
I am, after all, a demon. I'm at least capable of this level of magic. I must say, though, you are quite good. If I were human, I'm sure that this is where I would have admitted defeat. It's because I'm a demon that I can still continue to fight.
You friggin' cheater!
Is that all? Are you sure that by attacking all the time you're not neglecting your own defense?
Huh?
Ronave pounded his palm into Jessica's stomach, stopping abruptly just a fraction away. Jessica was repelled by the purple shield, tumbled backwards, and smashed her head on the bed.
My shield cannot be broken by a mere human. I suggest that you never again dream of being able to touch my body.
In that case, I'll just punch straight through that shield!
You're a dauntless person. That tenacity, yes, it's truly fitting for the next family head. Why don't I be your opponent for just a while longer? This is one of the privileges of an examiner.
Shatter to pieces!
Gap looked down on George, sneering. He was lying face down in a puddle on the rose garden path. The merciless rain beat down on him so that it looked as though even the heavens were mocking him. Stand up. You'll fall again. George stood up shakily. It seemed his spirit hadn't given in, but the damage to his body was fairly significant. Beg for your life. What you're doing now is the same as the fourth choice of choosing nothing. You chose the third choice, right? If you get down on your hands and knees and apologize, I'll forgive your rudeness towards me. Then, I'll guide you down to the dungeon. There, for your beloved Shannon and your own powerless self, you'll kill the other hostages one by one. You can do it, right? You did boast about having that resolve. George didn't answer, but his gaze was still obstinately resisting surrender. If you're too obstinate, then this time you really will fall to the deepest depths of the abyss. Gap's strength was undeniable. There was no doubt that Shannon's group, watching through the three-sided mirror, understood that. Probably even more clearly than George himself.
George-sama, please, that's enough. You don't have to do this for someone like me.
Nesan.
If you didn't fall in love with me, you wouldn't have to fight with anyone, right? George-sama? Then please, just abandon me. Please, forget me.
There was no way for that voice to reach George, but even so, George answered.
No way. I won't surrender.
Oh? Why?
Because that is my resolve. I'll fight everything for Shannon's sake. And I'll make everything accept us. And everything bless us.
Hey, tell me something. How can you go so far for that furniture called Shannon? She's just a good-for-nothing, isn't she? Furniture for the garbage that doesn't even make for a satisfactory waitress.
I won't permit any more insults against the woman I love.
So what are you gonna do about it? How is a weak kiddo like you gonna fight against me?
Loving someone is strength. I was able to become strong because I learned that feeling. Shannon, I love you. With just those words, I can stand back up again, over and over.
Shannon's in the dungeon, you know. No good professing your love for me.
No, she heard. Because that is love. Shannon can hear my words right now. The reason I can believe that is because of love.
This guy.
Shannon, you are not furniture. Even if you were, you would be my... Even if you were, you would be mine alone. The only furniture for me in the world. I want you to be close to me all my life. I need you, always and forever.
George-sama. I'm jealous. He surpassed my husband in smooth talking.
This is youth.
Love is strength? Then why are you so weak, boy? It just means that your love is also that weak, then I guess. Your love for your fiancé is weak. Your parents' disappointingly quick deaths were weak. Everything about your life is weak.
Shannon taught me about love and strength. If you insist upon measuring my love for Shannon by my strength alone, then let me teach you about my love.
Nice words. Now I get it. So, you say that way you can still stand up after being kicked down so many times as the strength you received from Shannon? In that case, what did you receive from your father and your mother who were killed without a fight?
Suddenly, there was a blackout. Outside?
No. This is...
The thing blocking Gap's vision was the bottom of George's shoe.
Sidekick. Nasal bone fractured.
It had stopped right in front of the tip of Gap's nose.
The thing I got from my mother was this kick.
After several moments' delay, Gap jumped back. Of course, it was too late. If George hadn't stopped, he probably would have caused exactly the damage he had announced.
And what I got from father is patience.
Anger with a low boiling point isn't something to be truly feared. True anger is cultivated through patience.
I understand your declaration of violent intent. I also understand your defamation of my fiancé and my parents. And you have no intention of retracting any of these? I have a sufficient understanding of your attacks now. If you're ready, may I fight back?
Enough of your slick talk, bucko!
A pitch-black hole opened its mouth at George's feet. But George rapidly opened his legs, straddling the hole. The same move wouldn't work again. It was an extremely light dodge, and the upper part of his body didn't even quiver.
Patience means not losing your cool, and instead composedly researching your opponent's moves.
For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? Do you know?
No, I don't.
It's to counter. To give back exactly what you got, to make them never want to mess with you again. To make them cover their face in tears and snot and forget to wipe it off. To make them want to rub their forehead on the ground and apologize over and over. To completely, perfectly, thoroughly pulverize them until they can't get up.
George dashed. Pits opened one after another, but George would not step in them again. And because she persisted in that move, Gap was captured for a second time.
Reverse roundhouse. Jaw fractured.
It was stretched out more forcefully and beautifully than Gap's had been. Of course, while it centered directly on Gap's face, it stopped a hair's breadth away. Perhaps she couldn't rely on pitfalls at this close range. Gap kicked at George's shins as a diversion. And in the instant of weakness when he tried to deal with that, she aimed a kick at his stomach. It was a bee-like stab by her stiletto heel, but it sliced through the air where George was no longer.
High axe kick. Collarbone fractured.
What? From beside Gap, George coldly announced that, his foot still raised. If that monarch's heel had been swung down, a collarbone fracture would have been an understatement.
This guy's stronger than me. At close range? Need distance.
She jumped backwards to gain a large distance. She jumped and leapt and even backflipped, increasing the distance between them. It should have been magnificent, but for some reason it looked very similar to the movements of a small, scared animal. If she opened the distance, she could fight at that range that was her specialty, using a mixture of pitfalls and kicking techniques.
You fool. Regret the arrogance of passing on 3 chances to defeat me, in the depths of the abyss! Huh?
Gap landed beautifully and tried to aim a pitfall. When a razor-sharp wind cut her bangs. Yes, cut them. And twice. This time, it didn't just stop a hair's breadth away, but scattered her bangs with its air pressure.
Armada com martello. Orbital blowout fracture with the first strike. Cerebral contusion with the second strike.
Gap was too shocked to speak. George had closed all that distance in an instant and let off a fearsomely nimble mid-air double kick. Furthermore, with the accuracy and edge of a razor, it had cut nothing more than a few of her bangs. I learned the... Oh, okay.
I learned the power of kicks from karate, speed from taekwondo, and freedom of range from capoeira. Mother was always trying something new, but it was very educational being able to study their various merits.
Why don't you hit? Because I'm a woman?
You spoke of force as a monarch's third power. It looks like you're still mistaking the meaning of that force. In this situation, force doesn't mean hastily wielded violence. It refers to a deterrent, the knowledge that if someone opposes the monarch, that person won't get away unharmed.
A deterrent?
That was the point. That was why all of George's attacks up until then had stopped just before the blow. Those bare misses, which were more difficult than hitting directly, had all been performed so splendidly, and any of them would probably have crushed Gap in a single hit if George had wished it. He was deliberately not doing that.
You said it yourself, right?
Sorry, Gona, I don't know how the word is pronounced. I didn't know. Sorry.
You said it yourself, right? Force is the power to rule. If you destroy your opponent with force, you won't be able to rule them, right?
Capoeira? Capoeira. Era. Ah, it's hard. Ugh.
A monarch's force is something that is only shown. He does not destroy. He makes others submit and adds them to his own fortune. If you black out on me, I won't be able to make you guide me to where everyone else is being held.
Gap had to admit it. She had to admit that George understood force in the truest sense.
You'll take me to where everyone is. I would advise against resisting. I won't hold back anymore.
Sorry, Leah. Let me borrow your troops. This guy is too much for me alone to handle.
As a large pitch-black hole opened in the sky, thunk, 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 3 muscular goat attendants fell out. They surrounded George.
Reinforcements? I wonder if I should take this to mean that you retract your statement about me being weak.
I admit it. I made light of your power, the power of humans.
No. This is the strength of a man who has come to know love.
What tripe? How can you say stuff like that with a straight face? Come, goats! Crush this man into meatballs! These goats are stupid, but it looks like they at least have power. I'll make it so that even your fiancé won't be able to recognize your corpse!
You refuse to surrender and intend to continue fighting. Understood. I proclaim that henceforth you'll receive real harm proportional to your own attacks. If you still plan on attacking me, I suggest you prepare to receive a great deal of damage.
When George proclaimed that, a faint red magic circle rose up around him, but it seemed that George couldn't see it. However, Gap, being a demon, could.
What? Magic? Why does this guy have a defensive barrier? And what's more, it's specialized for counterattacks? Is this what you meant by a deterrent?
From a demon's perspective, that might have been magic, but in George's eyes, it was determination. It was absolute determination that would show no mercy to anyone who wished for further fighting, and force them to prepare for a significant counterattack. Absolute determination becomes magic. Runaway had been accurately blocking Jessica's fists with the shield, but something felt odd. Even though he was certainly stopping the blows with the shield, he felt his arm beginning to strain and ache. All physical damage should have been shut off. However, the damage from her fists was gradually being transmitted to his arm and was accumulating. Runaway acted like he was composed, so that this wouldn't be noticed.
I'm not gonna get worn out. What's wrong, old man? Starting to get a little tough?
No matter how much you attack, it is useless. Why can't you understand that you cannot break my shield?
Saying that's not gonna stop me hitting you. No matter how hard someone's heart is, words are gonna get through to them a little bit each time, and eventually you can make a crack. I believe it. I believe there's no such thing as useless effort in this world. Isn't that why we live? To the fullest! If words get through eventually, then the same goes for fists. I don't even know the meaning of the words give up.
Those words were probably aimed at Canon. Canon had technically rejected Jessica's words, but Jessica knew that no matter how obstinate his heart was, those words would eventually soak through. And she believed that surely the day would come when he would understand her heart, and stop calling himself furniture and disparaging himself, and step out into his new life. So Jessica wouldn't give up. She wouldn't lose heart.
Sounds dumb as hell, huh? I'll bet it makes no sense to a guy like you, does it? See, a girl in love doesn't even think about giving up because it's useless.
At that time, Runaway certainly saw. He saw the red-hot burning glow of light surround Jessica's fists.
This is problematic. Enchanted, are they? Permeation upgrade. That will be troublesome.
Within her relentless fists and determination dwelled the power to succeed no matter what. From a demon's perspective, that was magic. Absolute determination becomes magic.
See? Nothing useless about it. My fists are making it through, aren't they? You're guarding your arm, old man.
It seems I'll have to get a little more serious. It appears as you said. In this world, nothing is useless.
That's right. If you give up saying something's useless, that's when your life is frigging over. I'll get through to him. Definitely. I'm an idiot, so this is the only way I can live. But even so, I believe that one day, I'll definitely be able to teach Canon-kun about a new world. So I'm not gonna buckle in a place like this. I'll definitely defeat you. And save everyone!
Damn it! If I could just open a hole! Ugh!
Kraus was repeating his useless efforts in trying to somehow open a hole between the metal bars. Useless. There's nothing useless. There's nothing. The lookout goats had been swallowed up by those black pits and disappeared. Now was their do-or-die chance. This was their only chance to break the bars.
Stop it. It's impossible, Kraus-san. We can't do anything about them with our bare hands. Let's look for a tool. Don't waste time on the impossible. If you give up saying it's useless, then it's all over. That's what my daughter said. Even if it's impossible for my body, as long as a small person like Shannon or Canon can make it through.
At this stage, action is more important than racking our brains. Let's put our strength together. I'll join in too. Kanon-kun, you're a boy. Lend a hand. Kanon-kun? Kraus-sama, please stand back.
What? What are you thinking of?
It's all right, isn't it, Ne-san? If we try struggling just one more time.
Yeah. I'll struggle once more as well. No, not once. Over and over again. Jessica's voice had reached Kanon. It had certainly permeated into his stone-cold heart. And George's voice had reached Shannon. If the love he had shown was embodied by strength, she would have to respond in the same way. An incredible metallic sound rang out. The first fat flash cut horizontally through several of the metal bars, and with the next flash, they were cut through horizontally again, causing them to clatter to the ground like bamboo shoots cut by a sword. Kraus, Kyrie, and Nanjo didn't even have a clue about what had just happened. Dr. Nanjo, which way down the corridor goes to the mansion?
Yes. It's to the left at the back. To the left at the back!
Let's go, everyone.
We'll be noticed by Virgilia-sama any time now.
You two. What in the world are you? Where?
When Kanon hung his head a little and faltered, Shannon slapped his shoulder, smiled, and spoke.
We are human.
And that is it for tonight. But stick around for theorizing and fan art to come in a moment. Yay! Hee hee. I love finding clever places to cliffhang you guys. So while I get some stuff prepared in the other tab, why don't I put up Kyrie MatPat and let you guys get to talking about what you think is going on. It's theory time. Oh no, I forgot. I forgot it always does that. I just put it on this screen instead. We check the Twitter tag. Okay. So I have got everything I need to show up already. That's good. But I still want to see what you guys are saying, so. Cross trash. That is a good suggestion. However, I have a name worked out for it already. And it's gonna be like, I'm gonna schedule the stream after this one ends, pretty soon after this one ends, and I can't wait to see what you guys think about the title for that one, and the thumbnail for that one. Boy, oh boy. That's fair enough, Daniel. This one has a lot going on. When did Golden Fantasia come out relative to the episodes? I can't remember. Let me look this up. Atropos W of the quadrillion today. Yeah, you really hit the nail on the head on that one, didn't you? I was very happy to get to this point for you. Okay, yeah. So it was originally released on December 31st of 2010. Now let's see. When did the episodes come out? So yeah, the last episodes came out in 2010. So it was pretty much right around the end of the series is when it came out. Yes, episode 4 is going to be another 2 streams.
I think these scenes are basically putting the whole concept of a magic and non-magic world existing in real time by showing non-magic people going all out to pierce through the limits of magic. Ooh, yeah. Interesting reading. Daniel, the question posed to the cousins only really has one answer. Number one, any other answer means you aren't accepting the responsibility of care that being a leader entails. Any other answer is not a leader's. Yeah, I mean, you know, I would probably myself choose that one as well, but you know, I do still think it is kind of interesting where it's like, you know, you still have to give like a valid reason for your answer. It doesn't really matter what it is. Like, so if you just come to that answer by like, oh, that's, you know, what I've sort of been led to believe or whatever, then it's like, well, you know, you didn't even come to that answer yourself, so that answer's useless. Fail. It's an interesting way of looking at it. Before I lose it, let me read Future Skeleton's $5 donation. It may have been the collective chat's birthday last week, but today is my birthday. The birthday boy wants you to have some money. Loving the streams. Thank you, and happy birthday. I really appreciate it, and I'm glad you stuck around to the end of this long stream. Let's see. They went full DBZ. Yeah, but like, it's cool though, right? We love going full DBZ. You have to at least go full DBZ at least once. It's already 15 years old, Jesus. Yeah, I know. I feel old. This has been confusing. Yeah. Normal gay bro. Whenever I think I've read through something and seen the truth behind it, then they come out and make it too... But then they come out and make it too obvious. I doubt it. Like, it was right, it would have been more obfuscated. Like, if I have a theory and then they directly address that theory right after, it can't have been right because no way would it be that easy. But maybe that's just the 4D chess of Ryukishi IDK. I mean, to be fair, also, Ryukishi like has gone on record and said multiple times that like all throughout the the first 4 episodes of Umineko, he's basically like there are certain things that he's like literally like just like screaming at you. Basically, he's just like, you know, there were so many things I was trying to communicate in those episodes that like people got because I just kept on emphasizing them over and over again. So, yeah. Chapter 4 is one of my favorites because it brings out the best from most of the cast, including a lot of the smaller characters. Also, the fights are sick. Absolutely. That's, like, one of the reasons why it is one of my favorite episodes in the series. Probably my favorite. Just because, like, not only does it really get to the core, like, themes of the series, in my opinion, but also it just really gives everybody, like, a moment to really shine. I mean, most everybody. Like, even... sure, like, his dialogue is absolutely cringy, and we're not fans of his relationship in this house, justifiably so. But, like, damn, they even gave George a moment where you get to be like, okay, maybe George is a little cool for, like, 5 seconds, you know? Like, that's hard to do. It's hard to get me hyped up over something that George does. I don't know whether or not to take the observations by Kyrie and the rest as fact and try to work around that or try to come up with a different explanation to any aftermath we learn. Fair enough, fair enough. Well, we are definitely going to be getting quite a bit of argumentation about what's going on this board later on, but it's going to take us a little bit to get there because this game is, you know, done slightly differently, as I'm sure you've probably figured out by now. Let's see. I have an inkling that the Chiester sisters have something to do with Maria's ceramic rabbits. One was smashed against the wall, and when Chiester00 was giving orders, she mentioned another sister. Yeah, and they said that one was no longer around. I wonder why. Ryukishi's one of those writers that knows exactly what the reader is thinking at any given time. It's total awareness. He truly loves his readers. Yeah, absolutely. Ryukishi respects his readers' intelligence quite a lot, so... I think the existence of the tunnel that connects the mansions gives us a lot of new possibilities for the past games. It's the perfect hideout for previous culprits. Interesting note. Yeah, I would definitely say take the stuff that you learned about Kuadorian and the tunnels into account. That is very important information to learn. The Chiesters or Maria's rabbit theory is definitely an interesting theory, but one of the things that sticks out a little to me is why didn't Beato on Summon 00? Well, to be fair, she was saying before that, like, you know, the more and more this goes on, like, you know, the more room for magic has been sort of, like, given. So it could just be a matter of, like, oh, we only had enough, like, magic to be able to summon, you know, 2 Chiesters originally, but now we're getting to the point where we're able to introduce, like, a whole bunch of crazy characters, so we can throw another one in there. I think the game board is the weakest, but the rest of the episode and the characters Krauss are the best they've ever been at this point. Fair enough. I think the game board is very interesting in this one, from what I know, but yeah. Given Nanjo's comment, knowing about the mansion, I think that would imply that he was involved with the homuncula/girl Beatrice that young Rosa found. Maybe Kinzo consulted him on the bare minimum to preserve a human's life. I don't know, this chapter is a lot. Yeah, that's... Yeah, could be. I don't know. I've said it before, but Genji equals Ronove because last name, and Kumasawa equals Virgilia, same syllables, so sticking with the syllable theory, Gap either equals George or Kraus. I'm thinking Kraus. That's an interesting interpretation. Can you imagine Kraus in that outfit? God. Now I've willed it into the world. Somebody's gonna do it. I can't stop it from happening now. Sorry. Georgia, God, I got scrolled down. I hate it. Thing is that George would probably have some decent stocks if his love interest was just a bit older. Yeah, yep. I mean, you know, he still says some pretty questionable things here and there, but if Shannon were older, I think we would see a lot less ragging on George. Unfortunately for him, he did what he did, and he will pay the price. It's like that, you know, the did you guys see the TikTok the other day that, like, the Diary of a Wimpy Kid author, and, like, somebody being like, please let him graduate, you've held him back like 10 times, and he's like, he did this to himself. That's how I feel about George. Something I find interesting is how Kyrie seemed to intuitively understand magic concepts in Chapter 3, but here she was actively skeptical of magic even after the dining room scene. Yeah, I don't know. What's up with that? And I kind of want to actually go back and watch all the past streams. Nezumi's pointing stuff out. There's also a lot. Yeah, it has a lot of runtime. Autistic Frog. Thinking of Maria and Rosa, children learn from their parents. Rosa uses violence to express her anger and lash out at her lack of control, so now Maria is learning to do the same. Yep. That's part of what I was trying to get at earlier, too. The cycles, they rotate. They sure do. George still has some issues with the child bride thing, but he'd be so much closer to the other level of terrible. Yeah, exactly. I got scrolled down again. Still like imposter battler theory. Interesting. We basically got confirmation in a way that Ronove is, in a way, Genji and Virgilia is Kumasawa. Nanjo not looking so great, complicity regarding Beato and the grooming. It's gross. Yeah, you do have to wonder, you know, if if Nanjo knew about Kuwadorian and like the halls and all that shit, then like it makes you wonder what else he knows. Shannon and Canon saying this time is wild. I'm going forward now with the assumption that they remember all the previous games. They've brought it that they've said things that allude to that before. When did George and Shannon first meet? Wouldn't they have been both pretty young? I can't remember if they've said yet when they met, but it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I think the Rosa scene was more like Maria's view of Rosa, and that moment of the punishment was just some power fantasy to deal with her feelings at the moment. Yeah, there is like, yeah, I don't know. I still definitely feel like a lot of the things that are being depicted with Rosa there are like part of her actual feelings. Like there is a point to depicting what exactly Rosa is saying in that moment. Yeah, that's a fair assessment, Normal Gabriel, of George. I mean, I think I remember Jessica being 18. Is that right? Yes, George. Jessica is 18. Battler is too. I somewhat agree with you on that, Ferris. On the other hand, I do feel like the text does gloss over it in some ways that I would prefer it not. But like I do agree with you that there is a point of critique being there, but yeah, I do think that it's not quite as clear cut. And nope, Citrine Ray, Jessica is 18. She is not 19. But yes, I do agree with Valerie here. George and Saya's relationship is something that really needs all of Umineko to really discuss. Yes, there's a lot that goes into it. And it never gets any less complicated. So. Okay. Let's see. I want to comment on Sayo saying she made it to the Golden Land in a previous episode, which is odd. She previously died all games so far. Yeah, but like we see them in the sort of like paradisey Golden Land, whatever, like, in like the end of episode 3 and stuff like that as well. Yeah, I do want to point on Horsefry here. Before I move on to art, I do want to see if anybody has any theories about what Anjay saw in the futon shop. Oh yeah, that is a fair point though, Citrine Ray. That she sees a chessboard. My god, chess. Holy shit, just like Mom and Oni-chan used to play. Fuck. Anime girl body pillow. Beato's dress. Okay, interesting. I think she's on a Game Boy. Something related to Maria. Maybe one of her books or dolls. Okay. Interesting, interesting. Because, you know, she did mention something about Maria in that moment, and also both Mammon and Sakutaro also reacted with surprise. Okay, I think we have done Theory Corner for long enough. I gotta cut y'all off. So let's go on to fan art. And then we'll wrap it all up for tonight. It's not showing the goddamn window again. Thanks, OBS. Could you, okay, let's just choose the wrong one for a second and then, got it. Boop. So, let's start off with this wonderful art from my cat zone on Tumblr. Started watching NezumiVA's Umineko playthrough, and oh, how I miss the Blorbos. This is very good. I really like that all of them have very like distinct features and like face shapes and everything. Kat, I've obviously seen your Umineko art around for the past several years, and it's all really, really good. You put out some very fantastic work, and thank you as well for drawing my Umineko OC one time. I commissioned you for that. An Umineko OC that I will be happy to tell the chat more about once we reach a couple of streams from now. But I can't tell you fully about until we get to the very end of the series. But I'll concede, I'll tell you a little bit in due time. But yes, thank you though. Really, really like them all. Good shit. And next, we have some stuff from Astrom00M00 on Tumblr. Might have went a bit crazy with the art this stream. We have several things related to several previous streams. We have this art of these humanizations from Pajama Sam. Very cute. I like it a lot. We have Battler in the Iceland of Pajama Sam falling from his fucking ski board. We have Tikal and Chaos and the Chow. So cute. They deserve everything in the world. And we also have this Tikal and Chaos and a Chow as well. Also very cute. I'm normal gay bro. I'm so confused. What is Pajama Sam? Yeah, go back and look for the Pajama Sam VOD. It's in my live tab. Go look at it. It might have been Ice Cap Sonic Adventure as well. I don't know. I can't remember which ice place I made a joke about Battler falling from. Either way, it works. Next, we have this. From Daniel, Umineko X Draw Detectives, Ogilvy, Maria, York, and Battler. Let me just read a little bit of this. Daniel, I'm not gonna read the whole thing. It's very long, but I will read the first part of it. I was rewatching some of Draw Detectives before attending the NezumiVA Umineko streams and thought it'd be fun to cross the two over. They're both mystery games with vastly different tones and settings. The first drawings I sketched aren't even the ones finished here, but I'm sure I'll get to them soon enough. The one I started lining first was Ogilvy and Maria, or specifically Piss Boy and Sakutaro. They're cuddly. I even have my own Piss Boy plush next to me while drawing for reference. I think Maria just deserves good things and should be such good friends with Ogilvy. I had them doing drawings together. The outfit swap was also fun, though a little tricky with how cartoony Ogilvy is. Maria's clothes were a bit tricky to put on him, but I liked the way it turned out. Also proud of the facial expressions. Hope I got the right kind of enthusiastic to the point where you don't even smile. You're just totally focused and excited. And then to flip over to the next one, we have York and Battler got compared to each other a while back, so I thought they'd be good to draw together, and I love the idea of Battler being a goofy by disaster. Not only that, but given how tall he is repeatedly mentioned, I wanted to bring in the energy I feel whenever I see someone taller than me. I basically just hardcore projected onto Battler is what I'm saying. The outfit swap part was a little tricky, but still fun since York has two design traits. He has an armband with outfits and he can't wear sleeves. The technology just doesn't exist. I took off the sleeves of Battler's outfit, but I still decided to swap the armband around, mainly because the part of York's arm it would go on was geometrically confusing, and I didn't want to draw attention to that. The hair was also fun to swap. Battler looks like that one rando from Overwatch, and I'm not sorry, but I'm not proud either. It does still look nice to me. Yeah, you did a great job with these. I am not really familiar with Draw Tactives myself. I guess maybe I should look at it at some point to understand the references, but these are still both very well done. I really like these, and it gives me a little bit of a sense of the characters anyway, so it's this one especially is very funny to me. I love the just the ripping Battler's suit. It's good. It's very good. You did a great job, Daniel. I enjoyed this quite a bit. And yeah, very good art this week. Thank you so much, everybody, for sending it. And I guess with that said, we now begin the long and sad wait until next Umineko stream. But I am really looking forward to the stuff that we're going to be getting to, and I hope you guys look forward to it too. We're so close to the end of episode 4. I can taste it. Where we've only got a couple weeks left of this wonderful package, which is the question arcs, and then we'll be able to move on to the core arcs. I'm so excited to chat about it with you all. So until then, see you guys later, and yeah, bye.